Usually, when the protagonist gets transported to another world, they end up as a prince or some wealthy heir. But for this guy, well, his experience is a little different. The moment he entered the game, he was collared by the royal guards and dragged off as a slave. Seriously, it's insane. All he does all day is act as bait for everyone else. If he happens to get ambushed by a monster, it's game over. Luckily, after getting carried by his teammates, he accidentally unlocked a skill straight out of an anime. It's the ability to stop time, freezing enemies and monsters in place for 60 seconds. During that window, he can spam spells like he's got cheat codes enabled. By the time the monsters can move again, he's already unleashed a full combo right in their faces. Who could possibly beat that? Deep in the lowest level of the labyrinth, in a life-or-death battle, Calem and his teammates are facing a terrifyingly powerful enemy. After a grueling fight, Calem is panting for breath, but his eyes are still burning with determination. He knows the decisive moment has arrived and declares, "It's over now." Instantly, Calem focuses all his mana into the tip of his wand. A blinding beam of light erupts from his wand, obliterating everything and finishing off the boss in a massive explosion of light. As the battle ends, the screen displays a congratulatory message. "Thank you for playing Labyrinth Deep." Behind the screen, the young man cheers with excitement. He sighs in relief, thinking, "Man, the higher the difficulty, the more intense it gets." He smirks, satisfied with his smart choice, admitting that picking the mage as the protagonist really paid off. Just as he's considering making a video to share his strategy online, a sudden notification pings, grabbing his attention. It's an invitation to take on the final challenge, titled The Developer's Difficulty. Developer's Difficulty? Nice. Sign me up. He clicks accept without hesitation to enter the labyrinth. The system reveals a new special skill, Hourglass Reversal, which only unlocks after completing the turn-based mage challenge. Seeing a skill he's never encountered before, he curiously mutters, never seen this one. Whatever, if I lose, I'll just start over. No big deal. Deciding to stick with the mage, he quickly dumps all 10 of his attribute points into intelligence and firmly hits start. Instantly, a blinding blue light bursts from the computer screen. It's so powerful that it pierces through the apartment window, lighting up the entire night sky. In his daze, he hears urgent voices calling out, "Hey, wake up!" Before he can even process what's happening, a guard with a fierce expression roughly grabs him, barking, "You dirty criminal, wake up!" He looks confused, thinking, "Wait, is he talking to me?" He chuckles. "Must be a dream. A criminal? What are you talking about? I've just been sitting here playing games." His nonchalant attitude immediately infuriates the guard. The guard grits his teeth and yells, "Oh, so you think this is funny, you lunatic?" With that, he lands a brutal kick that sends him flying. Tumbling into the dirt, the guard coldly turns away, adding, "Whatever. Maybe it's better if you've lost your mind, you're going to die soon anyway." The stabbing pain from the kick leaves him clutching his chest, completely bewildered. If this is a dream, why does it hurt so much? It feels too real. He struggles to his feet and looks around, shocked to find himself in a long line of prisoners. On a high platform, an old mage with silver hair shouts out as everyone is handed a staff. "You criminals are here to become slaves. This labyrinth is your only chance to change your fate. If you make it out alive, you can use the money you earn in the labyrinth to buy your freedom. And if you wish, you can even enroll in our magic academy." Looking at the crude wooden staff in his hands and the iron collar locked around his neck, he trembles as a terrifying truth dawns on him. A labyrinth? A magic academy? Wait a second, this is exactly like the game Labyrinth Deep I was just playing. Calem is horrified to realize he has truly been transported into the game, inhabiting the very mage character he had just created. While he is still in shock, unable to process what's happening, the guards start urging the groups of prisoners into the dungeon in turns. Stepping into the dark, gloomy dungeon, Calem tells himself he needs to figure things out, fast. He knows that if this is truly the labyrinth from the game, the monsters lurking inside will be incredibly ruthless. To prepare, he decides to check the skills of the people around him. Besides the scared elf girl named Yin hiding behind him, his team includes a chubby guy and a skinny one. While the chubby guy tries to calm everyone down, the skinny guy suddenly rolls his eyes and breaks into a wild, insane laugh. He starts rambling about a prophecy from the gods, claiming they are all destined to die here. Seeing his teammates starting to panic, Calem yells, trying to urge them to stay calm so they can find a way out together. But from the darkness, goblins with glowing blue eyes and bloodthirsty grins emerge. The other two don't even have time to react before they're skewered and killed. The brutal goblins leap down from the stone walls, one of them lunging straight at Calem with a sharp weapon in hand. Facing the blade closing in on him, Calem is completely helpless. He can only gasp in despair. You've got to be kidding me. In that exact moment of life and death, a harsh system bell rings out. The emergency skill Hourglass Reversal triggers automatically. It freezes time for 60 seconds, and a magic hourglass circle appears right within Calem's pupils. Along with the notification, it says, "It is now your turn." The timer begins counting down from 59 seconds. Seeing everything around him suddenly freeze, Calem is stunned. Hourglass Reversal? What is this? Looking at the monster floating midair and Yin frozen in a pose of pure terror, Calem quickly regains his composure. Okay, I've got 1 minute to think. He immediately plans to raise his staff to block the blade. But as soon as he moves his hand, another notification pops up. Action point deducted. Calem is shocked he barely did anything and already lost an action point. Damn it. At this rate, I won't have enough points even to dodge or defend. In his frustration, Calem lets out an unconscious sigh. Suddenly, he realizes something strange. Wait, if I can't move, how did I just sigh? So I can still talk. Huh? He tests it, and notices his action points don't decrease when breathing or speaking. He immediately realizes, so, talking counts as casting spells? With that, he gathers his strength, preparing to counterattack. The countdown races toward the final seconds. His 3 remaining action points are almost gone. As Calem begins his incantation, the system notification immediately rings out. Action points depleted. As the time stop effect ended, Calem immediately shouted, "Fireball!" Instantly, flames erupted from the tip of his wand, creating a direct hit that incinerated the goblin charging toward him. The monster shrieked in agony within the blazing inferno before collapsing to the ground. He panted, exhausted, his hand gripping the slave collar as he muttered to himself, "That was too close. What did I do to deserve dying like a nameless nobody?" Looking at the skinny guy's body lying cold on the ground, Calem quickly regained the sharp instincts of a veteran gamer. He was confident that if this place operated by game rules, no one could outmatch him when it came to being a mage. But he had no idea how long it would take to find an exit. To prepare for the journey ahead, Calem decided to loot the body for equipment. He told himself, first things first, gotta scavenge some gear and find a reliable teammate. Picking up a wooden staff, he turned to the elf girl, still sitting on the ground, trembling. "What kind of magic does your staff have?" Yin, startled and scared, clutched her staff tightly and stammered that it was a stunning lightning spell, but she had never used it before. Calem could only sigh helplessly, but he figured, better than nothing, right? He sternly reminded her that she would have to use it whether she had tried it or not. If monsters attacked, don't hesitate, strike immediately. Receiving a trembling nod from Yin, Calem turned his back and walked away. Anyway, let's find the exit. While walking through the dark corridor, he couldn't help but feel bitter about the person who had pushed him into this situation, whether it was the game developer, a god, or whatever else. Seeing Calem leave, Yin hurried to follow him. She begged to come along. A few years ago, a massive dungeon suddenly opened, releasing a wave of fierce monsters that rampaged everywhere. The result was that countless adventurers and mages lost their lives. To train forces to conquer the dungeon, people heartlessly threw slaves in here to select the survivors. Calem silently reminded himself to be extremely careful, because there was no guarantee all his gaming knowledge would be perfectly accurate in this real world. Interrupting his thoughts, the elf girl spoke up softly. "Thank you for letting me join you. I'm Yin." He replied gently, "No problem. I'm Calem." Yin continued to chat to ease her fear. "Calem, you're really calm and quiet. Back on the slave ship, I saw you talking quite a bit with the others, though." This comment made Calem jump in surprise. He realized the people here didn't know he was an isekai traveler, and he had to behave more carefully to avoid exposing his identity. Yin then confided about her past, how she was framed and captured as a slave for accidentally working at a front for illegal deliveries. Calem listened in silence. He understood perfectly that she was just trying to talk to mask her fear. He gently reminded Yin, "Please, just be quiet." But before he could finish, a dry click echoed beneath his feet. Calem was stunned to realize he had just stepped on a pressure trap. Instantly, the system triggered his turn with a 5-9-second countdown. Calem quickly regained his composure to analyze the terrain. Traps on the first floor were usually mechanisms that fired arrows from stone walls. Luckily, there were no arrow slits on Yin's side, but his side was full of danger. With no other choice, he was forced to spend action points to find a way out. Calem looked around, noticing that the walls and ceiling had no arrow slits, which meant this was a floor trap. He quickly analyzed the types of floor traps on the first floor based on his gaming knowledge. First was the spike trap that erupted from the ground, which could crush feet. Second was the explosive nail trap with a wide damage radius, which would surely leave them both heavily injured. The third type was a poison or anesthetic gas trap, making them easy prey for monsters. Finally, the pitfall trap that would cause players to fall straight to the second floor with no way to deal with it. As the hourglass countdown reached its final seconds, Calem realized that even if he could avoid the spike trap, he wouldn't have enough time to prepare. In a deadlock, he decided to stomp his foot down to keep his position, consuming all his remaining action points. As soon as the time stop effect ended, Calem immediately lunged to push Yin away and stepped firmly onto the trap in her place. Yin asked in a panic, "Why?" Calem explained that she had stepped on a trap that would explode the moment she lifted her foot, so he had to take her place. To resolve the situation, he quickly asked if she remembered the wooden barrel they had passed earlier. Getting a nod from Yin, Calem asked her to go back and get that barrel to replace his foot. Yin immediately ran off to search for it. Calem told himself, just need to put something heavy on it to disable the trap. Usually, this would only take about 10 minutes. But 30 minutes passed, and she was nowhere to be seen. Calem started to worry, blaming himself for being foolish enough to sacrifice himself for someone else, and fearing that she had met with disaster. Just as he was in despair, the sound of Yin's panting came from afar. Yin breathlessly pushed the wooden barrel over and apologized for making Calem wait so long. Calem reassured her and told her to place the barrel on the exact tile he was standing on. Once at a safe distance, Calem switched to his movement wand to teleport the barrel onto the trap in place of his foot. As soon as the trap was triggered, a massive blast of fire erupted violently along the corridor, causing Yin to scream in terror. Luckily, the flame trap was still within manageable limits. Calem calmly told Yin to keep moving. He thought to himself that this dungeon had too many traps and monsters to watch out for, but he still had an advantage thanks to his 10 points of intelligence and the hourglass skill. What he needed to verify now was his ability to actively trigger the hourglass and whether casting magic consumed action points. Just then, 2 goblins jumped down from the ceiling to ambush them. Calem smiled confidently. Perfect timing. The system immediately activated Calem's turn via the hourglass. He quickly cast a fireball spell toward the targets. After the first shot, his action bar was deducted by 1 point, and the system displayed a 5-second cooldown. Calem quickly understood the rule. Each time he cast magic, it would cost exactly 1 action point. He continuously fired more fireballs until he ran out of action points and ended his turn. The massive fireballs flew out, creating a terrifying explosion that completely incinerated the goblins into dust. Calem concluded that, theoretically, he could fire a maximum of 4 fireballs in 1 turn. Witnessing such destructive power, Yin could only stand there in shock, assuming he possessed 2 extremely rare talents, super high-speed casting and silent casting. But immediately after, she lowered her head in self-doubt, blaming herself for being useless and repeatedly apologizing for only being a trouble. Looking at Yin's dejected figure, Calem silently assessed that she truly didn't have the aptitude to be a warrior or a mage, but as an elf, she definitely had to have other strengths. He suddenly asked her, "How far can you jump?" Yin blankly recalled her time in the fairy forest, mentioning she could jump about 4 meters. Calem immediately analyzed this, deducing her agility stat must be at least 5 points. To capitalize on this, Calem told her to wait a moment and brought over the bow he had taken from the goblin earlier. Seeing the bow, Yin's eyes lit up. She joyfully admitted she was much more comfortable using a bow since she had trained with one in the fairy forest. Calem immediately reassigned their roles, with Yin falling back to provide long-range support while he took the vanguard using his wand. Feeling trusted, Yin was full of determination, promising to do her best to buy him time to cast his spells, even though she still felt a bit flustered having to carry a pile of spare wands. Just then, Yin's pointed ears twitched sharply. She panicked and warned Calem that someone was stealthily following them from the shadows. Although Calem strained his eyes looking into the dark hallway ahead, he didn't spot anything. Yin remained certain that she heard sounds coming from over there. To verify, Calem told Yin to close her eyes while he picked up some stones and threw them. When the stones clattered to the ground, Calem asked if she knew how many there were and where they landed. After a moment of focused listening, Yin confidently replied that 3 stones had landed 4 steps away. The perfectly accurate answer made Calem smile as he realized Yin possessed acoustic sense, an extremely useful skill in this game that helps accurately hear and judge the movement location of targets. Calem quickly asked Yin about the number of stalkers, and she nervously replied that there were about 4 people approaching very fast. Calem concluded that anyone who had survived until this point wouldn't be easy to deal with. He decided to tell Yin to follow him, to find a place to hide. In the darkness, heavy footsteps drew closer. Calem and Yin held their breath and waited. When the opponents approached, Calem suddenly lunged out to block their path, and stopped. "Why are you stalking us?" Responding to him was a ferocious bald man with spiked shoulder armor. He laughed maniacally, declaring that their target wasn't Calem, but the elf beside him. "We aren't looking for you, but that elf. Hand her over to us," the bald man shouted, setting his terms. He claimed that as long as Calem handed over Yin, they would spare his life. He arrogantly asserted that Calem's low-level magic couldn't penetrate his large shield. As for Yin's arrows, he called them nothing more than harmless toothpicks. He threatened that if Calem tried to chant a spell, his head would be pierced by an arrow first, so it was best to just surrender obediently. The leader even suggested they form a 5-person team and share the elf among themselves. The vile proposal made Yin tremble in fear. She called out Calem's name with a shaky voice. The bald man continued to entice him, claiming it would be much safer to go with the 4 of them than with a weak elf. Yet, Calem immediately and firmly refused. Deep down, he knew that with Yin, he could at least sleep soundly, whereas with these deceitful people, he wouldn't even be able to close his eyes in peace. Calem coldly pointed his wand forward, warning them to get lost immediately if they didn't want to die. His firm words made Yin incredibly relieved, while the bald man's face darkened with anger. He growled, asking if Calem was joking, but was met only with Calem's glowing red, resolute eyes and the assertion that he was being dead serious. Knowing that negotiation was impossible, the bald man sighed with murderous intent and ordered his cohorts to rush in and kill Calem. Just as the bandits swung their weapons and charged, the familiar sound of the system bell rang out harshly. Activating the hourglass reversal skill, the battle entered Calem's turn. As time froze, Calem coldly looked at the bandits and told himself he had given them a chance to live, but they chose to walk to their own deaths. He knew clearly that the enemies were underestimating his 2 wands. Seeing a large puddle of water at the opponent's feet, Calem decided to use Electric Bolt. Although this spell usually only shocked one target, the conductivity of the water would allow him to paralyze the entire group of enemies. In the time-stopped state, Calem planned to neutralize their shields and take them out one by one. He quickly used his action points to launch the first attack, an electric bolt into the puddle. Next came a barrage of fireballs aimed straight at the bald leader. When his action points were drained, his turn ended. Time resumed, and the powerful surge of electricity immediately struck the water, traveling straight into the 14 bandits, causing them to scream in agony. The paralysis running through his body caused the leader to lose his grip on his weapon, and his large shield fell into the water. Before he could recover, the explosion from the magic erupted, blinding the bald man and causing him to scream for his cohorts to scatter. But the intense fire from the fireballs had quickly swallowed them up. Realizing the decisive moment had arrived, Calem immediately shouted, "Yin, fire!" Yin immediately pulled the bowstring taut, aimed straight into the dense smoke ahead, and released. Dust rose, obscuring their vision. Calem knew that no matter how thick the smoke was, Yin's acoustic sense skill would help her accurately locate the enemies. He immediately ordered her to take them all out. However, at that moment, Calem's fireball spell hadn't finished its cooldown. He silently calculated that he had to take down at least one, while the leader had already been hit by a fireball earlier, so he wasn't a major concern for now. Clenching his wand, Calem impatiently watched the cooldown timer, which still had 2 seconds left. He gritted his teeth, wondering why a normal 5-second cooldown felt so slow. He planned to aim for the warrior next as soon as the skill finished cooling down. But before Calem could even make a move, Yin lowered her bow and calmly said, "I took them all out." Calem turned around, startled. He was incredibly shocked because he had clearly only heard 2 arrows being fired. Looking through the clearing smoke, the 3 cohorts of the bald man were already lying in a pool of blood. With only 2 arrows, Yin had taken the lives of all 3 enemies with perfect precision. Witnessing the terrifying marksmanship of the elf girl, Calem broke into a cold sweat and quietly remarked, "Yin, you're even more terrifying than I thought." Hearing this, Yin waved her hands in a panic, explaining that she was also very scared. She had just tried her best to fire as accurately as possible. Just then, a painful coughing sound came from the rubble. The bald leader slowly regained consciousness after the shock. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and was stunned to realize he was still alive. Calem coldly walked over, looking at him with glowing red eyes. The bald man trembled, staring at Calem with a mix of hatred and fear, and growled, Who are you? You cast magic without chanting. Why would someone like you appear in a place like this?" Looking at Calem and Yin standing tall before him, the man shrieked about the injustice of this world. Calem just coldly replied, "Injustice? You guys brought this on yourselves by pulling dirty tricks in the dungeon." Calem's words only angered the bald man further. He screamed in despair, telling of his past of being ostracized for having no magical talent and then being sold into slavery. He couldn't help but exclaim that if he only had half of Calem's power, his life wouldn't have ended up this pathetic. With his final breath, Calem just stared at him silently with glowing red eyes. Immediately after, Yin approached, trembling, and stammered out an apology for taking down the 3 bandits earlier. Calem gently reassured her that they were only safe because of her. He asked if that was the first time she had taken someone down with a bow. Yin nodded, admitting it was not only her first time targeting a human, but also her first time using magic against her own kind. Calem reminded her in a serious tone that they had to do it to survive in this brutal world. To prepare for the next leg of their journey, Calem told Yin to help him check what the bandits were carrying. While rummaging through the bodies, Calem wondered why he felt so strangely calm about the deaths of his own kind. If this were the real world, he would have surely broken down. But here, everything felt like a game not real enough to shock him. Even though the smell of blood and burnt flesh was absolutely revolting, he wondered if his mentality had hardened after that near-death experience with the goblins. Just then, Yin ran back excitedly, carrying a large backpack she had found. Looking at the bag filled with supplies like holy books, fried snacks, bread, and rope, he guessed it belonged to an adventurer who had been robbed. Calem found an F-rank adventurer's card inside, named Abison. The refined face on the card was completely different from those savage bandits. He concluded that Abison was the real owner of the backpack, and it was very likely that he had been murdered by the bandits or left as food for monsters. Looking at the card, Calem realized there were countless ways to lose one's life in this world. He silently acknowledged that the bald leader actually had decent tactical skills. It was just that he couldn't have predicted Calem's time stasis ability and his talent for using the terrain. If he didn't have his protective hourglass, Calem knew he would have perished just like the bandit. He reminded himself not to rely on luck or incomplete abilities. Calem decisively told Yin to get moving. He told himself he had to build a perfect, precise strategy with no room for error, because his life was on the line. Even though he knew this was just a game, it had become a brutal reality he had to overcome to survive. After 12 hours of continuously hunting goblins in the dark labyrinth, both Calem and Yin were exhausted. Realizing they had reached their physical limits, Calem suggested they stop to rest. Hearing that, Yin cheered with relief. By the warm campfire in the stone corridor, Yin kindly handed Calem a piece of bread to snack on. She bowed and sincerely thanked him for saving her life twice today. Calem waved it off, telling her not to worry, and insisted that she was the one who contributed most by helping them collect a large amount of magic stones. Yin hesitated and brought up the offer from the bald bandit earlier, wondering what would have happened if he had agreed to negotiate. Calem immediately dismissed it, asserting that he would never abandon a trustworthy teammate like her. Those words moved the elf girl to tears. To repay him, Yin volunteered to take the night watch so Calem could sleep first. Without standing on ceremony, Calem wrapped himself up and drifted off to sleep. As soon as he entered his rest state, the system's sound suddenly rang out, announcing that he had leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Calem was surprised to realize the level-up mechanism in this world only triggered when the character slept. In the system space, Calem's attribute distribution board appeared with 2 unassigned points. Calculating that he needed at least 13 points in intelligence to break through the defenses of stronger monsters, he decided to dump all his attribute points into intelligence. Next, Calem curiously checked Yin's status board and saw that she had also leveled up to level 3. Looking at her superior agility stat, which had reached 9 points, Calem couldn't help but admire her, admitting that Yin was truly a genius of her race. He realized Yin had unlocked the special skill, Sound Sense, which helped locate enemies through sound and neutralized the blindness status effect. Just as he predicted, her agility stat had also increased. When the rest state ended, Calem woke up and sighed quietly, realizing he truly couldn't go back to his old world. He called the elf girl over for her turn to sleep. Yin responded happily. "Sure, thanks." Calem watched as Yin happily dove into the pile of warm blankets, sighing in relief after a long, exhausting day. While she rested, Calem decided to test his new strength. Seeing him fussing around a large stone slab, a sleepy Yin asked, "What are you doing?" Calem calmly replied, checking this position. "That's good," he said, immediately drawing his wand, chanting to cast a fireball. A massive burst of fire erupted, rushing straight toward the target and creating a violent explosion. Looking at the thick stone shield that had been completely destroyed, Calem nodded with satisfaction, as the power of the fireball was much stronger than before. He told himself, this is a cruel reality, not just a game anymore. Yin's eyes went wide, and she exclaimed in shock, "Wow, it even broke the shield. I can't believe it." Calem decisively said, "Let's keep going, we'll find the exit." But before he could even finish his sentence, she had fallen fast asleep from pure exhaustion. Once the campfire went out, the two continued to venture deeper into the dark corridor. Yin asked impatiently, "Calem, how much longer until we find the exit?" Calem pondered and replied, "Hard to say. The exit gate appears randomly. It depends entirely on luck." He secretly thought that with his terrible luck, they might have to grind for a whole week before finding a way out. Just then, Calem stopped in his tracks. Ahead in the corridor, Calem suddenly spotted an exit gate with the word "exit" glowing in bright green. However, the path was being guarded by a group of heavily geared adventurers. Realizing they were professionals, Calem told himself to be extremely careful. As they approached, the dwarf warrior Dion asked if they were part of the group of slaves from the Magic Academy. Calem stepped forward calmly to confirm. He silently assessed that the other party wasn't hostile, but the situation was still quite awkward. Dion turned to ask the mage sister, Emma, about when the academy had sent the slaves in. Emma said it was at 10 o'clock yesterday morning. Calculating, it had already been more than a day and a half. Dion couldn't help but be impressed that the two of them had survived and made it all the way here. The dwarf nodded in approval, praising Yin for being smart enough to stop using magic and switch to a bow, which made her blush with embarrassment. Then, Diane looked at the two wands in Calem's hands and asked if he was feeling very confident. Calem nonchalantly admitted it. Seeing this, the dwarf laughed heartily and asked bluntly, "Do you have a fire-type wand to shoot fireballs?" Calem answered decisively, "I do." The beastman asked Diane impatiently what they should do because they couldn't just sit here waiting forever. He suggested recruiting Calem immediately because he seemed confident. However, Emma was skeptical, believing a slave mage could hardly compare to Abysson's skills and would only lead to disappointment. Dion sighed and admitted she was right, but they really had no better options. Hearing the name Abysson, Calem startled, realizing that was the owner of the backpack he was carrying. He asked if they had lost a mage teammate, and the dwarf nodded in confirmation. Dion sorrowfully recounted how they ran into a black bee monster on the first floor, which left his teammate critically injured. Emma immediately cut in, asserting that Abysson wasn't dead yet thanks to her soul preservation magic, and that if they had a resurrection scroll from outside, they could save her. However, Diane helplessly reminded the group that they couldn't leave to get one. Watching the adventurers argue in front of the sealed gate, Calem quickly analyzed the situation. He realized they had found the exit, but the path was guarded by a boss, and they desperately needed a fire element mage to deal with it. As the adventurers debated what kind of monster was inside, Emma remarked that since they had a cleric, it definitely wasn't an undead. The dwarf Dian also confidently claimed that if it were a giant orc, a fire knight, or a bronze goat, their group could handle it easily, but Emma worried it might be a flying boss. Standing beside him, Yin asked Calem anxiously what they should do now. Calem glanced at them, quickly realizing that the adventurers would definitely target an archer like them, while they were in dire need of a fire mage. There was only one answer for this situation. He flashed a confident smile and spoke decisively. The gatekeeper boss was a venomous spider. His sudden statement stunned the three adventurers. Emma was shocked and asked how he knew that. Meanwhile, the beastman Vanen was skeptical that a slave mage could know so much about venomous spiders. The dwarf Diane also curiously asked if he had really explored this dungeon before. Calem calmly replied that he knew a little bit, then began to explain the characteristics of the venomous spider in detail. It was a monster that constantly spat poison and silk, causing the escape route to be completely covered in webs. It moved extremely fast on the ceiling and possessed an attack that slowed and bound its targets. One wrong step could mean certain death, and the only way to deal with it was to use a fire element mage. Calem continued, explaining that they needed to use fire to burn the webs to force it to the ground, then finish it off with a precise strategy. After explaining, he coldly asked why they needed him so badly. Calem's sharpness immediately won over the adventurers. Emma excitedly agreed right away, and the beastman Vanen also had to admit that despite his status, he was incredibly quick-witted. After a moment of contemplation, the dwarf Dian decided to make an offer. "All right, the two of you can join us for now." But Calem's response was extremely firm. "No." Calem's flat refusal left the adventurers completely stunned. Even Yin was panicked, asking why he would pass up such a good opportunity to escape. Calem walked away calmly, thinking to himself that it was true. If they defeated the boss, the escape gate would appear to help them get out. But the adventurers had either accidentally or intentionally overlooked one extremely important detail. That portal only allowed a maximum of 4 people to pass through. The gate would become unstable, changing from blue and yellow to red, and then disappear completely after 5 minutes. The limit was only 4 people. The current party already had 3, meaning they only had exactly one spot left. Calem coldly realized the cruel truth. They needed him because he was a fire mage, which meant they were implicitly asking him to leave Yin behind. Hearing this, Yin was completely devastated. Faced with Calem's sharp intuition, the dwarf Dian looked very impressed. "I didn't expect you to figure that out. Your name is Calem, right?" He honestly apologized and said he didn't intend to hide anything. Dian admitted it would be great if they could take both people out, but what his team needed right now was just one mage. He looked straight at Calem and made a cruel offer. "I really want to give you a chance to survive and get out of here. It's a pity, but can't you just leave your elf friend behind?" That proposal hit Yin like a bolt of lightning, making her tremble. She stuttered his name in fear. Calem remained silent. Deep down, he told himself that it was an incredibly tempting offer that made him waver, but he quickly regained his composure when he realized, if he got out of here but couldn't escape his life as a slave, he would just be thrown back into this dungeon anyway. Gripping his wooden staff, he wondered if, once they got out, this group of adventurers would continue to team up with him. The answer was surely no. Then he would just be paired with a group of useless slaves again, and he certainly wouldn't be lucky enough to find someone with excellent support skills like Yin again. Calem's eyes hardened. He looked straight at the adventurers and declared firmly, "Yin is my teammate. I can never abandon her." Calem's decisive answer shocked the three members of Dian's group as well as Yin. He smiled confidently. Calem proposed, "Instead, I want to make a counteroffer. How about you hire me?" That statement took Dian aback. "Ha, hire you? You mean you don't want to go through the exit portal, but want to be paid instead?" Seeing the intrigue in the young man before him, the dwarf folded his arms, agreed, and asked how much he wanted. Calem calmly raised one finger and firmly demanded 10,000 gold coins. This sky-high price made the dwarf Dian immediately bulge with anger. Meanwhile, Yin's jaw dropped in shock, and she frantically shouted, "Do you have any idea how much 10,000 gold coins is?" Calem knew his own value well at this moment. The magic stones and the backpack he had collected on the first floor would only fetch about 2,000 gold coins if sold. Meanwhile, the ransom for him and Yin was 3,000 gold coins each. With 10,000 gold coins, he could not only erase his slave status, but also have a surplus for the journey ahead. Opposite them, the adventurers began to argue among themselves. The beastman Vanen thought that they should just pay to finish the challenge quickly, but the cleric Emma was stingy about the money since the cost of hiring her was already very expensive. When Vanen joked that he would deduct that amount from Emma's share, she immediately flew into a rage, and the dwarf Dian stared with refusal. Observing their expressions, Calem silently assessed that this group was extremely exhausted and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Moreover, the core reason they were in such a rush was Abyssin. They had to bring back the resurrection scroll before the soul preservation spell wore off and his body decomposed. This meant they had absolutely no other choice but to accept his terms. Seeing Dian still hesitant, Vanen urged him on, as there was no other fire mage to be found other than Calem. To build trust and create a binding agreement, Calem proactively proposed taking a solemn oath before Priestess Emma in the name of Saint Nathaniel. Emma smiled and agreed, affirming that a covenant with the saint could never be broken. Seeing the situation was immovable, the dwarf Dian gritted his teeth and bargained down to 9,000 gold coins, but Calem remained firm, only dropping slightly to 9,500. Dian continued to plead for 9,300, but was only met with Calem's unyielding insistence on the 9,500 gold coins. The dwarf was furious, screaming in frustration at the thought of having to pay such a massive amount, saved over a lifetime, to a slave mage. But in the end, he had to hang his head in defeat and compromise. Resentfully, Dian led the group toward the large emergency exit gate. There, Priestess Emma began the ritual to establish the covenant. In the name of Saint Nathaniel, she set the terms. Vanen's group committed to hiring Calem and Yin's group for 95,500 gold coins. The covenant would be complete once Vanen's group passed safely through the exit gate, and would immediately become void if either party was eliminated. As soon as the honorary covenant was established, the group immediately set off into the deeper, darker areas of the dungeon. The space around them grew cold, and the ceiling was covered in thick, white spiderwebs. Calem vigilantly scanned the surroundings and muttered to himself, "It's so dark, I can't see anything. The boss must be hiding in those webs on the ceiling." Taking a few more steps, he noticed a corner of the room and quickly assessed the terrain. There were some neutral objects in the corner, wooden barrels filled with explosives that could be utilized. Calem immediately spoke up to warn everyone, "Be careful of those spiderwebs on the floor. If you step on them, you won't be able to get free. More importantly, we have to find the boss's location." Hearing this, the dwarf Dian grew impatient. growling as he interrupted. Hey, you just need to burn the webs on the ceiling. Don't try to act like a hero. But before he could finish his sentence, a blood-curdling sound suddenly echoed from above. From the dark ceiling, a series of sharp spider silk threads rained down, aimed directly at the dwarf. Dian only had time to let out a yell before hurriedly swinging his large axe to deflect the surprise attack. Knocking aside the incoming threads, Dian urgently shouted at Calem, "Hurry up and shoot fire magic at the ceiling. The mage needs to force that thing to the ground." By now, the giant venomous spider had finally revealed itself among the thick webs on the ceiling, continuously spitting silk in rapid-fire attacks. Facing the monster, Calem's eyes narrowed, sharp and focused. He calculated silently. It's attacking relentlessly. If it's exposed like this fight will be easy. Opportunities like this won't come often. I have to deal massive damage in one go. Instantly, the familiar system chime rang out, triggering his special skill. Activate Hourglass. Your turn. Time is now frozen for all things. In that moment, Calem waved his wand repeatedly, decisively triggering a rapid-fire attack sequence without wasting time on incantations. Fireballs, his 4 action bars were quickly drained until the system displayed a notification. Action points depleted. Turn ended. Time resumed, and 4 massive fireballs blazed intensely, soaring toward the ceiling. The immense heat incinerated all the webs holding the monster, causing it to shriek in agony as it fell freely to the ground. Witnessing this rapid-fire display of destructive power, all 3 professional adventurers froze in utter shock. Vanen the Beastman gaped, stuttering in disbelief. 4 shots at once? How is that possible? Priestess Emma also exclaimed in a daze. What was that? And the dwarf Dian widened his eyes, confused, wondering to himself, am I the only one who didn't hear a chant? Just as the giant venomous spider was, hit by the 4 consecutive fireballs and plummeted, Calem immediately shouted to rally his teammates. Focus, everyone. This is our chance. He quickly called out to Yin. Receiving the signal, Yin immediately drew her bow and fired a precise arrow that pinned the burning monster. But right after the first shot, Calem quickly stopped her. Wait a second. Yin paused, bewildered. Okay. Calem explained that continuing to use her weak goblin bow to deal damage now would be pointless. The giant spider crashed to the ground, its entire body still engulfed in flames. Sensing the timing was right, Calem turned to Priestess Emma. Priestess, I need a magic shield. Emma quickly turned and replied, Ah, got it. Calem immediately turned to order Vanen the Beastman. As soon as the shield is up, charge in and strike. Being directed by a rookie made Vanen feel deeply insulted. Gritting his teeth with veins popping, he retorted, Listen, rookie, I know what to do. Don't try to lecture me. With that, the Beastman leaped with immense force. Seeing the monster right in front of him, Vanen thought, Surprise ambush. He swung his sharp dual blades, quickly severing several of the giant spider's legs. It's about to explode. Priestess, get ready, Dian shouted to warn his teammates. Immediately, Priestess Emma activated her constellation shield magic, creating a barrier of light that enveloped the whole group. Standing nearby, Calem quickly analyzed the situation. He realized that even though this group of adventurers knew the spider's poison sac would explode, they had chosen a passive, defensive approach. Calem thought to himself, instead of blocking the poison sac's explosion, freezing it before the toxins inside can detonate is the best way. No sooner said than done, Calem decisively raised his wand and shouted, Ice Spear! A massive stream of freezing cold pierced through, freezing the venomous spider solid before it could trigger its poison sac. Immediately after, Calem commanded, I've frozen the poison sac. Priestess, back off now. And the dwarf, attack right now. Emma turned back, confused. Huh? Seeing them still hesitate, Calem grew impatient and snapped. Hurry up! Dwarf, just dump all your damage into it. Dian was still standing there. Constellation shield? The delay of his teammates made Calem furious. He shouted, Seriously, I'm going crazy. Please, just do as I say. He lamented internally that things in this real world were so troublesome. Unlike playing a game where a simple mouse click was all it took. Seeing the mage lose his temper, Dian laughed. Man, you've got quite the temper, buddy. Then, he decisively swung his axe and lunged straight for the target. Dian put all his strength into the overhead chop, shouting, Great Sunder. The massive axe blow split the frozen spider in two. As the monster became completely motionless, the dwarf let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it's over. However, just as everyone started to relax, Calem looked at the spider's corpse with a tense expression. He broke into a cold sweat, worriedly wondering, Don't tell me these guys don't know that although the probability is low, a second phase is entirely possible. He thought to himself that in games, saying "we beat it" is always an incredibly bad omen. Seeing Calem still on guard, Yin curiously approached and asked why he hadn't put his wand away. Calem didn't answer directly, but quietly told her to look up at the ceiling. Yin looked up in confusion and immediately screamed in horror. Her scream startled the rest of the adventurer party. Diane looked up, asking what was going on, but the darkness was too thick for him to see anything. Emma the priestess also squinted helplessly, as the space was too dark. However, with the keen instincts of the Beastkin tribe, Vannon immediately sensed something was wrong. He broke into a cold sweat and shouted in a trembling voice when he saw hundreds and thousands of giant spider eggs twitching and wiggling, emitting a creepy blue light, covering the ceiling. Diane panicked and turned to Emma to ask, but she turned pale and stammered that no one had ever mentioned this boss having a second phase. Dion himself had never encountered such a situation before. Realizing the imminent danger, Calem immediately shouted for Yin to quickly roll the barrel filled with explosives over. Hearing the order, Yin used all her strength to push the wooden barrel as it rolled forward. Seeing the lit fuse, Dion quickly used his foot to stop it and asked if Calem wanted him to throw it up there. Receiving a nod from Calem, the dwarf worriedly explained that the ceiling was too dark and he couldn't hit the target in the pitch black. To solve the visibility issue, Calem turned and ordered Emma to cast a light spell on Yin's arrow. Emma quickly opened her spellbook, chanting magic to wrap a brilliant golden light around the tip of the arrow. Calem yelled for Yin to shoot it at the ceiling immediately to light up the target. She pulled back the bowstring and released it. The light arrow embedded into the ceiling, brightly illuminating the dark space. Just as predicted, a hideous giant spider egg nest was revealed. Immediately, the dwarf Diane used all his might to throw the explosive barrel high into the air, toward the egg nest. Watching the barrel approach the target, Calem focused intently, his eyes glowing red as he whispered to himself. The system immediately activated his special skill. Activating the hourglass, his turn time stood still for all things. In that moment, Calem raised his wand and shouted, "Fireball!" Flames erupted, scorching the space. Just as the turn ended, the giant fireball zoomed forward, colliding head-on and detonating the explosive barrel right in the middle of the spider egg nest, completely incinerating the poisonous spider eggs in a sea of fire. Witnessing this power, the adventurers were completely convinced. Vannon muttered in amazement. He didn't chant again. And the speed is insane. Is it really that easy? He looked at Calem with a wary gaze, thinking, he might be a slave, but his talent is terrifying. Who exactly is he? Just then, a magical green light appeared, opening the escape portal the whole group had been waiting for. The portal! Calem breathed a sigh of relief. We did it. It's finally over. He thought to himself that while being with a strong group makes things easier, the inability to fully control everything, like in a game, still made him feel incredibly frustrated. Hey, rookie, who exactly are you? When you threw that poison spell earlier, I really thought you were going to kill us all. You're really good. Calem smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I didn't think about that. If I had thought of it, we would have already claimed the portal." The dwarf Dion couldn't help but marvel at Calem's ability. He admitted that his skill level far exceeded his expectations for a slave, and curiously asked who he was before coming here. In his mind, an image of himself exhausted, sitting in front of a computer grinding games all night in his old world, appeared. Telling himself he was just an excessive game addict, Calem scratched his head and lied that he was just a regular slave at the Magic Academy. Seeing him hesitate, Diane didn't press further, assuming he had his own reasons. The dwarf excitedly told himself the group was lucky to have defeated the boss without losing a single drop of blood. Even though he hadn't placed high expectations on him initially, Dion frankly admitted he signed the contract only because he thought Calem's group would soon die in the dungeon. That honest confession made Yin, standing behind him, startled and afraid. Meanwhile, Calem just smiled confidently. He understood that was why the fee to hire him was so high, and he considered the reward already well earned. However, Dion immediately reminded them that it wasn't over yet. Looking at the swirling blue escape portal ahead, Yin asked in confusion why, since the exit was right in front of them. Calem explained that payment is only made when they safely return to the village. Priestess Emma continued, explaining the covenant clause requiring Calem's group to pass through the exit portal successfully. Otherwise, the covenant would not be fulfilled. Yin wondered if escaping was really that simple. Emma solemnly explained that a contract sworn before the Saint of Justice must be strictly followed, word for word, meaning both Calem and Yin had to step through that portal. Hearing Yin trembling as she asked what would happen if they couldn't make it out, Emma coldly stated that both would be considered dead and the covenant would immediately be nullified. This cruel revelation left Yin completely stunned with fear. On the contrary, Calem remained extremely calm. He understood that no one was foolish enough to bring 10,000 gold coins into a dungeon, and this system was designed to disadvantage those who couldn't return. Seeing Calem calmly tuck his wand into his waist, Yin asked in surprise, "Did you know about this beforehand?" Calem nodded, confirming, "Because high-value dungeon contracts must be settled at the village." The wolf beastkin Vanen laughed upon hearing this, saying no wonder the stingy dwarf Diane so easily agreed to the 9,500 gold coin price. The jab made Diane's veins pop in anger, as he loudly defended himself, claiming he was just managing finances responsibly. Vanen ignored the dwarf and turned to encourage Calem to try to survive, because it would be a waste for such talent to die here. He didn't forget to joke about remembering to pick the dwarf's pocket later. When Emma suggested the group head out, Calem suddenly called them back. He pointed to the backpack on his shoulder and declared it belonged to a member of their group, none other than Abyssin. This shocking information left the three adventurers completely stunned. The dwarf Dian trembled as he turned around and shouted in surprise, "What? What did you just say?" Calem calmly explained they hadn't found Abyssin's body. This backpack was just something they picked up from another slave after a battle. This revelation left Priestess Emma and the beastkin Vanen completely shocked. "I can't believe such a coincidence could happen." Dion narrowed his eyes at Calem, fishing for what he wanted in exchange for returning the backpack. Contrary to his expectations, Calem replied calmly, "I just want to return the backpack, excluding the personal belongings of the deceased, of course." The slave mage's sudden generosity caught the dwarf completely off guard, especially since he didn't demand any ransom. "Fine. If you give us Abyssin's things, we'll give you all our food supplies. They're just dead weight now anyway." Calem took the bag of supplies and wondered if the group didn't want to head back just yet. Diane explained that it would take them quite a while to go out and buy a revival scroll for Abyssin. However, Emma immediately pulled a scroll out of her pocket and smiled, saying she had one on her. Emma explained that Abyssin had died once before, so they had used one then. This revelation made Calem break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that it would be best for that guy Abyssin to retire from dungeon diving altogether. Witnessing Calem's sharp instincts and superior ability, the dwarf Dian didn't hold back his praise, admitting that he was 100 times better than Abyssin. Vanen eagerly agreed, saying their group should have recruited Calem from the very start. As the group prepared to step through the portal to leave, Yin, standing behind, suddenly hesitated and raised her hand. She looked at the adventuring party and suddenly asked a question that left everyone stunned. "Could you guys take Calem back with you too?" Her question caught even Calem off guard, and he turned around to ask, "Wait, what?" Yin hurriedly explained that according to the rules, as long as one member of the original party returned to Pledge Village, it counted as a success, since technically, neither side had been completely wiped out. Yin continued to persuade the party that by doing this, Calem could receive 9,500 gold coins, officially become a free man, and join their group. With the remaining money, he could even upgrade his own gear. Hearing this, Emma immediately pointed at Yin and shouted back, "Yin, what about you? Even a powerful mage like Calem would struggle to survive alone in this dungeon. You won't last a single day." Yin bowed her head in silence, her hands trembling as she tightened her grip on her wooden bow. She choked back tears and admitted that she knew full well she wouldn't be able to find another exit portal. "Calem, please don't stay just for me." The horrific memories of the brutal goblins and the aggressive bald bandit flashed clearly in Yin's mind once again. She knew for a fact that without Calem, she would have perished long ago. It was his protection that had kept her alive until now. Yin burst into tears, the droplets rolling down her cheeks. She choked out a final goodbye. "Thank you for coming. Calem, I will never forget you. Live well. For my sake, too." Watching the elf girl sobbing, the dwarf Vanen softly addressed her. He sighed with regret, then turned to both of them to explain that, normally, poaching a member from another party inside a dungeon was considered extremely rude. Vanen bowed his head to apologize sincerely, because back in the exit room, he had only seen the two of them as criminal slaves to be used for taking down the boss, never thinking about what would happen afterward. But things were different now. He wanted to treat both of them as true comrades. Vanen officially made the offer. If Calem agreed to join their group, they would give him 25% of the profits and pay out 9,500 gold coins immediately. This incredibly generous offer gave Calem pause. Just then, Yin suddenly stepped forward and tightly grasped Calem's hand. She choked back sobs, urging him to agree to join their group and leave. She insisted that she would be able to handle herself, and didn't want him to lose his life for her sake. Just as Yin earnestly begged him to part ways on good terms, a familiar system ping suddenly echoed. An hourglass expansion opportunity notification appeared before Calem's eyes. If he decided to stay by Yin's side right now, her trust level for him would reach a maximum of 100%. If he could keep Yin's trust above 80%, he could issue commands to her directly during his turn, and she would voluntarily carry out those orders as soon as the turn ended. Calem realized the mechanics here matched the game he used to play. A place where special skills would be upgraded in various directions depending on the leveling path. And this time, it was the ability to issue commands to party members. He quickly analyzed how the new skill operated. If he issued a command during his turn, Yin would act immediately after the turn concluded. Of course, he couldn't give absurd orders that exceeded her physical limits. They had to be simple actions. For example, ordering Yin to drop her shield and shoot the spider. Then, she would immediately discard the wooden shield to draw her bow and take down the target. Calem mentally calculated that issuing a simple order like that during his turn would probably only cost him about 1 action point. Calem quickly analyzed the benefits of this new skill. Diane's adventuring party consisted of stubborn people who were hard to control, but Yin was different. She would immediately act on his orders as soon as his turn ended. Just 1 action point spent, but it could change the outcome of the entire battle. This made Calem extremely pleased. This is good stuff. Cutting through his train of thought, the impatient dwarf asked, "So, Calem, what do you think?" Pressured by the situation, Calem told himself he needed to think it over a bit more. At that moment, the system bell rang, activating his turn under the suspension of the hourglass. Facing the 2 choices, Calem tensely wondered which decision would bring the greatest benefit. Because he couldn't foresee what kind of butterfly effect would arise from this decision, he had to be very careful. Calem began to carefully weigh both options. If he chose to stay by Yin's side, he would upgrade the hourglass and keep a talented archer by his side. Conversely, if he left the dungeon right now with Dian's group, he wouldn't just escape his life as a slave, but he would also instantly have a large sum of money and a team of seasoned adventurers to travel with. When the time suspension ended, Calem opened his eyes with a determined look and made his final choice. Calem suddenly reached out to grab her wrist and decisively declared to the adventuring party, "I appreciate your invitation, but my answer remains unchanged. I will be leaving with Yin. As originally planned, you 3 should go through the gate." This decision left Yin completely stunned, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. The dwarf Dian couldn't believe his ears either, and his eyes widened as he asked, "Are you serious?" Calem stated coldly, "Yes, I'm serious." He told himself, even if this were just a game, he would still make this choice. Calem analyzed that investing in Yin was a smart move for the future, and, truth be told, he wasn't cold-hearted enough to just abandon her. Hearing his decision, Yin frantically shouted, "Calem, are you crazy? Why aren't you leaving?" Exhausted from the battle, Calem told her to be quiet because he was feeling very stressed. He thought to himself that coldly abandoning others would only make his own burden heavier, and it was better to face everything together. Just then, the wolf beastman Vanen stepped forward, deeply moved. He was weeping, tears and snot streaming down his face as he admired Calem's sense of duty, shouting in praise, "Hey rookie, you're not half bad. I'm actually the new guy here myself." Witnessing Calem's honorable choice, the nun Emma was also impressed, thinking that the Magic Academy had truly recruited an exceptional talent, making her even more eager to recruit him to her side. However, she quickly brought them both back to reality, reminding them that they still had to deal with the boss at the back gate if they wanted to find their own way out. Realizing the value of the monster's carcass, Calem offered to buy it and deduct 1,300 gold coins directly from their debt of 9,500 gold coins. Dian immediately showed his business instincts by haggling up to exactly 1,500 gold coins before agreeing. After Calem nodded to seal the deal, the dwarf Dian turned to ask for Yin's name. While the elf girl was still hesitating and flustered, the dwarf playfully teased her by calling her pretty lady. Caught off guard by the teasing, Yin blushed and loudly corrected him, saying her name was Yin. But Dian just winked mischievously, insisting that the sincerity she showed earlier was way cooler than Calem's attempt to fire off 4 consecutive fireballs. Dian generously pulled out a few recovery potions and gave them to Yin as an encouraging gift, not forgetting to tell the pretty lady to make good use of them. The beastman Vanen, standing nearby, also excitedly promised to buy Calem a drink when they met in the village, which led Calem to happily demand 2 drinks instead. Seeing the adventuring party preparing to leave, Yin still grumbled and shouted after them, demanding that Dion call her by her proper name instead of that teasing nickname. At this moment, the nun Emma gently instructed the two of them to look for her at the Nathaniel Temple, once they reached the village, to receive the remaining 8,000 gold coins. Before stepping through the teleportation gate, Emma raised her hand to cast a blessing, praying that Saint Nathaniel would protect and bring peace to them both on the journey ahead. A warm glow enveloped her body, making Yin feel deeply grateful. As for Calem, he quickly identified the familiar effect from the game, knowing full well that this blessing would increase all attributes by 1 point for 12 hours, while also granting them complete immunity to curses and negative status effects. When the blue teleportation gate was ready, the adventuring party waved goodbye. The dwarf Dian didn't forget to turn around and shout, reminding them both to remember his name was Dian, before he and his teammates stepped through the gate back to the village, leaving Calem and Yin to continue their survival journey in the dark dungeon. Vanen held up an E-rank magic stone and said his goodbyes. Using a magic stone at the teleportation gate would count as one person having cleared it, helping to activate the next gate in the dungeon faster. Activating the teleportation gate to a crimson hue, the dwarf Vanen turned back to message Calem, if you survive and make it back to the village, find me at the Adventurers Guild. My name is Vanen, and I'm sure you'll make it back. I'll be waiting. As soon as the adventuring party vanished with the gate, the dungeon space returned to its dark, silent state. Yin collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. She choked out, "Why did you do that? Now that it's just the two of us, how can we possibly get past the escape gate?" She trembled in despair, thinking that their chance of survival was too slim. But Calem stood behind her and just gave a calm, confident smile. He told himself he knew this game inside out. Every scenario and every path was already in the palm of his hand. Calem stepped forward and placed a hand on Yin's shoulder to reassure her. "Yin, don't cry. We can totally do this." Looking at her with steady, crimson eyes, he told her to start by pulling out that spider fang. Yin nodded blankly in agreement. Immediately, the system rang out with a notification that Yin's trust level toward Calem had reached the absolute maximum of 100%, while also unlocking a feature that allowed him to issue direct orders to her during his turn. Yin pulled out her dagger and approached the giant venomous spider's carcass. She started cutting into the monster's body and said resolutely, "Calem, it's not that I don't want to do anything. Really, I'm ready to do whatever you say, whatever it is. You could even use me as a shield. I don't mind. But wouldn't it be faster if we gathered the materials together?" Calem walked over calmly and replied, "Yin, trust me. Everything has a reason. You just need to focus on pulling out that fang." Hearing this, Yin firmly obeyed, understood. Standing with his arms crossed, watching, Calem thought to himself that he really wanted to help, but the success rate for gathering items was directly proportional to the dexterity stat, and when it came to that, no one could beat a true elf like Yin. Looking at the stat sheet, Calem realized Yin's dexterity was 2, while his was a perfectly round 0. He thought to himself that she was 2 points higher than him, while he had nothing. This truth even left Yin surprised, asking herself, "Oh, am I really that skillful?" Crossing his arms in thought, Calem knew he needed to study the skill expansion system more thoroughly to plan for the upcoming battles. At this moment, the system notification confirmed Yin's trust had reached the absolute maximum of 100%. Now, Calem could directly issue orders to her during his turn, and she would voluntarily carry them out after the turn ended. However, the system also warned that actions that were too difficult or went against Yin's nature would be very hard to execute. Calem pondered, actions that are difficult or against her nature, huh? He immediately imagined various test scenarios. If he ordered Yin to deal with the dwarf, she wouldn't hesitate to give him a few kicks, saying, "Hurry up, you short-legged dwarf." Or for a more impossible command, like firing 10 arrows while spinning 3 times, she would still try to spin around, creating a whirlwind of arrows. Calem quickly realized he could predict which types of orders wouldn't be effective. Even so, he still needed practical testing to know exactly where Yin's limits and capabilities truly lay. Interrupting his train of thought, Yin had by now finished gathering the materials from the venomous spider. She cheered excitedly, I've pulled them all out, Calem." Seeing this, Calem picked up his backpack and replied softly, "Great, let's go." Moving through the dark corridors, Yin crafted weapons as she walked, happily saying, "I'll make venom-tipped arrows while we move. I had no idea I had such a talent for this." Looking at the elf girl who, just a minute ago, was crying bitterly, now laughing and cheering, Calem could only offer a helpless smile. She was literally just crying a minute ago. Even though they both knew they could face death at any moment in this brutal dungeon, Calem felt a sense of relief as he watched her hold the loot high with a radiant smile. He told himself, "We could die any time, but I'm just glad to see her smile." Calem began instructing her on how to craft a new weapon from the loot they had just collected, combining the venomous fangs with the goblin arrows. "You can make the yin venom arrows. Can you handle this part for me?" Taking the venomous fangs from Calem, Yin hesitated, looking worried. "Sure, but Calem, even if you make these new arrows for me, I'm not sure they'll really be useful in a fight," Calem explained so she could understand better. "The reason you aren't dealing much damage is because of your gear. An archer's equipment is crucial. Until we can find a better bow, we should at least use high-quality arrows." He analyzed that crafting a good bow right now was too difficult, but crafting better arrows was entirely possible. If you combine the materials to create these special arrows, even with a terrible bow, you can still maximize your power. "Anyway, I'm counting on you." Hearing this, Yin focused and began assembling them. Calem stood by, calculating in his mind. In the game, the success rate of combining items was directly proportional to the dexterity stat. Since Yin's dexterity was currently quite low, he didn't expect much from this attempt. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yin held up 2 completed venom arrows before him and asked naively, "Like this?" Her speed left Calem completely stunned, and he could only blurt out in shock, "Wait, what? How did you do that?" Yin replied casually, "I just poked it in, and it stuck." Her nonchalant answer made Calem break into a cold sweat. He knew full well that while it sounded easy, if you messed up the force by even a fraction, the venom sac would explode instantly, and the crafter would lose their life. Looking at the stats of the finished venom arrows, Calem couldn't help but be amazed. The physical damage was 7 to 9, but the poison damage reached 60 to 68, along with the ability to release toxic gas and inflict the poison status on the target. This terrifying power made Calem inwardly lament that it was a waste to use them with her current garbage bow. He warned her in a serious tone, "Don't use them until I tell you to, just keep them safe." "Now, let's go," Yin replied cheerfully. "Okay." Then, the two continued deeper into the dungeon. As they walked through the gloomy corridor, Calem suddenly got the idea to test the new expansion skill of his hourglass. He immediately activated the special skill. Time froze, and the system displayed his turn, beginning a 60-second countdown. In the frozen state, Calem turned to give an order to Yin, who was standing motionless behind him. "Yin, take the water bottle out of the bag and give it to me." Looking at the status board, Calem was incredibly surprised to see that his action points were not consumed at all. He smiled triumphantly, because everything was going exactly as he had predicted. Because this wasn't an action he directly performed himself, the system didn't deduct his action points. The turn ended quickly. Yin agilely took the water bottle and handed it to Calem, whispering, "Here you go, Calem." Calem asked in surprise, "Why did you suddenly stop to get water?" The elf girl blushed and shyly explained, "It's a bit hot, so I thought you might be thirsty." Calem smiled to himself, realizing she had automatically carried out the command based on her own interpretation. He wondered how effectively this command feature would work in actual combat. Just then, strange noises echoed from the dark hallway, cutting off his train of thought. Calem's eyes narrowed sharply. What perfect timing, a great opportunity was presenting itself. The system immediately activated the hourglass, freezing time for 60 seconds. Calem quickly selected the fireball spell, aimed directly at 2 goblins clinging to the cliff ahead, and told himself, "First, I'll take care of one." At the same time, he utilized the command feature to project his thoughts to Yin. "Yin, shoot the leg of the goblin in the back." As soon as time resumed, Yin immediately drew her bow and fired a shot that cut through the wind. Her arrow struck the leg of the second goblin in the back, causing it to collapse in pain. The remaining monster trembled in fear as it saw Calem closing the distance, pointing his wand directly at its head, preparing for the next fireball shot. After finishing off the monsters, Calem lay down to rest, turning to ask curiously, "Yin, why did you shoot its leg instead of its head?" Yin explained, embarrassed. Because shooting the leg is easier to hit." Calem nodded, understanding the rules of his new skill. When he gave an order during his turn, she would automatically execute that command based on her own will and personal judgment. Calem inwardly assessed that this feature was extremely useful in difficult situations, especially for tasks that only a girl could pull off. The system also displayed a note that commands that were too difficult, or went against Yin's personality, could not be carried out. To test the limits of this skill, Calem decided to perform a few small experiments. He activated the hourglass and gave a bizarre command. "Yin, go hit your head." When time returned to normal, Yin just stood there, staring at him blankly with a giant question mark over her head. Just as he predicted, this unreasonable command had no effect at all. Not giving up, Calem continued to activate a second turn to test an easier command. Yin. Dance any dance you like. He wanted to see how she would react. The moment time returned to normal, Yin suddenly began dancing a very cheerful and excited dance right in the middle of the dark corridor. Witnessing this strange behavior, Calem could only stand there, staring at her with an awkward, wary look. Noticing Calem's gaze, Yin immediately startled and stopped, blushing in embarrassment as she lowered her head. I'm sorry, I must have gone crazy. Calem understood the mechanism of the previous command. He turned his back and continued walking, saying, let's keep going now. As the two walked between the cold stone walls, Calem told himself he needed to find a way to change this tense atmosphere. He decided to activate the hourglass to freeze time. During his turn, Calem transmitted the command. Yin, before we enter the maze, tell me everything you know about me. The turn ended, and time resumed. Calem casually opened the bottle to take a drink, then suddenly turned his head and said, now that I think about it, I remember hearing people talking when we were on the slave ship, that the reason you became a slave was because of murder. Right? Hearing the word murder, Calem jolted and choked, spraying water everywhere. Yin asked worriedly, are you okay? He coughed a few times and hurriedly wiped his mouth, replying, I'm fine. And then what? Yin continued to confide. At first, I thought you were a very scary person. I believe you had your own reasons, Calem. Looking at the trusting expression on the elf girl's face, Calem could only smile wryly and reply, yeah, that's true. It was a disaster from the very beginning. You say I killed a comrade from the Fox tribe? Yin asked, looking blank. Calem explained that, according to the game's plot, the Fox tribe are highly intelligent beings with powerful magic who often use their seductive appearances to charm others. Upon hearing this, Yin suddenly grew jealous. She clenched her fists and widened her eyes, shouting excitedly, she must have done something to deserve death. The Calem I know would never do something like that without a good reason. Her blind, fanatic defense made Calem sweat. He thought to himself, that's a real fanatic reaction, sorry about that. Yin and Calem continued deeper into the dark dungeon. Calem sighed softly and started to tell his story. He said that back at the Labyrinth City in the Far East, he used to be a dungeon explorer. While they walked, Yin shared with Calem the Magic Academy's rule. They always assigned an experienced person to every 4-person slave team. She felt incredibly lucky to have Calem with her. Hearing this, Calem secretly realized that his original body, before his soul took over, must have been the one carrying the team. As they walked, Yin suddenly cried out in surprise when she spotted another exit room ahead. Calem couldn't help but be suspicious. Finding a second exit this easily only made him more anxious. Approaching the gate, Yin called out to Calem in a panic when she saw a figure lying motionless against the stone wall. That delicate but pale face was none other than Abyssine. Calem watched in amazement at the soft light enveloping Abyssine's body, realizing it was the extremely expensive soul preservation magic used by nobles, making the deceased look as if they were only sleeping. He told himself this was the first time he had seen this luxury service, something slaves couldn't even dream of. Calem secretly calculated that if he could bring Abyssine's body back to his family, he would surely receive a generous reward. However, his gaze quickly sharpened when he noticed that one of Abyssine's legs had completely disappeared. He asked Yin if she smelled the scent of rotting meat nearby. Yin's sharp ears twitched, and she frowned, confirming there was an extremely foul odor around. When Calem asked about a flapping sound, Yin shook her head blankly, saying she heard nothing. Calem immediately realized something was wrong. If Abyssine had really been killed by the Black Wasp like Diane's group claimed, that brutal predatory monster would never have left while such delicious prey remained. He decided to head toward the source of the stench to investigate. Even though Yin nervously warned him that it was a dead end with no way out, Calem insisted on leading the way. Looking down at the empty room below, he pointed, "It's right there." Before their eyes was a giant black wasp larval cocoon, pulsating and emitting an eerie blue light. Calem was shocked to realize the true culprit was just a larva. He wondered why the adult wasp had disappeared, leaving only the young one behind. If it had been destroyed by another group of adventurers, there would have to be signs of a fierce battle nearby. But the room was completely quiet and undisturbed. The strange appearance of this larva made Calem suspicious of the real dangers lurking behind it. Unless it had encountered something even stronger, there was no way the strongest boss of the first floor of the labyrinth would just walk away like that. Calem suddenly started, his red eyes narrowing as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Wait, could it be? He hurriedly turned to ask Yin. If any adventurers had been reported missing on the first floor recently, Yin hesitated, recalling she wasn't an adventurer, so she didn't know for sure, but she had heard whispers about a thief nicknamed the Backstabber who had disappeared. Hearing the name the Backstabber, Calem was filled with suspicion. Yin added that he supposedly took down the Black Wasp alone after his entire team was wiped out. Seeing Calem suddenly deep in thought, Yin curiously asked why he was suddenly asking about that. By now, cold sweat was streaming down Calem's forehead. He cursed inwardly because, for a mage like him, an assassin or thief is the worst and most hard-countering opponent. Yin approached, worriedly asking about the situation. Calem asked her in a serious voice if she had ever heard of the concept of a possessed adventurer. Seeing the elf girl blankly shake her head, Calem explained that it was an extremely rare phenomenon in the dungeon. Based on his knowledge from hundreds of game sessions, he knew this entity appeared exactly once as the final boss of the first floor. It's a state where an adventurer's soul is completely taken over by the dungeon master, turning them into a thrall. These individuals are afflicted with an effect called the madness. The terrifying thing is that they can still use all their skills and magic from when they were alive, but with vastly superior power, making them a nightmare to deal with. Calem sighed to himself. No wonder we found the exit so easily. It turned out the real boss had been replaced by something even worse. This annoyance made him sigh out loud. Hearing that, Yin was so scared she burst into tears. She trembled and asked if they were truly done for. Seeing tears rolling down the elf girl's cheeks, Calem startled and blamed himself for upsetting his teammate. He quickly regained his composure, reassuring her that although the situation was a bit tricky, they would definitely make it through. Seeing her looking timidly for confirmation, Calem gave a confident smile, raised his wand firmly, and declared, "Of course, I'm here, aren't I?" At a bustling tavern in the village, the dwarf Vanen was excitedly recounting the recent battle to the tavern owner, but the owner just laughed out loud, thinking he was bragging. How could a mage exist who can cast spells at super speed without even needing incantations? Possessing just one of those talents alone is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Seeing the other man didn't believe him, Vanen clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. The owner just laughed it off and poured a beer with a frothy head, placing it firmly in front of Vanen to celebrate his safe return. Vanen looked blankly, saying he hadn't ordered that. The tavern owner teased him, asking if Vanen had just used non-incantation magic to order the beer, and urged him to drink up to toast his safe return. Vanen sighed and downed the glass in one go. The owner then asked about Diane. Vanen evaluated that he was still inexperienced in actual combat, but made up for it with stable skills. The tavern owner proudly asserted that the people he introduced were all promising talents. If he gains more experience, who knows? Maybe Diane will become the second backstabber someday. Vanen laughed loudly, thinking the owner was joking too much. That ambush attacker is a legend on the first floor, capable of pulling off 2 rolls in a second-floor party. Dion currently can't even compare. The tavern keeper sighs with regret that such a legend was taken down by the dungeon master. He silently thinks, a real tragedy would happen if any adventurer had to face the ambush attacker when he turns into a boss. Just then, the tavern door is kicked open, followed by a loud call for Vanen. Stepping in is an elegant, noble lady, accompanied by an imposing silver-haired young master. The lady is panicked, sobbing as she asks about the fate of her son, Abyssine. Vanen stands up, hesitantly confirming that Abyssine indeed met with misfortune when he went ahead on his own and was snatched away by a black bee. The bad news leaves the lady stunned. She chokes back tears and collapses, believing the adventure party failed to protect her son. Seeing his mother in such pain, young Master Clarence quickly supports her and speaks up to reassure her that Abyssine's soul might still be preserved. Clarence urges his mother to stay calm and listen to what Vanen has to say. He asserts that Abyssine's death isn't anyone's fault, but the Beaton family will certainly not let things end so stupidly. Clarence's eyes emit a powerful blue glow as he asks about the plan to rescue Abyssine. Vanen explains that the soul preservation spell can last for 1 week, so resurrection is not a problem, and they plan to set out in 2 or 3 days when the resurrection scroll is completed. Clarence then questions how they plan to locate Abyssine in such a tight time frame. Vanen pulls out Abyssine's ID card and says he will use it to cast a tracking spell for lost items to follow the trail. When Clarence asks in surprise how they found the card, Vanen reveals that a genius mage found it for them. Hearing this, the tavern keeper interjects sarcastically, mentioning that it's a slave mage capable of silent casting and super speed. The tavern keeper's suspicion makes Vanen angry, and he shouts, insisting he is telling the truth. Clarence coldly cuts off the argument, secretly stunned that such a high-level talent is just a slave. The lady hopes that Very Mage will be the one to bring her son's body back. Vanen agrees that it's entirely possible, even though his party only has 2 people. However, Clarence shows his impatience upon hearing about a two-person slave party and turns to walk away. The mother hurriedly calls after him, insisting she will reward anyone handsomely who brings Abyssin's body back. Right then, a fierce lizard man suddenly interjects, arrogantly proposing that his party on the third floor will take the mission if the price is right, not forgetting to taunt Vanen. That insolent attitude immediately angers Clarence. He turns back with eyes full of killing intent, coldly ordering the lizard man to be silent. Clarence speaks sternly, reminding his mother that using money to solve this will only attract useless trash. Faced with his mother's worry and helplessness, Clarence decisively declares he will go into the dungeon with Vanen personally. This decision makes Vanen extremely happy, and he welcomes the companionship of a powerful fifth-floor mage like him. Clarence looks ahead with a determined gaze, asserting that he will be the one to bring his brother back, while silently expressing a special interest in the genius mage Vanen just mentioned. At the same time, inside the dungeon, looking at the venomous spider larva wriggling by the fire, Calem says sternly to Yin, "Yin, this isn't working. Let's leave." Yin asks blankly, "Huh? Leave what?" Calem explains that waiting for the dwarf party to return is impossible, and if they keep delaying here, this larva will starve to death in the next 2 days. After all, it is the offspring of a monster considered a boss on the first floor. Currently, its distinct scent is helping them ward off other monsters nearby, but once that scent fades, the monsters will quickly notice and swarm them. Therefore, they must move immediately. Besides, in a way, this larva is also extremely valuable. He analyzes that if the ambush attacker is truly hiding in that escape room, then a party with first-floor skills has no chance of passing. Thus, passively waiting for the escape room to reappear is not a wise choice. The best way right now is for him and Yin to take the initiative and defeat the ambush attacker themselves to open their own escape route. He knows full well this challenge will be difficult, but they are not lacking the firepower to fight. Seeing Calem deep in thought, Yin asks anxiously, "Calem, do you think we can beat the ambush attacker?" Responding to her, Calem curls his lips into a confident smile. "We can, but it will be tough." Hearing his reply, Yin stands up instantly and declares decisively, "What is it? You say it, I do it." He gives a devious smile and declares, "All right, then we'll have to use a pretty brutal tactic, so brace yourself." Immediately after, a massive fireball erupts violently, scorching a corner of the dark stone corridor. The intense heat and loud explosions startle the nearby monsters. Before they can understand what is happening, they are struck by blasts of lightning and powerful magic. Standing in the middle of the dark corridor with 2 glowing wands in his hands, Calem announces clearly, "From now on, we're doing hellish training. We're going to hunt goblins like this." Looking at Calem's dark smile and glowing red eyes at close range, she can only tremble and cry from fear, stuttering, "What?" The hellish training officially begins. Calem and Yin coordinate seamlessly, sweeping through every corner of the dungeon. Calem continuously waves his wands, releasing intense blasts of fire to burn the goblins, then quickly switches to thunder magic to shock his enemies. Behind him, Yin also keeps drawing her bow, firing accurate arrows to support from a distance. Both move continuously along the dark stone walls, annihilating every monster in their path with rapid-fire attacks. Calem analyzes that level 5 is the limit of the first floor of the Abyss dungeon. After defeating the venomous spider, their levels have reached a bit over level 4. He calculates that if they train hard for 2 days, reaching level 5 is entirely possible. This milestone is crucial because it will help them unlock and develop new skills. After each battle, Calem uses his foot to push aside low-quality magic stones, only collecting the most valuable ones and discarding the rest. Their next goal is to hunt goblin priests to find the most useful magic scrolls. Even though Yin is panting with exhaustion, she persists in following his orders. Calem rushes ahead and shouts for Yin not to lose track. After a long day of hunting and killing, both stop to set up a tent by a warm campfire to rest. Calem sits on a wooden crate, holding the magic scroll he just collected, and told himself they were ready for the final battle. Collapsed on the ground in exhaustion, he wheezed, his eyes glazed, that the spider hatchling's breathing had become incredibly faint. It sounded even weaker than hers. Calem noted that the hatchling would surely die by tomorrow, having been starved for days. He suddenly got the idea to use it as food for Abyssin to maintain the soul preservation state. This extreme idea made Yin turn pale with worry. She reminded him that damaging a soul preservation vessel was a grave offense. Calem apologized quietly, explaining the dire situation, then busied himself preparing food by the fire, breathing a sigh of relief that he'd gathered everything needed just in time. Watching him fidget, she curiously stepped closer to ask what he was doing. He explained to Yin that this was a crucial part of their plan to catch the stalker. Hearing this, Yin became incredibly excited and expectant. Late at night, as they prepared to rest, Yin suggested switching guard duty, but Calem firmly said he would sleep first. This comment immediately turned the atmosphere gloomy. Yin stood tall in the darkness, her red eyes burning with resentment, muttering, "You always have an excuse, don't you?" Seeing the terrifying expression on the elf girl, Calem broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly explaining that if he didn't sleep first, he couldn't level up to upgrade his skills or plan their strategy. Seeing that Yin's hostile aura hadn't faded, Calem had to concede, promising to stand guard for another 30 minutes. Hearing that, Yin immediately changed her attitude, beaming with joy as she thanked him and told him to rest first. Watching Yin's back as she stood guard, clutching her bow, Calem secretly thought that she could be truly terrifying at times. He told her to wake him in 2.5 hours, then closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The moment Calem entered a resting state, the system announced that he had leveled up from 4 to 5. Simultaneously, Yin also reached level 5, unlocking a notification that allowed her to choose a new special skill. Standing before the massive locked wooden gate, Calem stated firmly, "Now, we're going into the boss room." Yet, looking at his appearance, she could only ask with concern, "But Calem, no offense, but are you really planning to fight the boss looking like that?" Calem was currently wearing round, bulky armor, and he nonchalantly replied, "Don't doubt me. What you see isn't the whole story. Yin, the fact that we're going to defeat the boss hasn't changed." Yin looked at the bulky armor, speechless. "Oh, that's not what I meant. I was just wondering if wearing that is actually useful," Calem confidently affirmed. "Of course, this eggshell is incredibly hard." Calem and Yin entered cautiously, carrying a wooden barrel filled with the mana water they had prepared earlier. From the shadows, the figure of the stalker emerged, standing tall with wild red hair and radiating killing intent. Calem immediately took a stance, raised his wand, and shouted a challenge. "Come on then, you bastard." Facing the two of them, the possessed adventurer tilted his head slightly, revealing glowing red eyes and a crazed smile. Instantly, a whistling sound cut through the air, as the boss vanished from his spot with terrifying speed. Just as death drew near, the familiar chime of the system rang out, activating his time stasis ability. Calem quickly analyzed the situation he couldn't see, but because the hourglass activated instantly, he knew the enemy had used a leaping strike skill and was now behind him. Just as he guessed, the red-haired assassin had closed in behind him with a blade against his throat. Yet, Calem remained incredibly calm. I predicted his movement and set up my counter in advance. First, he unleashed 4 electric shocks. Utilizing the command function, he immediately relayed his thoughts to Yin behind him. As soon as he gets electrocuted and falls, splash the water on him. Once the command was set, the system displayed a notification that his action points were depleted. The turn ended, and the hourglass cooldown started its 60-second timer. A powerful electric surge struck the red-haired boss, leaving him paralyzed and groaning in pain. Immediately, Yin coordinated perfectly, lifting the oak barrel and dousing the boss with a massive amount of water. Seeing his enemy soaked like a drowned rat, Calem pointed his wand with confidence. "Now you're drenched, you stalker." He firmly cast an ice magic spell, but the red-haired assassin reacted lightning fast, turning into a sinister black shadow, and using a movement skill to dash away and dodge the attack. Calem recognized the move instantly. He had used Shadow Leap. Calem quickly analyzed. He's used up all his movement skills, so before they come off cooldown, he immediately used magic to lift the wooden barrel, filled it with mana water, and shouted the command, "Yin, shoot it." Yin nimbly raised her bow, aimed straight at the barrel floating in midair, and released an arrow with pinpoint accuracy. The wooden barrel was struck, instantly shattering and splashing the mana water inside, drenching the boss once again. Not missing a beat, Calem pointed his wand and shouted, "Ice binding." A powerful blast of freezing energy erupted, instantly freezing all the water under the boss and on his body, creating sharp ice spikes that spread across the floor and stone walls. Frozen solid against the stone wall, the red-haired boss was completely stuck. He gritted his teeth in fury. Calem flashed a smug, provocative smile. "The whole floor is frozen now. What are you going to do next?" He mentally calculated the opponent's next steps. Surely he would use a stealth or wall-climbing skill. But before Calem could even finish his thought, something suddenly flew towards him, shattering his eggshell armor. Witnessing the terrifying sight, Yin screamed in panic, "Calem, are you okay?" "I'm fine. The shell protected me from injury." He broke into a cold sweat in surprise. "That's unexpected. He used a magic projectile from that distance?" Luckily, the range reduced the impact significantly. But the red-haired boss didn't stop. He gave a sinister laugh and quickly activated his next skill. Calem instantly realized he was going for invisibility. Seeing his opponent vanish completely into thin air, Calem quickly shouted, "Yin, pinpoint the stalker's position." Receiving the order, the elf girl firmly replied, "Understood." Yin's pointed ears twitched, focusing her hearing to detect the slightest vibration in the air. Immediately, she pointed toward the stone wall and yelled, "That way." Yin pulled her bowstring taut and released an arrow that whistled through the air, heading straight into the dark void. The arrow hit its target, forcing the invisible red-haired boss to materialize and roar in pain. Even after being hit, the assassin nimbly jumped back, clinging to the high stone wall to defend himself. But as he moved, he accidentally brushed against something at his waist. The keen eye of a gamer helped Calem spot the opening immediately, a grenade on his belt. You know this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, even though the hourglass is still on cooldown. The system panel shows the hourglass cooldown still has 15 seconds remaining. The corner of Calem's mouth curls up with confidence. It's fine. This is the moment he's been waiting for. He firmly raises his wand to cast Ice Spike. A sharp blast of frost shoots out, but his target isn't the boss. It's the venomous spider larva crying on the ground. The cold attack pierces through the larva. Calem smirks in triumph. He'd leveled up just waiting for this moment. He quickly pulls out a spell scroll from his side, activates the special skill Execution, and points his wand directly at the boss to finish the fight. As soon as the spider larva is eliminated, the system instantly notifies him that the special skill Execution has been triggered during Calem's turn. In the game, this is a special skill that restores 2 action points every time you take down an enemy. Calem smiles smugly, because to prepare for this moment, he had to agree to share his own food to raise and lure that larva all the way here. However, the biggest challenge now is the target. The small, ping-pong ball-sized bomb on the boss's hip is still 10 meters away. Calem focuses intensely, aiming his wand straight ahead, silently praying for an accurate shot before shouting, "Electric shock." With his action points drained, his turn is over. A powerful bolt of lightning surges from Calem's wand. The intense shock makes the boss scream in agony, simultaneously detonating the grenade on his hip. A terrifying explosion erupts, and smoke and fire consume the red-haired assassin before their eyes. Seeing the precise explosion, Yin cheers with excitement as they successfully pull off the first part of the plan. Calem secretly takes pride in his own marksmanship. He immediately cuts off the elf girl's joy and asks Yin loudly about the target's location. Yin quickly focuses her senses and points straight ahead. Without a second's hesitation, Calem raises his wand and casts Ice Spike. Sharp pillars of ice immediately erupt from the ground, stabbing and pinning the red-haired boss against the cliff wall. Afflicted with the frozen status, the ambusher can only groan helplessly as he fails to dodge. Realizing the decisive moment has arrived, Calem shouts his command. "Yin, fire now!" Yin immediately draws an arrow coated in venom she'd prepared beforehand, pulls the bowstring taut, and lets it fly. The arrow tears through the air with incredible speed, burying itself right into the ruptured poison pouch on the boss. Seeing the arrow hit the mark, Calem sighs with relief, telling himself that the level gap is no longer a problem. A ruptured poison pouch will release a massive amount of toxic gas. One breath of it, and the opponent is done for. According to his calculations, the boss will continuously lose 20 health points every second, and will go down in just 20 seconds. Looking at the ambusher writhing in the green toxic smoke, Calem coldly whispers to himself, "Let's end it here." But just when he thinks he's won, a strange transformation occurs, making his eyes widen in shock. All the toxic smoke around is suddenly blown away by a fierce burst of fire erupting from the ambusher's chest. Calem panics and curses, knowing he shouldn't have bet on luck. He immediately yells a command to Yin. Switch to Plan B. He grits his teeth, blaming himself because the worst-case scenario has finally happened. The reason why adventurers who get ambushed become the most dangerous nightmares in the dungeon is that they can still activate and use all their special skills while they're still alive. The blazing light erupting from the chest of the ambusher is the clearest proof of that. Yet, facing this sudden change, Calem maintains an astonishing level of calm, because everything is actually still within his calculations. As a seasoned gamer, Calem always prepares a Plan B for every worst-case scenario. To prepare for this life-or-death battle, Calem and Yin had a thorough discussion by the campfire earlier. Back then, Calem had instructed the elf girl, "Fire one poison arrow first and see how he reacts." Yin asked with some confusion, "Shouldn't we fire both to increase our chances of winning?" Calem shook his head and explained, "The fact that the ambusher is rumored to have defeated a black wasp on the first floor alone is extremely suspicious. Even if he possesses lightning-fast movement, and masterful skills. Confronting such a dangerous venom-spitting monster without getting poisoned even once is completely impossible. Calem insisted the guy had been poisoned but didn't die, which was the problem. Don't you think so? Yin listened and deduced that Calem meant the ambusher could cure poison. Calem nodded in agreement but analyzed further. Since he's a thief, he definitely can't use healing magic. Ruling out bombs, potions, or support scrolls, the only remaining possibility is that he possesses a special skill to save his own life. Therefore, confirming whether the opponent has a way to cure poison was their top priority in the plan. Hearing this, Yin was terrified and asked tearfully, "If he can cure the poison, aren't we done for?" Responding to her worry, Calem just gave a confident, lopsided smirk and answered firmly, "No. If that happens, Plan B." Returning to the tense reality of the battle, the ambusher, having broken through the toxic smoke, immediately activated a special skill called Adrenaline Rush. This overpowered skill helps him instantly recover 50 health, resets the cooldown of a Tier 1 skill, and completely removes all negative status effects, including the spider venom. The red-haired assassin swings his daggers and launches himself into the air, preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack aimed straight at the two of them. As soon as the ambusher activated his movement skill at a terrifying speed, Calem immediately realized the situation was incredibly dire. He panics as the system panel shows the hourglass still has 3 seconds of cooldown left. Seeing the enemy charging toward them, Yin hurriedly draws her bow and asks loudly if she should fire, but Calem instantly shouts to stop her. No, not yet. He knows all too well that with his movement skill activated, the thief will easily dodge her arrow. To execute Plan B, Calem quickly leaps back to put distance between him and Yin. As soon as he lands, he firmly points his wand forward and shouts, "Electric shock," but the ambusher is too agile. He easily dodges the bolt of lightning and closes in on Calem in the blink of an eye. He roughly pins Calem down onto the ice and knocks the wand from his hand. Calem can only scream in pain as he is completely subdued by his opponent. Pinning Calem tightly to the ground, the red-haired thief wears a crazed smile, raising his sharp dagger high, preparing to strike and finish him off. With all his might, Calem screams for his teammate, Yin. Immediately, from the distant cliff, Yin let loose an arrow that tore through the air, heading straight for the thief to create an opening. Forcing the ambushers to lose focus and fall back, Calem temporarily escaped the pincer attack. From afar, Yin shouted his name in concern. Clutching the bleeding wound on his chest, Calem thought painfully to himself, "Damn it, this hurts like hell. I have to use that potion I swiped from the dwarves." But just as he brought the red potion to his lips, a hand snatched it away in a flash. The ambusher, with the greedy nature of a common thief, stole the potion and downed it in one gulp. Calem was speechless, thinking to himself that even in a situation like this, the guy's habit of snatching things from others hadn't changed at all. After drinking the healing potion, the thief smirked, tossed the empty bottle aside, and swung his dagger straight at Calem, intent on finishing him off once and for all. Just at that critical moment, the system bell rang, activating your time stop skill. Calem smirked triumphantly. "Too late, you bastard. Thanks for moving exactly according to my plan." He stood calmly before the frozen thief and felt smug. This was Plan B he had prepared all along. He had calculated that the thief would survive thanks to the healing potion he'd just stolen, so he could go all out with his attacks without worrying about him dying too quickly. As for himself, Calem drank another healing potion to stay alive and coldly declared, "You can't kill me with just that dagger." He proceeded to use his action points to activate a magical defensive armor scroll. Finally, Calem sent a signal to Yin. "It's time. Take out this persistent pest," accompanied by a sarcastic farewell. "Goodbye, you pig." The turn ended, and time resumed. The thief's dagger plunged toward Calem's chest, but was immediately blocked by a blue shimmer accompanied by a harsh metallic clanking sound. Seeing the bewildered look on the thief's face, Calem sneered, "It's magic armor, you idiot. Haven't you ever heard of it?" Thanks to the special scroll that nullified up to 5 physical attacks under 100 damage, Calem was completely immune to the strike. He immediately lunged forward to grab the thief, pinning him down, and shouted, "Yin, now!" Just as Calem locked the target and gave the signal, she released the string, and the arrow tore through the air, embedding itself straight into the ambusher's chest. Calem smiled smugly. How would he handle a second poison arrow? The potent toxin took effect immediately, causing the assassin's face to contort, veins bulging in agony. Calem roared, "The battle truly begins now." The explosion from the toxins made the ambusher scream in pain. He hastily drank a healing potion to cling to life, but the ambusher still tried to stand. crazily lunging forward to strangle Calem. This bastard was surprisingly resilient. He raised his dagger to deliver a killing blow. But just as the blade was about to fall, he suddenly froze. The strength in his arms vanished, and the dagger slipped from his grip, falling to the ground. The assassin's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the cold ground. Calem sighed in relief. Finally dead, but immediately after, he collapsed from exhaustion. Yin rushed over, sobbing. "Please don't die." Calem called out weakly, "Yin, heal me." The elf girl hugged him while crying. "We won, so we have to get out of here together." She hurriedly poured a healing potion into his mouth. Even though he had taken the medicine, the stinging pain from the toxins still tormented Calem fiercely. He knew that if he hadn't calculated perfectly, even with all these healing potions, he might still lose his life to the poison. Yin sobbed, "You can't die, please, drink this too." With no other choice, Calem had to risk drinking more. Calem struggled to sit up and let out a sigh. "I think I'm going to make it." He turned to her and offered a smile. That last shot was right on target. Yin was still sniffing, worriedly explaining, "Actually, the terrain blocked my view, so I was really worried. I didn't know if I'd hit him." Calem smiled smugly. He knew that when shooting from a lower position, the accuracy of ranged attacks would drop significantly, and the ambusher had calculated that to dodge. But everything had gone according to Calem's plan. He had already chosen a special level 5 skill for Yin called Precision Barrage, which allowed ranged attacks to bypass all obstacles and fly straight to the target once the enemy's position was locked. "I trusted you would hit. Great job." Yin was moved to tears. "Boo-hoo. Really? I'm so touched." Calem stood up decisively. "All right, there are a few things we need to do before we leave." Yin asked, puzzled. "Huh? Do what?" Calem looked toward the teleportation gate and asked, "Our exit portal has 2 spots left, right?" Yin was startled. "Oh, that's right." Calem turned his gaze toward the bodies of the ambusher and Abyssine lying motionless nearby, murmuring to let the two of them leave. At the village tavern, Clarence suddenly dropped by. Seeing this, Vanen asked in surprise why someone who disliked alcohol like him would come here at this hour. Was it to check on the progress of the resurrection scroll? Clarence crossed his arms solemnly and replied that because it was his younger brother's life at stake, he had to verify it with his own eyes to be certain. Vanen reassured Clarence that the resurrection scroll would be finished within the day, and they could head to the dungeon at 5 in the morning. Clarence pondered deeply. He knew the soul-sustaining spell on Abyssine didn't have much time left. If this attempt failed, even having more scrolls would be useless, so he had to succeed and could not allow any variables to occur. Just then, the tavern door was pushed open forcefully. The priestess Emma ran in, breathless, holding a scroll high and shouting the news that she had brought the resurrection scroll. But what was more urgent was that the group had to get to the dungeon immediately. Emma frantically announced that the exit gate on the first floor had suddenly opened. This news left Vanen and Dion completely stunned. Dion shouted, not believing his ears, while Clarence narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked if she was certain it was the first floor gate. Upon receiving her confirmation, Dion immediately rushed outside, urging the group to go and check right away. Vanen ran after them, chuckling. He bet that if the person coming out was that rookie Calem, then the stingy dwarf would definitely be crying his eyes out over the massive commission he was about to lose. Meanwhile, in the underground control room of the Dungeon Alliance, a female staff member wearing glasses was boredly guarding the swirling blue magic portal. She let out a tired yawn, wondering why no one had come out yet, and kept grumbling about ridiculous rumors like mages not needing to chant or instant casting. Just as she sat down to complain about enduring this boring job, the loud shouts of Clarence's group echoed from afar, asking if anyone had come out yet. Recognizing Clarence, the professor replied softly, "Ah, Clarence, I heard the news. Are you here to see if Abyssine has come out?" Clarence bowed his head, lost in thought, admitting he didn't dare to hope for much. Just then, a massive explosion shook the room. The professor screamed in panic. "Is something coming out of the portal to reassure Clarence?" The professor spoke softly. "I hope everything is okay with your brother. Don't worry too much. At least let's see who it is first." Her eyes were met with a terrifying, rotting face. She trembled in horror. What is this? That rotting face. Immediately, a corpse fell out of the portal with a thud. Seeing the state of the body, the adventurers Diane, Vanen, and Emma were completely stunned. Clarence rushed forward instantly, crying out in pain for his brother, Abyssine. Not stopping there, the portal continued to spin, tossing out a second corpse. Stepping closer to inspect, the cleric Emma and the beastman Vanen widened their eyes in shock, their voices trembling as they identified the man as the ambusher. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the gatekeeping professor was utterly bewildered. She broke into a cold sweat, wondering, half the people coming through the portal are corpses. What on earth is going on here? Looking at the cold body of the ambusher lying on the ground, Clarence was left in shock. He broke into a cold sweat as a crazy theory popped into his head. Could it be that the two of them managed to defeat the ambusher? Clarence suddenly remembered the rumors about the slave mage accompanying Yin, a person rumored to possess two extremely rare talents, capable of super-speed casting without chance, a slave mage who didn't need to recite spells. He recalled the dwarf Dian, shouting his claims to the tavern keeper. "Oh man, why didn't you believe that story? I'm telling the truth." Clarence wondered in a daze if it could really be true. Just then, a brilliant golden light erupted violently from the portal, causing the dwarf Dian to shout joyfully toward it. "Calem, is that you?" A pair of footsteps emerged from the golden light of the portal. Yin was the first to return safely. She smiled and greeted everyone. "Sorry guys, I'm Yin, but Calem will be out in a second." Her appearance made the adventurers incredibly excited. Emma cheered with joy. Vanan enthusiastically welcomed the recruit, while the dwarf Dian smugly asserted that he had always believed in their abilities. Seeing everyone cheering, Yin just smiled and thought to herself. In reality, Calem was the one who did all the heavy lifting. Witnessing this, the gatekeeping professor was extremely astonished. She stammered and asked Yin if she was a slave from the Magic Academy, leaving the elf girl confused, wondering what was wrong. The gatekeeping professor froze completely, her mind reeling from this shocking information. For a pair of adventurers to defeat an ambusher was already a miracle, but they were just a slave group that had been formed for only a few days, with poor, ragged equipment. She couldn't understand how they could pull off the impossible. Right then, the portal erupted with a bright red light. Yin cheered excitedly, signaling that Calem was coming out. A hand reached out from the glowing portal, and Calem slowly stepped out with a heavy backpack on his shoulders. Vanan excitedly pressed them to see if they really had taken down the ambusher. Emma was deeply moved, and thanked Calem for managing to bring Abyssin's body back. Only the dwarf Dian was sharp enough to notice something wrong. He screamed in panic when he saw the large bloodstain on his chest. Facing everyone's concern, Calem kept a calm expression and replied quietly, "I'm fine." He turned to look at the cleric Emma and whispered about the payment. "Cleric, we're owed 8,000 gold coins." But before he could finish his sentence, Calem's exhausted body completely collapsed. Yin screamed in horror and rushed forward to catch him as he passed out. The shock subsided, and the scene shifted to the majestic Nathaniel Cathedral. Calem blinked, opened his eyes upon hearing a voice by his ear. He realized in a daze that he was lying on a hospital bed in the cathedral's treatment room. Sitting beside the bed was the cleric, Emma. She gently explained that he had fainted immediately after stepping out of the portal due to an overdose of healing potions. Calem sat up, clutching his head, thinking to himself that he had risked his life, drinking the potions just to survive without an antidote. He quickly turned to ask about his payment. Emma smiled and pointed toward a nearby wooden table, saying the money bag was ready, and asked if he wanted to check it. Calem walked over, opened the money bag, and immediately frowned in suspicion. He asked why there were only 7,850 gold coins inside, when the actual amount after deducting the confirmation fee should have been 8,000. Emma casually explained that she had taken the liberty of deducting 150 gold coins as a treatment fee for him. Calem grimaced in protest, saying he hadn't asked for treatment, but Emma just laughed it off, saying Yin had begged her to save him. The elf girl's meddling only made Calem fume internally, silently calling her an idiot. Emma then asked if he planned to go to the Magic Academy to receive his free citizenship, then curiously pressed him for details about what had actually happened to Abyssin and the ambusher in the dungeon. Emma said Abyssin was currently being treated in the resurrection room in preparation for the resurrection process. The ambusher's body had been sent straight to the morgue. When Calem asked if it was possible to resurrect the ambusher, Emma shook her head regretfully, explaining that his body hadn't been cast with a soul preservation spell beforehand, so he couldn't be saved. Soul preservation magic is meant to anchor the soul to the body immediately upon death, remaining effective for 1 week while waiting for a resurrection scroll. However, relying on his expert gaming knowledge, Calem knew there was still a loophole in the ambusher's case. If the dungeon master had extracted his soul and stored it in a magic jar, one could simply break into the soul sanctuary to steal it back, making resurrection possible. People in this world thought it was impossible because they were completely unaware of that sanctuary's existence. A secret Calem only discovered after reaching the rank of strategy god in the game. Having packed his bags, Calem walked out of the cathedral door, saying goodbye to Emma to continue his journey. Emma smiled and waved him off, not forgetting to send her prayers that the gods would always be with him and protect him on the road ahead. Calem and Yin found their way to the Magic Academy together, a massive and magnificent castle. As they walked up the stone steps, Yin ran ahead happily, waving and asking, "Calem, are you feeling better?" Calem carried the large backpack behind him and replied softly, "Yeah," he said, holding up the money bag containing thousands of gold coins he had just received. Smiling confidently, he declared, "Then let's use this money to free us from this life of slavery." Hearing that, Yin was incredibly excited, her eyes shining brightly. But the moment they both stepped into the office, the academy administrator checked the ledger and coldly dropped a bombshell. After calculating everything, it turns out Yin doesn't meet the requirements to be freed from her status as a slave. Calem is completely stunned. He presses, "What is this supposed to mean? We should have more than enough money." The crushing disappointment leaves Yin completely broken. She looks like she has lost her soul. The evaluator sitting behind the desk calmly explains the academy's strict regulations. The price to be recognized as a free citizen is 3,000 gold coins, but based on the contribution levels, Yin's share. Just looking at the two of them, standing frozen in front of the desk, the evaluator sighs softly and gives a number so cruel it's laughable. 2 gold coins. He states it with absolute certainty, so Yin cannot become a free citizen. Calem is incredibly confused and immediately asks, "I don't understand. What exactly are the criteria for calculating and dividing this?" The evaluator casually picks up his wand and replies, "Explaining it would take too long. I'll just show you. It'll be much easier to understand." He explains that the scales of justice measure the contribution level of each person during the expedition. Immediately, the magic scale displays 2 nameplates, Calem and Yin. The evaluator continues, "According to the Viratanen team's report, that is Yin's contribution level during the battle in the escape room. On the scales, Calem's portion shows a massive figure of 27,848 gold coins, while Yin's is a mere 2 gold coins. Looking at the magic scale in front of him, Calem thinks to himself in shock. This is a type of magic he never even saw while playing the game. Unconvinced, he speaks up to challenge it. "Isn't that contribution level way too low?" Yin was the one who crafted the weapon that defeated the ambusher, but the evaluator just coldly asks, "What does that have to do with the Viratanen team's contract?" Calem immediately explains in detail. Their plan was to obtain the poison arrows and get through the escape room. If Yin didn't have the skill to process the fangs into poison, they wouldn't have proposed the contract in the first place. Hearing Calem defending her with all his heart, Yin is moved to tears and softly calls his name. The evaluator ponders for a moment, then nods in acknowledgement. Fair enough. But immediately after, the scales of justice light up and update Yin's contribution level, dropping it even further to just 1 gold coin. The evaluator coldly declares, "Now, let's begin calculating the entire journey of your adventure." First, he suddenly raises his wand, activating lie detection magic. A brilliant red light flares up, enveloping both of them. The system displays this as a type of magic that amplifies the body's subconscious reactions when lying. The evaluator scratches his head and justifies it. This is standard procedure when evaluating a slave's contributions. Please understand, you might feel a little numb. Now, put your bags on the table and tell us honestly about your journey. From beginning to end, the two of them have to step up to the large desk. The evaluator says sternly, "I will begin the report now." Calem firmly places the large backpack full of items on the desk, while silently praying with fierce determination. "Please, let me finally escape this life of slavery this time." The total amount earned from selling magic stones and gear collected from the ambusher totals 14,600 gold coins. This is a massive sum, equivalent to the assets a team of 4 professional adventurers would earn conquering the first floor of the dungeon. But the big problem lies in Yin's share. The magic scale fluctuates and stops at 20% for the elf girl. Specifically, Calem receives 19,528 gold coins, while Yin only gets 2,925. The evaluator coldly declares that even though he tried to boost her contribution as much as possible, Yin's total still cannot reach the 3,000 gold coin minimum required to buy her freedom. Calem grits his teeth, feeling helpless, realizing that despite his careful calculations, they are still just short of helping his companion gain her freedom. Staring blankly at the number 2,925, she completely collapses and bows her head in silence. Seeing this, the evaluator asks if she feels disappointed. He scratches his head and explains that, on average, a slave can only earn a maximum of 500 gold coins in the dungeon, and that's only if they are lucky enough to survive the 90% mortality rate. The evaluator looks at her with sharp eyes. He bluntly asserts that the fact she is still alive and has such a large income is not because she is talented, it is all just because she was lucky enough to follow Calem and try to keep up with his level. The evaluator continues to point out that, in reality, what she did throughout the journey was only fire 2 poison arrows per instructions. Her role was completely mediocre, and anyone could have easily replaced her as long as they followed Calem's orders. He wraps his hand hard on the table, activating the lie detection magic, which emits an oppressive red glow, and demands to know if she wants to contest this distribution ratio, ordering her to answer immediately. Under the suffocating pressure, Yin can only bow her head and accept this cruel decision. Witnessing such injustice, Calem, standing beside her, trembles and indignantly asks the evaluator if it was necessary to say such hurtful words. The evaluator, Jacob, looks at him with cold, sharp eyes and warns him, "Calem, if you're thinking about helping her, don't. Slaves commit crimes, and the dungeon is their punishment." Jacob continues to ask, "Calem, do you intend to use your share of the gold to buy her citizenship?" Looking at the status board showing their money, she only has 2,925, while Calem has 19,528. Yin bows her head, feeling pathetic, and grips her small money bag. Calem answers without hesitation, "Yes." Immediately, Jacob uses his wand to cast a blue bolt of lightning. The system instantly deducts 3,000 gold coins from Calem's account. The shackles around Calem's neck shatter in a soft blue glow, officially freeing him from his life as a slave. Jacob says, "Congratulations on becoming a free citizen." The evaluation ends there. The large wooden doors open, and Calem and Yin walk out together. But the moment they step out, the voice of a guard coldly rings out. The slave will be escorted back to the cell. Before he can react, Yin is roughly grabbed by the shoulder from behind by a guard. The guard drags her away and says nonchalantly, "She's good at archery. She'll sell for a good price at the Adventurers Guild." Being dragged away, Yin turns her head back in pain and cries out, "Calem!" Calem watches her retreating figure with fiery, determined eyes, silently resolving that he will find her there later. Just as he is about to leave, Jacob calls him back. "Most importantly, I have a question. Have you ever thought about enrolling in the Magic Academy?" Calem turns back in surprise. "The Magic Academy?" Jacob smiles with apparent goodwill and opens his arms in invitation. "We can't lose a mage who has the ability to cast spells without incantations and at super speed. If you enroll, we will support you in every way possible." Looking at Jacob's fawning attitude, Calem analyzes it internally. "Ah, so their attitude changed because I'm a free citizen now. With so many mages having died in dungeon outbreaks, they couldn't afford to let him go." Calem calmly asked, "If I sign up, what kind of benefits will I get?" While Jacob was still stroking his chin, contemplating Calem's magical potential, a powerful voice suddenly boomed from the doorway. "Hey Jacob, is this the guy from that wild rumor?" The office door was shoved open, revealing the imposing figure of a powerful official. Jacob gasped in shock. "Professor Malini, what are you doing here?" Professor Malini's sudden appearance instantly turned the atmosphere in the evaluation room tense. He exclaimed loudly, "A genius mage capable of non-verbal, high-speed casting? I have to see this for myself." Behind him, his assistant sighed, exhausted from trying to keep up with the eccentric professor. Calem stepped forward calmly and bowed in greeting. "Hello, my name is Calem." Looking him straight in the eye, Professor Malini seemed very pleased. Good. I like your look. Those recruitment ads don't mean a thing," he asked sternly. "You may have just become a free citizen, but let me ask you this. In your opinion, what is the true responsibility of a mage?" Faced with the tricky question, Calem pondered if it was developing new spells or eliminating monsters in the dungeons. However, Professor Malini immediately and firmly denied it. There is a much higher goal than that it is to eliminate the possessed from other worlds. This shocking revelation left Calem completely stunned. His red eyes constricted in surprise. Professor Malini continued to explain, "Dungeon outbreaks have caused severe damage for a long time. We have spent years tracking the cause to stop them." He explained that by investigating monster movements and the timing of dungeon outbreaks, the Academy had discovered a single cause behind all these disasters: the arrival of tens of thousands of possessed individuals who have silently crossed over into this world. More terrifyingly, if these outsiders do not return to a dungeon within 2 weeks, a destructive eruption is automatically triggered to wipe them out. Professor Malini asserted grimly, "We still don't know why, but regardless, they must be eliminated for the sake of peace." Hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Calem's forehead. He realized bitterly that even after escaping slavery, he couldn't have a peaceful life. Just then, Professor Malini unexpectedly flipped through his old file. According to the records, he was once an adventurer in the eastern city of Goldum, tried and convicted for murdering a teammate, right? And his defense was that she was possessed by someone from another world. This information left Calem completely stunned. He thought to himself, so the teammate that this body once killed was actually a possessed transmigrator. Thinking he had found a kindred spirit, Professor Malini laughed loudly and excitedly. That sounds like a perfect match. No more beating around the bush, join my anti-possession club. Then, he asked a soul-crushing question half-jokingly. You aren't one of those possessed ones, are you? Ha ha ha. Faced with the sudden question, Calem could only stay silent and break into a cold sweat. His silence made Professor Malini pause, narrowing his eyes as he asked suspiciously, why so quiet? Calem trembled, silently feeling lucky that he had managed to keep his mouth shut and didn't speak up to explain. Because right then, under his feet, the lie detection magic circle was still glowing bright red, and he was completely under its influence. Seeing his suspicious silence, Professor Malini stared at him with a sinister glint in his eye and asked, why are you being so quiet, Calem? It's strange. That wasn't a hard question at all. Calem's mind was in total chaos. He blamed himself for being too careless after just escaping the labyrinth. He should have researched this world more thoroughly before coming here. Now, he had no idea how to get out of this desperate situation. Calem was under extreme tension, trying to figure out how to answer Professor Malini's life or death question without triggering the lie detection magic circle. Opposite him, Professor Malini began to grind his teeth in suspicion, wondering if Calem was also a possessed soul from another world. Just as the tension reached its peak, a knock on the door rang out, breaking the silence. The door opened, and Clarence stepped in, greeting the professor. He spoke up to bail Calem out. He must still be disoriented from just coming out of the labyrinth. Isn't it a bit early for this, Professor Malini? The professor immediately turned around and snapped back. Clarence, isn't it the diligent farmer who reaps the harvest? Above all, for you to just walk in here and reveal that Professor Islow also has his eyes on Calem. He insisted that the Magic Academy never turns a blind eye to exceptional talent. Looking at Calem, Clarence continued, and if he has the ability to cast magic without chanting, along with incredible speed, wouldn't he be better suited for dungeon exploration rather than hunting the possessed? The comment hit a nerve, making Professor Malini's veins pop with rage. He glared at Clarence with deep resentment. Standing to the side, Calem could only silently observe the confrontation between the two. Clarence turned to smile warmly at Calem, advising him not to decide right away since he was now a free citizen. He suggested, why not? Listen to an invitation from Professor Isolow's Labyrinth Exploration Club. Walking through the sunlit academy hallway, Calem breathed a sigh of relief, having nearly lost his life the moment he stepped out of the labyrinth. He told himself he had been incredibly lucky to get out just in time. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, making his red eyes constrict in shock. Calem realized a deadly loophole. If there really existed such a convenient lie detection magic in this world, then identifying the possessed should have been incredibly simple. All it would take is a single spell to reveal them. Why go through the trouble of beating around the bush with questions like that? Calem wondered. Recalling Professor Malini's probing joke from earlier, he realized that the lie detection spell must have some limitations. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have needed to use words to test him like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he blamed himself for being too careless to let himself fall into such a dangerous situation. Fortunately, as he walked with Clarence in the hall, the lie detection magic under his feet was finally lifted. Clarence then turned, politely speaking. Sorry for the late introduction. I'm a senior mage student and also the older brother of Abison, the one you rescued. Thanks to you, we were able to find my brother's remains easily. I truly thank you, Calem replied softly. Ah, well, thanks to that, I became a free citizen, Clarence explained quietly for his silence during their walk. We've been silent the whole way. Please forgive this rudeness. I just thought it was impolite to talk while that magic was still active. Hearing Calem's surprised question, Clarence nodded in confirmation. Most people consider lie detection magic to be extremely rude. That's why its casual use is banned, and, lately, it's only been permitted during slave evaluations. Hearing this, Calem immediately understood the issue. He thought to himself, so this type of magic actually has its limits, and that old man Malini had deliberately targeted the moment he was still a slave to force him to answer. Clarence continued, apologizing on behalf of Professor Melanie for the recent lack of courtesy, while also revealing that not everyone at the Academy is prejudiced against those possessed by beings from other worlds. He gestured to explain the three factions currently existing at the Magic Academy. First is Professor Malini's faction, with the extremist goal of eradicating those possessed by outsiders once and for all. Second is Professor Isolop's faction, those who support assisting and cooperating with them to explore the labyrinth together. And finally, Professor D-Stream's faction, who believe that those possessed by outsiders are worthy of worship. Clarence explained that Professor D-Stream is someone who specializes in studying ancient texts and ancient magical laws. According to his research, those who are possessed are actually in a life-or-death battle against the labyrinth's master, and they use the very labyrinth entrances as bases for their combat. Because the labyrinth master has the ability to capture human souls and drive them into a state of madness, ordinary people are completely unable to resist them. The only exception is a mage who can resist that madness. And Professor D-Stream believes that this special mage is among those who have been possessed. Clarence continued to explain an ancient, mysterious concept related to a legendary class of turn-based mages. He said that according to records, the person possessing this ability could freeze the entire physical world and perform every action using only their own reasoning. Clarence couldn't help but ponder, wondering what the heck turn-based even meant, because it was just a scrawled, confusing line in an ancient text. He smirked, thinking that the faction studying this theory probably had at most 3 people in it. Hearing this, Calem, while walking down the stairs behind Clarence, asked, "Why do you even call it a faction?" Clarence then explained that it only exists in name because of one stubborn, elderly professor. Leading Calem to a large wooden door, Clarence politely spoke up, "My professor is waiting. This way, please." The door swung open, welcoming Calem into a spacious office filled with massive bookshelves. Professor Isolop stepped forward, warmly introducing his club, which specializes in investigating and researching strange phenomena in the labyrinth. From secret rooms to the ecosystem and the monsters, he emphasized that their current goal is to focus on explorers who have been possessed, not those possessed by beings from other worlds. Professor Isolop explained further that existences like the Ambusher aren't exactly alive, but they aren't truly dead either. He proposed a theory that their souls didn't disappear, but were captured and imprisoned somewhere deep within the labyrinth. Listening to these words, Calem secretly broke into a cold sweat in astonishment, realizing that even a knowledgeable professor like Isolop had absolutely no idea about the existence of the Soul Sanctuary. Sitting and talking over tea, Professor Isolop enthusiastically expressed his gratitude that Calem had managed to bring the ambusher's remains out, giving him a wonderful opportunity to trace the soul's path to prove his theory. Appreciating the young man's abilities, he affirmed that Calem would be an incredibly effective assistant for the club. Professor Isolop looked straight at Calem and smiled, extending a formal invitation. "Are you interested in joining?" For Calem, the task of finding the ambusher's soul was truly too easy, because he had done it countless times while playing the game. His lips curled up confidently. He silently calculated that if he joined, he might even have the chance to recruit other possessed explorers as powerful allies for himself later on, although it was unclear if the mechanics of the real world would allow for that. Moreover, registering at the academy would be a pass to help him enter and exit the labyrinth more frequently and legally. Weighing the factions against each other, Calem told himself it was best to stay away from the extremist old man Malini. As for Professor D-Stream, that extreme worship was a bit too eccentric. Realizing that joining Professor Isolop's club was the best choice for now, Calem nodded in agreement. However, he also frankly made a suggestion. "In the club's activities, can I form my own group?" This sudden question took Professor Isolop by surprise. He pondered for a moment, and then laughed with amusement, because usually, new recruits will always find a way to ask to join a seniors group to ensure their safety in the dangerous, hazard-filled labyrinth. Given Calem's confidence, Professor Isolop happily agreed. "Ah, it is permitted. So, feel free to do as you please." Calem bowed his head to thank him and officially confirmed his participation in the professor's club. That night, Calem was led by the teaching assistant to the academy's dormitory area. Standing in front of a large wooden door, she gently said, "This is your room, Calem. You must be tired today, so please get some rest." He thanked her and walked inside. As soon as the door opened, Calem was completely stunned in surprise. Hitting his eyes was a room so large and luxurious it exceeded all his expectations. With a high-end red leather sofa set, a delicate wooden tea table, and a magnificent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, he was shocked, telling himself that the school's dormitory was even bigger and nicer than the apartment he used to live in his old world. To prepare for bringing his companions here, Calem turned to ask the assistant, "Assistant, if I recruit group members, can they stay here too?" The assistant, with a tired and listless expression, sighed and replied, "By the rules, it's not allowed. But if everything had to follow the regulations, I wouldn't have to work overtime, would I? The answer, which tacitly agreed that he could do whatever he wanted, made Calem secretly think this teaching assistant was truly the sarcastic type. After the assistant said goodbye and closed the door to leave, Calem immediately dropped his heavy backpack and dirt-stained clothes onto the floor. He quickly prepared a hot bath and comfortably soaked to relax. Lying in the warm water, Calem began to recall the chain of events that had happened in just one short day. From struggling with Yin to find a way out of the labyrinth, fighting a life-or-death battle against the brutal ambusher, to completing the quest to regain his freedom and removing the slave collar. And now he had become a student of a prestigious magic academy while also joining Professor Isolop's club. Everything happened so fast he couldn't help but marvel. Calculating his next plans, Calem told himself, the library, the academy is open 24/7, so he decides to head there to gather more information about this world. He counts on his fingers, thinking, I'll stop by the admissions office tomorrow. Then I'll go pick up Nini. Thinking of her, he lets out a relieved sigh, resting his head against the bathtub rim in pure relaxation. It feels like the tutorial phase is finally over, and a long, challenging journey lies ahead. But for Calem right now, the most important thing is simply to get some rest. Stepping into the academy's grand lecture hall, the air is buzzing with the noisy chatter of students. Sitting in a corner, Calem thinks tiredly, I'm wiped out from studying all night in the library, but I have to be ready. I can't let myself get caught off guard, like I did with that lie detection spell again. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly speaks up behind him. Oh, you must be the first-year student everyone is talking about, right? Calem turns around to see an elderly mage with long, silver hair approaching with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you. I am D-Stream, the founding professor of the Magic Academy. Standing on the podium before all the students, Professor D-Stream begins his lecture. Memory is a spell used to summon a memory book, a special ability granted through a contract with the wizard, the god of wisdom. If you sign the contract provided by the teaching assistant, each of you will be able to summon your own personal memory book. With those words, he raises his wand and shouts, Memory. An ancient magical book instantly appears, glowing with a brilliant golden light in front of Professor D-Stream's chest. He tells the class clearly, Now, summon your memory books and check how many slots you have available. Calem quickly raises his wand and shouts, Memory. Immediately, a green magic book with an image of an ancient tree appears before him. The number of slots in a memory book depends entirely on the user's level. Since Calem is currently level 5, he opens the book to check and tells himself with satisfaction, 3 slots? Not bad. Professor D-Stream continues to explain, Class, the amount of magic you can learn depends on the number of slots in your memory book. However, combining these slots can also create new spells. The skeleton teaching assistant over there will explain more. Sorry, my back is acting up again today. The professor's tendency to slack off makes the assistant sigh in frustration. I thought the first lesson would be easy, but of course, it's Professor D-Stream. How exhausting. She helplessly announces to the class, All right, head to the magic training grounds. Please follow me. As soon as they step onto the practice field, the bespectacled assistant begins the practical lesson. She explains that the number of magic slots varies for everyone based on individual potential. When students possess at least 2 spell slots, they can begin combining magic. For example, if you place 2 level 1 spells in adjacent slots, you can unlock a completely new level 2 spell. This combination process is called magic barrier, and its biggest advantage is that it doesn't occupy the space of regular spell slots. The assistant raises her wand high, excitedly adding that they can even combine 3 spells at once. However, this triple barrier is extremely difficult, and the success rate is incredibly low. But if successful, the user gains a destructive spell capable of dealing damage from all 3 elements simultaneously. To help the class visualize it, the assistant immediately focuses maximum mana on the tip of her wand, causing currents of fire, lightning, and water to flare up violently. Her gaze sharpens with power as she decisively shouts, Triple element fusion. A massive surge of magic blasts outward, creating a cataclysmic explosion that completely obliterates the training stone target in front of them. The top-tier display leaves the surrounding students completely stunned and in awe. The assistant smiles smugly and asks, Pretty high level, right? Cheers of excitement immediately echo across the training ground. Only Calem remains silent, observing with a thoughtful expression. The assistant encourages the whole class, saying that as long as they practice hard, anyone can master this triple barrier technique. With that, she opens a large scroll containing a list of level 1 spells for everyone to choose from. She also instructs them that they can buy more magic books at shops in town to acquire the spells they want, and doesn't forget to tell the students to feel free to ask if they need help. Shortly after, Calem steps forward and hands in his selection. The moment she looks at the paper, the assistant freezes completely and stammers, "Wait, you already have 3 spell slots? And you're really choosing this combination?" Calem calmly replies, "Is there a problem?" The assistant breaks out in a cold sweat, utterly confused, as she cannot comprehend the logic behind his bizarre choices. On the paper, the 3 level 1 spells Calem chose are Dust Shot, Heat Wave, and the support spell Humidify. The assistant is furious, veins popping out on her forehead. "You have the right to choose whatever you want, but with so many powerful options available, why these 3? And the third one is a support spell? Humidify just slightly increases the moisture in the air. Who would even want to learn that?" Hearing the commotion, Professor D-Stream walks over to check on the situation. The bespectacled assistant hands him Calem's selection paper, complaining indignantly that this combination is completely absurd. However, after looking it over, Professor D-Stream just smiles cryptically and gently tells her to let him experiment. Before the bewildered assistant, he explains that curiosity and a spirit of research are the most precious qualities of a mage, and the Academy always welcomes new linkage methods. He turns to look at Calem with a kind gaze, wishing him luck and expressing his curiosity to see how it turns out. That night, at the Academy dormitory, Calem has already bought the necessary spellbooks to memorize into his memory. Sitting on the luxurious sofa, he opens his magic book, ready to begin the spell linking process. The first combination occurs between Dust Shot and Heat Wave, creating a completely new level 2 spell called Dust Explosion. Seeing the system notification confirm his success, Calem smiles with satisfaction. He knows very well that Dust Shot and Heat Wave are originally weak, low-level spells sold everywhere in shops. But when combined into Dust Explosion, its power is 10 times stronger than ordinary fireballs. Next, he combines Heat Wave with Humidify to create Hot Steam, a special type of magic that causes fatigue and heat stroke to the target. Finally, Calem links 3 spells, Heat Wave, Humidify, and Exhaustion, to successfully unlock the level 2 spell, Thundercloud. Looking at his filled memory status board, Calem smiles, remembering the days he spent grinding games in his old world. He thinks to himself that he hasn't used this combination since he played on God of War strategy mode. He pays special attention to Thundercloud, the powerful, cloud-summoning electric spell, and is extremely eager to test it in combination with his Hourglass ability. To optimize his strength, Calem decided that tomorrow he would go buy another lightning wand to use in tandem. After finishing his preparations, he stretched lazily with a sigh, reminding himself to stop by the shrine early tomorrow before swinging by the shop to pick up new equipment. Calem offered a faint smile, telling himself it was time to visit his most important stop. He was heading straight to the Village Adventurers Guild. At the same time, in a dark, gloomy slave-holding area, the clinking sound of iron keys turning echoed coldly. A guard shouted roughly, ordering Yin to step out. The elf girl walked sluggishly through the shadows, her heart heavy as she thought about the unjust criminal label branded upon her. The guard coldly urged her to move faster, announcing that someone had come to buy her, to prepare for the next dungeon expedition. Hearing news of being sold off so quickly, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She wondered what her new master would be like, as most people here treated slaves as nothing more than disposable trash. Taking heavy steps behind the guard up the wooden stairs, Yin desperately wondered if she would be lucky enough to meet someone kind again, and if she could even survive, if she were dragged back into that brutal dungeon. Standing in front of the room door, the guard knocked and shoved her inside. Yin trembled as she entered, filled with confusion and fear about her fate. But the moment she saw a familiar figure waiting inside, she completely froze. Realizing it was Calem, the tears she had been holding back for so long finally broke free. She choked out that she missed him dearly and unexpectedly lunged toward him. The sudden boldness of the elf girl caught Calem off guard, and he hastily told her not to startle him like that. Yin then blankly asked why he was here, worrying if something had gone wrong at the Magic Academy. Calem stood up, smiling as he explained that he couldn't just abandon a comrade he had once risked his life to save. Seeing she was still emotional, Calem firmly held out his hand and declared that he would help her become a free citizen. The two walked together along the bustling streets of the adventurers' village. Yin bowed her head, timidly reminding him that her redemption debt was still very large, but Calem casually replied, "You already know that." He looked at her and said that there were currently 2 ways to make her a free citizen. First, Calem planned to collect the compensation fee from the Abyssine family. When someone wondered if that hadn't been resolved already, Calem explained that they had only received an initial 100 gold coins. Abbason's older brother, Clarence, advised waiting to receive the rest later to ensure safety, because he understood that if he took it now before she was an official free citizen, the Magic Academy had every right to confiscate that money. Even though it was a bit early, Calem still decided to request a portion of the reward in advance. He turned to Yin and said she would be given over 100 gold coins from that amount. To make sure no one else came to buy her and steal her away, Calem firmly declared to the slave manager, "I will tentatively list her as a member of my party." Calem proposed that Yin continue exploring the dungeon with him, and when splitting the rewards after the expedition, she could completely use that money to buy her own freedom. The decision rested entirely with Yin. To prepare, Calem pulled out a brand new bow and gave it to her as a gift. He thought to himself, if she agreed to join, everything would go exactly according to the perfect script he had mapped out. However, when she touched the new bow, Yin suddenly hesitated. Seeing that reaction, Calem softly asked if she was still afraid, and told himself that if she truly wanted to leave, it was best to let her go right now. But she only timidly asked if he would continue to explore the dungeon. After receiving Calem's firm answer of course, Yin bowed her head and confessed that even though she knew she couldn't help much, she desperately wanted to keep accompanying him and become his true comrade. Her agreement brought Calem immense relief. He smiled to himself, admitting that he was actually quite afraid she would refuse. Seeing Yin excitedly cheering for them to do their best, Calem smiled and said that he had even just recruited one more new member for the team. This sudden news left Yin incredibly surprised and excited. She widened her eyes in admiration, urging him to introduce the new member quickly. Watching the happy elf girl, Calem could only laugh it off, telling himself not to celebrate too early. But Yin shyly asked Calem as they stood before the massive dormitory building of the Magic Academy. "Are you sure I can stay in the dormitory?" Calem casually confirmed. "Yup, there's a bedroom and a common area. Feel free to use it." Receiving the answer, the elf girl immediately put on her new gear and clothes, happily taking skipping steps with excitement. She thought to herself, "New gear, new clothes, I couldn't be happier, even if I have to pay him back later." Standing before the door to the luxurious dorm room, Yin was filled with hope for a new life where she could sleep in a room as comfortable as a hotel and fight alongside Calem to conquer the dungeon. But just as she pushed the door into the room with the intention of soaking in a warm bath to relax, Yin completely froze. Staring back at her was a ghastly face. The bright, icy blue eyes of a red-haired undead creature were wide open, gaping in a threatening manner. Yin screamed in pure terror. Calem rushed over from behind, grabbing her shoulders to calm her down. "Yin, calm down," the elf girl cried out, pointing at the terrifying creature, stammering, "Why is this thing here?" Calem smiled softly, explaining that he had brought this thing back from the shrine this morning. After being given a special scroll by Professor Isolop called a necromancy summoning scroll to resurrect the ambush assassin as an undead servant, the assassin groaned slightly in its throat. Calem joked, "He's saying hello." It seemed the assassin was also happy to see her again. At this moment, the story suddenly shifted to the ancient research documents of Professor Isolop, which recorded dark events regarding the horrific dungeon breakout that happened 12 years ago. According to the records, the disaster began at a dungeon city named Sohen. A sudden, violent dungeon eruption broke out, releasing about 3,000 brutal monsters that flooded out from the abyss and caused devastating losses in life and property. Subsequent investigations revealed a shocking truth. The cause of this destructive eruption stemmed from a person possessed from another world, named Henry. The individual was hiding in the slums in the southern part of Sohen City at the time. Even though he resisted frantically, Henry was eventually discovered and killed in a brutal manner. People found a blood-stained letter with a mysterious warning sent to all those who had been possessed. The mysterious message Henry left before he died clearly states, "To all who have been possessed, be wary of the Magic Academy." As he read those lines, Calem couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why would Henry leave a secret message that only the possessed could read? Perhaps this is not just a mere warning, but a sign that something extremely ominous is happening within the Academy itself. Even more suspicious is the fact that the area which suffered the heaviest damage during the dungeon outbreak 12 years ago was the Magic Academy. Did they suffer such losses because they were the frontline unit? Or, after the monsters dealt with Henry in the slums, did they head straight to the Academy to search for their next target? Closing the book, Calem quietly analyzed it. If that hypothesis is true, it is very likely that many other possessed individuals are secretly hiding their identities right here in the Academy. Sitting pensively on the sofa, he reminded himself to be more cautious of them than even Professor Malini, and to absolutely hide his own status as one who has been possessed. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his train of thought. Calem looked over and saw Yin clutching a pillow, her face deathly pale as she tremblingly asked, "Can I stay here tonight?" Looking at the elf girl's bristling hair, Calem asked blankly, "What happened to your hair?" Yin tearfully explained, "That's what that undead mage of yours did." Too angry from being scared, Yin's face darkened as she gritted her teeth, demanding compensation from Calem. "Let me have your head for a moment." Calem calmly refused, then thought to himself that she had been getting more and more terrifying lately. He immediately made an offer. "If you want to stay here, there is one condition." Calem immediately dumped a pile of scrolls onto the floor, explaining that these were the scrolls he had just collected from the black market this morning. A sinister smile appeared on his face with his eyes glowing red. Calem picked up a scroll and said, "There are a few things I've wanted to test for a long time. You'll help me, right?" That night, at the Magic Academy Tower, Professor Isolo was signing off on a new research project titled Soul Tracking of a Possessed Adventurer, with the lead student investigator being Calem. Standing beside him, Professor Malini spoke up with a very stern expression. "You know that person, Professor. Our famous new student is setting up his own team to handle this case. Don't you find him suspicious?" Seeing Isilo remained silent, Melanie continued to express her doubts. "Can that talent really be explained by just the word genius? I heard he stopped a poison sac from a venomous spider right before it exploded by firing an ice spike at the perfect moment. And that's not all. He and a slave teammate managed to take down a lurker and still survive to return. That is not normal. Everything about this is irrational unless he has been possessed. Professor Isilo, our duty is to identify those who have been possessed." Hearing those sharp accusations, Professor Islo quietly dipped his pen into the ink pot and pensively countered, "But in a situation like this, what should we do? Should we throw away such a talented mage just because of suspicion?" Professor Malini immediately waved her hands decisively. "It's not that I want to do this, but think about what caused the Magic Academy to be so severely short of mages. Just one mistake, and we could lose everything like we did 12 years ago." With that, the stern professor turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave behind a cold warning. "I will be keeping an eye on him." Professor Islo sat alone in the large office, sighing with anxiety. "I understand Professor Malini's position, but we also need someone who can regularly explore dungeons and support the academy. Even so, I wonder how he will recruit his group." At the same time, at the academy's notice board, a new recruitment flyer had been posted, attracting the attention of many students. It clearly stated that team interviews were underway, led by Captain Calem, with the goal of recruiting a frontline warrior. Facing the noisy crowd, the serious atmosphere of the recruitment was quickly broken by a shrill scream from Yin in the hallway. "Over here, please." Calem clicked his tongue to himself. "It seems Lurker has dragged everyone over here." And it was true. The Lurker monster, with a dull gray face, was nonchalantly grabbing Yin's hair and dragging her through the crowd, leaving the elf girl crying out for help in desperation. Witnessing this ridiculous scene, Calem sighed and stepped forward. "I told you not to pull people's hair. You sick undead." After restoring order, Calem raised a hand to his chin, cleared his throat, and looked solemnly at the crowd of students gathered around. "It seems we have enough people. Let's begin." He pointed forward and loudly declared the team's ultimate goal. The goal of this expedition is to find the place where Lurker's soul is preserved and resurrect him. To find a frontline warrior for the team, Calem had posted a recruitment notice and organized an interview right in the academy hall. He stood before a large wooden barrel filled with mana stones and loudly declared to the crowd of candidates, "As clearly stated in the notice, we are looking for a frontline warrior. To test your ability, please lift the wooden barrel in front of you." Calem calculated internally, because he could not directly see the stats of those not in the group. This was the simplest way for him to assess their physical strength. To throw this barrel as easily as Vanen, a candidate must have a minimum strength stat of 15, he continued. "If you pass the first test, we will evaluate your skills next. Prove a warrior's ability. For example, the shield bash or taunt skills." Calem's extremely strict selection requirements immediately caused the adventurers below to buzz with chatter. They began to lose heart, anxiously asking each other if they would have the strength to lift the heavy wooden barrel. Some had not even learned any combat skills yet. Several people accepted defeat right at the starting line. Calem knew very well that for classes like warriors, archers, or rogues, they must learn skills from fountains hidden deep within the dungeon. So, possessing a skill was the clearest evidence that the person had survived and overcome the trials. Standing beside him, Yin trembled and whispered timidly into his ear, I don't know how to use any skills yet." Calem smiled softly to reassure her. "It's okay, you'll learn soon." Then he looked back at the crowd and asked decisively, Who wants to try first? The picky attitude of a mage who had just escaped his life as a slave immediately angered a silver-bearded dwarf warrior. Veins popped on his forehead as he shouted angrily, "Are you kidding me? Do you think you have the right to be picky? Yeah. You've only survived the dungeon once and you're acting all high and mighty." Just as the dwarf was getting worked up and ready to cause a scene, a gauntleted hand roughly shoved him aside, followed by a cold, sharp reminder. "Excuse me. If you're done here, stand aside." The one who just stepped forward was Bernat, a dignified lizardman knight clad in the shining armor of the Church of Nathaniel. Bernat's appearance left the surrounding crowd in total shock. They buzzed with gossip, wondering why a famous knight who usually operated on the second floor would suddenly come down to the first floor to apply for a rookie party. Seeing the church insignia on Bernat's armor, Calem's eyes narrowed, filled with vigilance. He realized that the Church of Nathaniel would never ignore an existence as peculiar as the undead Sneak. But the moment he approached the group, Bernat suddenly collapsed to his knees, wailing miserably. "Oh, Nathaniel, is this truly your will? I cannot bear to witness such a pathetic soul. I must purify him, here and now." Watching the Lizardman Knight's overly dramatic act, Calem could only stare in silence, wondering, didn't they say the goal was revival? What is this guy rambling about? A man with a stern face and hair tied up in a high bun stepped forward, interrupting him. Bernat turned around, startled, and barked a demand for the man's identity. The man coldly replied, "My name is Hijikata, the Sword Saint, an adventurer from the third floor. I'm looking for a missing friend. If this undead revival thing can help me find him," Hijikata continued firmly, "then this might be my only lead." Watching this powerful Sword Saint from the third floor volunteer, Calem secretly evaluated him, thinking he would be an incredibly high-quality addition to the party's tank position. But he also quickly realized a major drawback. Once this search mission was completed, Hijikata would certainly return to his old party. What Calem really needed right now was a long-term companion. While Calem was deep in thought, Bernat roared in anger, feeling insulted. "Blasphemy! How dare you insult a holy knight of Nathaniel?" Hijikata didn't back down, responding with a cold, sarcastic jab. "Who would even want a useless, noisy lizard like you?" The tension between the two experts was escalating when a loud shout from behind suddenly cut them off. Excuse me. Wait a second. Let me have an interview too." A muscular, bald man covered in bandages came running up, panting for breath. Bernat turned his head to look at the monk with disdain and asked, "You monk, you aren't actually planning to compete with us, are you?" But the monk completely ignored that look of contempt. He gritted his teeth and shouted with fierce determination, "I must join this party at any cost." His appearance left Calem completely stunned. He secretly thought that in this world, the monk class was an extremely rare existence, even harder to find than the holy knights of the church. The monk stepped forward, bowed deeply, and pleaded with Calem, "Please, give me a chance. I'm begging you." Then he lifted his tear-streaked face, sobbing uncontrollably, and pointed at the undead Sneak standing blankly in the back. "Sneak is my comrade." The monk's voice choked up, and tears of belated regret fell as he spoke of the past. "It's all my fault that Sneak had to die like that. Back then, Sneak was hailed as the strongest on the first floor. Even though our party only operated here, he stayed for 3 whole years, just because he felt comfortable being with his old friends. But that comfort unintentionally became a psychological burden for the group. We always felt guilty for holding back a genius like him, especially as the pressure to recruit Sneak from other adventurer parties grew heavier. Not wanting Sneak's future to be ruined, the group decided to be blunt, advising him that he didn't need to waste his talent here anymore. Even though they couldn't go down to the second floor together, everyone supported his next step. Sneak just smiled sadly, accepting the decision, and said, "I'll really miss you guys." 3 weeks after they parted ways, tragedy struck when the monk's party was ambushed by enemies in the dungeon. Those bastards had intentionally set a trap by sealing the escape gate, cornering them. Fortunately, one member managed to escape in time and ran to report it to the Adventurers Guild. Just then, Sneak happened to be at the guild. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed through the newly opened teleportation gate to return to the first-floor labyrinth to save his friends. But by the time he arrived, it was too late. The monk had already suffered a deep chest wound, kneeling on the ground before the enemy's cold blade. Having lost all his comrades and backed into a corner, the monk had closed his eyes, ready to give up his life. But at that very moment of life and death, Sneak suddenly appeared, but it was no longer the warm comrade of the past, but a terrifying entity that had completely lost its sanity. With glowing red eyes and a crazed smile, he let out eerie laughter. Sneak, turned into a demon, charged straight at the bandits, frantically slaughtering them one by one with terrifying speed. Witnessing the bloody scene and the horrific, monstrous form of his old comrade, the monk was completely overcome by sheer terror, and in his cowardice, he ran away alone, leaving Sneak behind. "I have every reason to join this party and bring his soul back," the monk declared resolutely. The story made Calem ponder. According to his gaming knowledge, players usually had to go very deep into the dungeon to encounter a wandering boss. The fact that such a terrifying entity appeared right on the first floor was extremely abnormal, and this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, the monk continued to torment himself. He choked up, blaming himself, saying that if the group hadn't been so selfish and forced Sneak to leave that day, the tragedy wouldn't have happened. Thinking about how his old friend had agreed to return to such a dangerous place to save useless people like them, he looked painfully at the red-haired undead standing blankly in front of him, wondering if he had sold his soul to the dungeon master. Overcome with deep regret, the monk rushed over, hugged the undead, Sneak tightly, and sobbed, begging for forgiveness, even though he knew he didn't deserve it. Watching this heartbreaking scene, the sword saint Hijikata sighed and spoke up, supporting the monk's chance to make amends, even offering to withdraw and give up his spot in the party. But this decision immediately met with fierce opposition from the Lizardman Knight, Bernat. He roared in anger, claiming the monk was trying to use a sob story to win sympathy and soften the contractor's heart. Bernat demanded a fair competition and pointed a finger sharply toward the large wooden ORC crate in the corner of the room, declared that only if the monk could smash it would his skills be recognized. Looking at the thick oak barrel, Calem quietly assessed that most clerics in this world tend to lean toward using magic, so their physical strength stats are usually very low. He played a cleric class in his past life, so he understood this perfectly. But when the monk silently stepped in front of the barrel, Calem's crimson eyes narrowed in surprise. He noticed the monk's footsteps were incredibly steady and full of power. This was definitely not an ordinary cleric. He was the extremely rare strength-based cleric Calem had been desperately searching for. Just as predicted, the monk let out a mighty roar and crushed the barrel with his bare arms in an instant. The sheer power of that punch left the Lizardman Knight completely speechless, only able to gape in shock as wood splinters flew everywhere. With this display of overwhelming strength, the monk had officially won Calem over. After preparing their new gear, the group of four, Calem, Yin, the stealthy Gao, and the monk Amos, gathered in front of the dormitory hall to prepare for their departure. Calem looked at his teammates with satisfaction and spoke up clearly. "Looks like the group is finally all together. Amos, make sure everyone is fully prepared before we begin the expedition." After being successfully recruited, the monk Amos scratched his head in embarrassment and asked for permission. "Of course, since I'll be away from home for a while, I need to talk to my wife for a moment." Calem nodded in agreement. "All right, you can go now." Turning to Yin, who was currently being clung to from behind by Gao, the stealthy creature with a pouty face, Calem instructed, "Yin, you and Gao head back to the dorms first." Yin asked anxiously, "What about you?" Calem answered calmly, "I need to drop by the Magic Academy for a moment. There are a few things I need to settle before heading into the dungeon." Calem pondered deeply. If there really was a group of possessed individuals hiding in the Magic Academy, they would be his biggest threat right now. He knew full well that his recent actions had put him in the crosshairs of those in power, from successfully linking ancient books with ultra-rare combinations to decisively taking on Professor Yalat's most difficult quest, without a moment's hesitation. He had even chosen a cleric over 40 who specialized in tanking, someone who kept flexing his muscles and talking loudly about trusting in Monk Shao. Pushing open the heavy wooden door to the hall, Calem resolved to put on a noisy and suspicious act. They must be convinced that he was possessed. If he wanted to survive here, he had to take this opportunity to drill into their heads that he wasn't just a dangerous possessed person, but a genius mage. And the person who could help him prove that was his teacher, Professor Malini. Just then, Professor Malini rushed over with a fierce expression, shouting, "Calem, is it true that you succeeded in combining the magic books?" Facing the old professor's agitation, Calem remained calm. "Yes, I combined the magic books successfully. Is there a problem, sir?" Professor Melanie gritted his teeth, pointed a rough finger at his chest, and growled. "Most people fail at that step. You're either extremely lucky, or looking at the old man's expression, Calem smirked menacingly, thinking to himself, let's see if I can mess with him a bit more. Professor Melanie's eyes widened. "You know, I didn't just perform a double combination, but a triple one." Calem immediately feigned ignorance and asked, "What? A triple combination?" That nonchalant attitude only enraged Professor Melini further. The old man roared in a fit of rage. "What is this kid doing? Are you mocking us, huh?" Standing in the middle of the large hall, The old professor bellowed in resentment. Unless blessed by the god of wisdom, this is impossible. From behind, Professor D-Stream stepped forward with a gentle smile and spoke softly. Professor Melanie, perhaps he truly has been blessed. But Professor Melanie turned around sharply and yelled angrily, "This is no time for jokes, Professor D-Stream. Even a single combination is difficult enough. 3 times? That only happens if one is possessed." Ignoring the old professor's suspicions, Calem decided to head into the dungeon again with his teammates. As soon as they stepped down the dark stairs leading into the maze, Calem suddenly froze as his crimson eyes sensed something unusual. "Yin, can you hear what they are saying?" With the sharp, keen ears of the elf race, she focused on listening and then translated. "They don't look like they have much. That's what I heard." Below the stairs, a group of strange adventurers consisting of a short-haired girl, a brown-haired guy, a werewolf, and a bald old man were gathered, secretly plotting something. Before Calem's group could even pass, the short-haired girl in the other group stepped forward to block their path. She waved with a fake smile. "Oh, hello there, adventurers. Could you spare a moment before you enter the gate?" Looking at her expression and the sinisterly grinning accomplices behind her, Calem's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. As a veteran gamer, he saw through their hearts instantly. They were just bandits here to loot new adventurers. He thought to himself that this was exactly why he always made sure to be at the front the moment the exit gate opened, then sighed, "What a nuisance." The short-haired girl continued to fake friendliness, glancing at the heavy backpack on Calem's shoulder, and asked directly, "Hey, what's in that bag?" The short-haired girl quickly made excuses, claiming she was just worried about newbies. She leaned in close, revealing a sinister face and a greedy smile. "There are a lot of bandits hiding in this maze, you know. If there's anything valuable, your big sister here can keep it safe for you. How about that?" However, the burly monk Amos growled a warning. "No need for that, young lady." She broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Amos continued coldly, "Our leader is very smart enough to turn the tables on small-time bandits like you." Threatened by the overwhelming power, the short-haired girl stumbled back, frantically waving her hands to clear her name. "Who said anything? I was just giving advice." Calem stood behind, silently watching her with crimson eyes full of coldness and contempt. Not bothering with these petty robbers anymore, the group turned their backs and continued down the stairs into the dungeon, leaving Amos's firm declaration echoing behind. "We're leaving. Do whatever you want." As the group continued to walk through the dark dungeon corridor, Yin could not hide her anxiety. She asked Calem timidly, Calem, those people at the gate earlier, they really were bandits, right?" Calem calmly reassured her. "Don't be too scared. Yin, Amos is more than capable of fighting them directly. And if anyone was following us, I would have noticed by now, right? You don't need to worry." But his words hadn't even finished when a shrill scream from the distance suddenly cut him off. "Help me." He recognized the voice and thought, it hasn't even been 5 minutes. From the end of the hallway, a figure was running for their life toward them. It was that short-haired woman from before. She was screaming in desperate panic. "They're chasing me! Those bandits are coming!" Rushing in front of Calem's group, the short-haired woman sobbed and pleaded, "Please, I'm begging you." Standing in front to protect his teammates, the monk Amos coldly interrogated her. "You say you were ambushed? Why on earth should we trust or help you?" The short-haired woman collapsed to the ground, weeping as she explained, "Please, I was exploring the dungeon when they suddenly attacked." Watching from behind, Calem thought to himself that if this were still just a game, he would have taken her out immediately without bothering to listen to her excuses. He stepped forward, looking at her with piercing, suspicious red eyes. "You were the one trying to steal our stuff this morning, weren't you?" The short-haired woman hurriedly tried to clear her name. "I won't deny I was rude, but we never expected to be ambushed like that." Calem narrowed his eyes, calculating. He knew she might be telling the truth, but trusting anyone in this dungeon was an act of insanity. Deciding not to take the risk, Calem pointed his wand directly at her and coldly commanded, "If you don't want to die, go back. I'm going to count to 3. The short-haired woman cried out in terror, "Please. If I go back there, I'll die." Ignoring her pleas, Calem coldly began to count. 1. The short-haired woman shrieked in helpless, trembling terror. "Just once. Please, have mercy on me." Calem's gaze hardened, and he continued firmly. 2. Faced with impending death, the short-haired woman completely broke down. She trembled, stepped back, and finally conceded, defeated. "Fine. I'll go." The woman turned around and ran back the way she came, not forgetting to look back and plead, "Please, just don't cast any spells on me." Watching her figure disappear into the darkness, the group remained on high alert. Suddenly, Yin's sharp hands twitched violently. She panicked and warned, "Calem, Someone is running ahead of us. Calem was startled, and immediately, heavy footsteps echoed from the dark hallway ahead. The short-haired woman came rushing back once again. They're here! They're actually here! Are there 4 of them? She continued, screaming in fear. I told you they were coming. Seeing the chaotic situation, Calem quickly turned to ask the girl Yin, how many are there? Before he could get an answer, a whistling sound cut through the air. Seeing the sudden attack, Calem skeptically wondered, 4? Huh? So maybe the ambush was real after all? Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind. Taking advantage of everyone's lowered guard, the short-haired woman immediately dropped the act and flashed a sinister smile. She nimbly slipped behind Calem and suddenly locked him in a tight grip. Calem was stunned, feeling the wand pressed hard against his body. She laughed triumphantly. How was my acting, sweetie? Seeing the scene unfold, the monk Amos screamed in panic. Without giving the opponent time to react, the short-haired woman immediately activated a locking magic, a chaotic spell intended to disable Calem's ability to cast magic. Facing the danger, Calem still gritted his teeth and shouted orders. I'm fine. Focus on what's in front of you, Amos. In that split second, the familiar chime of the system rang out. Activating time. Stop activating hourglass. As everything around him froze, Calem sighed in relief. Finally, time to calm down and take them out one by one. He began analyzing the bandits' strategy. Their mage had intentionally played the decoy to lure the group into a trap. Instead of aiming for a sturdy tank like Amos, their true goal was to disable the main damage dealers, him and Yin, first. That was why the short-haired woman had closed the distance and used her chaotic magic skill to scramble his spells. To test it, Calem tried to cast an electric shock, but instead, only a small bouquet of flowers popped out of his wand with a pathetic sputtering noise. He realized his magic had been completely scrambled. Calem quickly analyzed the enemy's next moves. After disabling him, they would immediately use electricity to paralyze the one with the weakest melee capabilities in the group, making it easy to isolate and finish them off. They dared to act so recklessly because they bet on the fact that their sneak attacker wouldn't be able to join the fight on their own. Gripping his wand, Calem gritted his teeth, blaming himself for being too careless. He should have used an electric shock to zap them right from the start, but he knew there was no time to sit here and regret it, because one small mistake, and the whole team would die right here. A few days ago, in the dormitory, thanks to Yin's enthusiastic help, Calem had discovered a very special mechanism of the hourglass. When activating time stop for 60 seconds, the cooldowns of his skills would continue to count down as normal. In actual combat, 60 seconds of frozen time was more than enough to turn the tables, not to mention he could also use it to shield himself. To deal with unexpected crowd control situations, Calem had prepared a scroll to reduce status effect duration, helping to shorten all negative effects on him to only 60 seconds. Thanks to that, the spell scrambling effect caused by the short-haired woman was quickly neutralized. As soon as time returned to normal, he immediately cast an electric shock. A powerful bolt of lightning shot from Calem's wand, striking the short-haired woman who was holding him from behind. The sudden surge of power from the young mage left the brown-haired man and the werewolf completely stunned. Not understanding why their partner's lock spell was neutralized so easily, the short-haired woman trembled as she looked up, shocked, and asked, Who on earth are you? Calem calmly adjusted his clothes and replied coldly, Thanks, my head is clear now. Calem's gaze darkened with murderous intent as he pointed his wand at the group of bandits. My strategy was right after all. For trash like you, death is the only answer. The firm declaration made the short-haired woman pale, and she began to panic and beg for mercy. But Calem didn't hesitate. A violent fire explosion erupted, incinerating everything around him, while simultaneously helping him gain a temporary hourglass effect. Witnessing this rapid spellcasting, the werewolf screamed in horror that was a silent cast. Why didn't my spell-scrambling skill have any effect? The system immediately activated the hourglass turn by turn, putting all enemies into a frozen state under the blood frenzy effect. In the frozen space, Calem quickly analyzed the battlefield and discovered the puppet master pulling the strings a dwarf. That explained why there were 4 sets of footprints. He immediately devised a combo to finish the match. First, he cast an electric shock, then used his command feature to mentally instruct Yin to shoot the dwarf. Finally, Calem spent all his remaining action points to activate a dust explosion spell. As time resumed, Calem's dust explosion immediately detonated right at the werewolf's position. At the same time, Calem's lightning bolt and Yin's precise arrow flew out simultaneously, striking the hidden location of the dwarven puppet master. The sheer intensity of the attack shattered the last werewolf's will to fight. He trembled, dropping to his knees before Monk Amos's imposing presence. Collapsed in a pool of blood, The old puppeteer scrambled, desperately clawing at the ground to beg for his life. Please, have mercy. But his cowardly pleas were met only with the cold, piercing gaze of Calem's crimson eyes. Calem stepped forward, pointed his wand directly at the man's head, and declared firmly, I told you, I kill without hesitation. I won't show you any mercy. A surge of powerful magic gathered once again at the tip of his wand, and Calem ruthlessly unleashed a lightning bolt to finish him off. A warm, flickering campfire burned in the dark stone corridor of the dungeon. After a tense battle with the bandits, the party stopped to rest and recover their strength. Sitting by the fire, Yin stared into the flames, her heart heavy. She couldn't help but blame herself for being useless and failing to contribute to the team, feeling like a burden to the group. To pull herself together, the elf girl slapped her own cheeks hard, telling herself she had to become a reliable teammate so no one would be ashamed of her. Standing nearby, Monk Amos could only watch her fluctuating expressions in silence. Just then, Calem woke up from a short stupor caused by the side effects of the status buff scroll. He groggily rubbed his head to explain to everyone and received a kind, concerned look from Amos. Calem nodded to confirm he was fine, then curiously asked what the monk was so busy with. Amos, while busy looting the bandits' bodies, replied that he was checking for useful items and friendly invited Calem to join him. Calem stepped forward. Though he wanted to take everything valuable, his luggage was already too heavy, so he decided to prioritize keeping only the essential gear and items. Amos excitedly held up the loot. 5 red healing potions and 1 incredibly valuable cooldown reduction bottle. Calem also found an ancient scroll on one of the bandits. He smiled with satisfaction, seeing that these bandits had some decent quality loot, especially a corpse summoning scroll. Furthermore, Calem found another strange, ancient wooden wand. He realized it was a wand that supported telepathy skills and decided to appraise it later. He immediately cast magic to link the item and moved it to his inventory. Seeing the prompt asking to name the new wand, Calem just clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that this feature was honestly quite cheesy and outdated. After cleaning up and stuffing everything into his backpack, Calem signaled for the group to head out. Just as they were about to move, Yin's pointed ears twitched sharply. She urgently called Calem back and said she had just heard a strange noise coming from the pouch on his side. Calem bent down to check his belt pouch, wondering what the noise was. Calem opened the small wooden box, revealing the intricate compass inside. He explained to everyone that it was a treasure-hunting compass that Professor Malini had given him before he left. Hearing this, Monk Amos curiously asked if it was used to detect hidden treasure chests in dungeon rooms. Calem nodded in confirmation, but he quickly put the compass away and asserted that the group's top priority was still finding a way to revive the rogue. Everything else can wait. He tucked the pouch into his belt and smiled gently, reminding Yin that she didn't need to be so sensitive or overreact to every little sound anymore. Yin bowed her head sadly, admitting that her keen hearing was the only thing she was good at. Calem smiled and reassured her that she had already done plenty to help the team. Yin hesitated, asking if she should continue reporting small sounds like running water. Hearing this, Calem suddenly froze in surprise. He asked if it sounded like a stream or a fountain. Calem's red eyes widened immediately. He hurriedly shouted, asking for the source of the sound. His excitement was well-founded. In dungeons, adventurers like fighters or thieves often learn new skills from a special entity called the Blessing Fountain. These are fountains that appear randomly in the maze. According to legend, ancient gods consumed by the dungeon became a part of it, using these fountains to grant power to those worthy. Thanks to Yin's sharp hearing, the group found a massive fountain radiating a magical blue light. Calem didn't hold back his praise, which made the elf girl extremely happy and proud that she was finally useful. Calem turned to ask Amos and the rogue if they wanted to try receiving a blessing to learn a new skill. Monk Amos scratched his head sheepishly, saying he had tried a few times before but never succeeded, and worried this time would be the same. Calem smiled and explained that the fountain evaluates challengers based on their body stats and weapon proficiency. He asked Amos if he had ever tried holding his current weapon while entering the water. After receiving a shake of the head from the monk, Calem patted his shoulder and advised him to trust his judgment and try one more time. Calem internally calculated Amos's current strength stat at about 15, which, combined with his wooden staff proficiency, was more than enough. Gaining confidence, Amos stepped forward and jumped straight into the sacred water of the fountain. Just seconds later, the monk burst out of the water, his face filled with sheer shock and excitement. He shouted that he had actually received a new skill. Calem smiled smugly and asked, "See, I told you." After witnessing Monk Amos gain the earth-shattering tremor skill, Calem smiled expectantly and turned to say, "Now it's Yin's turn." He mentally calculated that Yin was at level 5, just like him, and with her agility stat reaching 13, she was definitely qualified to receive the blessing. Without a moment's hesitation, the elf girl jumped right into the sacred water. A moment later, she emerged, gasping for air, and excitedly cheered, I got one too." Thrilled by his teammate's success, she waved for him. "Calem, you try too." Calem paused, his red eyes narrowing hesitantly as he replied, "Mages don't usually get blessings from fountains." Still, she smiled, full of hopeful encouragement. "Ah, you never know." Looking at the elf girl's expectant face, Calem thought to himself that she was right, this was reality now, not just a game anymore. And he himself was extremely curious to see what the inside of a blessing fountain actually looked like. Without further thought, Calem jumped into the water. As he opened his eyes deep beneath the surface, a familiar system chime rang out. "You have activated the blessing fountain." His detailed status screen appeared, recording his mage class with his weapon, notably the turn-based hourglass, and his intelligence stat reaching an outstanding 15 points. Seeing the notification, Calem couldn't help but be amazed, wondering if his weapon was a turn-based hourglass. The system continued, stating that because his intelligence stat exceeded 10 points, Calem earned the right to choose one of 4 incredibly overpowered starting skills for the hourglass. The first skill is Directional Adjustment, a passive ability that allows him to move his wand or staff freely without consuming any action points, even though he cannot physically interact with objects. The second skill, Time Merchant, allows him to spend 1 point from the hourglass to instantly reduce a 1-minute cooldown or remove a debuff. The third choice is Memory Log Editor, which helps swap spell slots during his turn at the cost of 1 action point per swap. The last and most dangerous choice is Mind Control, an active skill that consumes 2 action points to directly command lower-level members, regardless of their trust level, but it will cause them to fall into a state of temporary mental instability if the order goes against their personality. Seeing that all 4 skills were extremely powerful, Calem pondered deeply. He decided to eliminate the least useful options at this moment to make the optimal choice. After a brief moment of consideration, Calem decisively surfaced for air, gasping. The system immediately notified him that he had successfully learned the passive skill, Directional Adjustment. Seeing him surface, Yin ran over in a panic, thinking he had drowned in the deep water. Calem calmly replied that he was perfectly fine, then joined the group as they continued deeper into the dungeon. To test his new ability, Calem immediately activated the time stasis state of the hourglass. In a state where everything stood still, he tried to turn the wand in his hand slightly. Just as the skill description for Directional Adjustment stated, this action didn't consume any of his action points at all. Satisfied with the end of the turn, Calem smiled and told everyone to keep moving. Looking at the sneak attack guy silently leading the way, Calem told himself that letting someone as familiar with the terrain as him lead the way was the simplest and most effective way to help the group proactively avoid dangerous traps along the corridor. While walking, the monk Amos suddenly stopped, his face showing a hint of deep thought and worry. Noticing the unusual silence from his large companion, Yin curiously approached and asked, "What's wrong, Amos?" She noticed he was carefully holding a delicate golden amulet in his hands. Amos sighed softly and explained, "This is a gift from my wife back home. Since I haven't gone on an expedition in so long, she is extremely worried about my safety." This information left the girl, Elle, incredibly amazed and excited. With wide eyes, she pressed him for details about their love story, curious as to how a muscular monk like him could have gotten married. Amos smiled happily and recounted that they happened to meet at the Adventurers Guild, and in fact, it was his wife who introduced him to Sneak Attack's group back in the day. Knowing her husband felt deeply indebted to his old comrade, she fully supported his decision to go on this expedition to find a way to resurrect him. Ahead of them lay a giant, ancient, underground ruin. As soon as she stepped onto the dusty floor, Yin gasped in shock. "Wow, this place is truly ancient." Looking at the massive, ruined city space emitting a mysterious blue light before them, Calem secretly concluded that this place looked exactly like the game map he had once cleared. Because the surrounding space was strangely silent, he muttered, "Maybe that's why it's so quiet." Seeing that, Calem turned around, speaking in a serious tone. "From now on, be very quiet. Avoid alerting the guards." The warning startled Yin, who quickly covered her mouth in a panic. "What? Guards?" Calem knew very well that the boundary guards on this floor, level 1.5, were extremely dangerous and usually attacked in packs. One slip-up and the whole group could be wiped out instantly. However, they usually only gathered in the barracks, so as long as they walked quietly, they wouldn't be discovered. He continued to explain, "Like I said, we'll be at a disadvantage if we fight, so let's just grab the relic containing Sneak Attack's soul quickly and retreat. Thanks to his hard-earned gaming experience, Calem confidently led the group to move quickly without fear of getting lost. "We're here," Calem said softly, as the group stopped in front of the soul shrine. A massive, ancient building was radiating a haunting, deep blue magical aura. Calem stepped forward and placed his hand on the large door, thinking to himself, "Everything so far is just as I know it. No signs of danger yet. It seems safe." The door slowly opened. Calem, with glowing red eyes, cautiously led the group into the vast shrine hall. Looking at the magnificent sight before them, character name asked in surprise, "Whoa, what are these?" Calem calmly replied, "They're relics, but they're all empty." Looking at the endless rows of stone pedestals, the monk Amos asked anxiously, "There are so many. How can we find the one containing Sneak Attack's soul?" Calem pointed toward the high tower in the distance and asserted, "Surely the one we need is the only one glowing over there. It's a cylindrical relic emitting a brilliant green light that stands out in the dark space." Amos asked in surprise, "Is that really Sneak Attack's soul inside?" Calem nodded and confirmed, "Yes, but once it's touched, the monsters will immediately swarm us to take it back. So, we'll bring the relic back to the first floor and resurrect Sneak Attack there." Amos excitedly urged the group to start immediately, but suddenly, character name told Calem to stop. She pointed, having discovered another relic that was also glowing brilliantly green right next to it. The appearance of two sources of light simultaneously left the group confused about what to do. Amos panicked because it was clear that a moment ago, only one pedestal was glowing. He worriedly asked himself if the dungeon master had just sealed the soul of another adventurer. Calem broke into a cold sweat, his red eyes full of tension. He knew very well that he was the strongest rookie on the first floor right now, so the dungeon master had no reason to target anyone else, unless there was a more terrifying explanation hidden beneath. Suddenly, Yin's pointed ears twitched. She panicked and reported that she heard someone running for their life toward them. Calem concluded that this meant another adventurer had just died on floor 1.5. From the corridor outside, screams echoed. An adventurer yelled, urging Remus to run. But Remus firmly refused to leave his companion, Aston, behind. Faced with a desperate situation, where the other party confirmed Aston couldn't survive, their group was forced to flee toward the shrine. The shrine door was suddenly slammed open violently. Calem turned back cautiously, and was shocked to encounter the lizardman knight, Bernat. As soon as he saw Calem, Bernat's eyes widened in surprise. The lizardman immediately started shouting, scolding Calem for leaving the door wide open in a place as dangerous as this. Calem let out a sigh of helpless frustration, coldly replying that this place had been perfectly safe until Bernat's group showed up and caused such a chaotic mess. Before he could even finish, Bernat hurriedly shouted a warning about the monsters closing in, urging everyone to prepare for battle. Calem snapped back angrily that it was Bernat's own group that led those things straight to them. Calem crossed his arms, demanding to know why Bernat's group was here. Bernat explained that the church had assigned them to clear out the dungeon, and they had stumbled upon this place by accident. The lizard man started making a scene, clutching his shield in devout prayer, claiming that this encounter was clearly the will and grand plan of the god Nathaniel. His fanaticism left Calem speechless. Bernat's rambling was quickly cut off by his own teammate. The temple doors slammed shut under the pressure of the monsters swarming outside. The barbarian warrior and the archer, Remus, were using every ounce of their strength to hold the doors closed, shouting loudly for someone to cast a defensive barrier immediately. Bernat, startled, rushed to obey. Bernat immediately activated the Poma barrier spell to reinforce the doors that were being relentlessly pounded by the monsters outside. The lizard man shouted, "We will end this battle with these demons right here. Calem, please, support our group." The intense thundering of the impacts left them all terrified. As the situation was spiraling out of control, Calem gritted his teeth in tension, cursing this hellish dungeon under his breath, though his crimson eyes remained filled with the determination to fight to the very end. Calem approached Bernat, demanding that he follow his lead. Since it was his group that dragged the monsters here, Bernat realized his mistake, immediately scratching his head in agreement, and telling Calem to just give the orders, which only made his teammate Remus yell in frustration at their captain's easy compliance. Seizing the moment, Calem decided to change the plan. He pulled out Professor Isilop Eternal Slumber Permit Scroll to perform a stealthy resurrection right on the spot to bolster their defensive forces. The scroll was activated, releasing a wave of dark energy that enveloped the target, causing him to scream in pain. Calem knew he had to protect the target at all costs while the ritual took place. He quickly ordered Yin to prepare to catch the soul relic that he was about to bring down with a remote control spell. Once Yin had tightly grasped the glowing relic, Calem turned to ask Bernat's group to reveal their skills so they could coordinate. But Remus was still acting grumpy, unwilling to take orders from a hastily assembled team of rookies. Remus insisted that he only took orders from Bernat. Calem narrowed his eyes coldly and asked what. Bernat's strategy was only to receive a ridiculous answer from the lizard man. Just charge in bravely. Calem retorted by asking about the results of that strategy, then added a stinging remark about their recently fallen comrade. The comment hit a sore spot, making all three of Bernat's team members bow their heads in regret, and Remus was forced to bitterly admit they had lost a comrade not long ago. Calem firmly demanded they follow his orders. Calem promised to bring their comrade back safely, leaving all three of them completely stunned. To prove he wasn't lying, Calem told them to look behind them, where Yin was holding a second relic that had also just started glowing. He explained that when someone dies between floors, their soul is automatically sealed into a relic, and this second one was undoubtedly Aston's, their fallen comrade. Calem proposed to resurrect Aston right here, in exchange for a worthy reward from the church. Upon hearing that they could save their teammate, Remus became extremely excited. He immediately revealed all his skills, piercing shot and firebolt, along with the powerful charge and savage leap of the barbarian warrior, then desperately begged Calem to save Aston. Calem smirked with confidence and agreed. Just then, the temple door cracked under the pressure of the monsters. The barrier was about to shatter. Calem resolutely raised his wand, and the whole group took their positions, ready to face the life-or-death battle. Before venturing into the dungeon and encountering Calem's group, the Lizardman Knight Bernat had received an important secret order from Bishop Nathaniel at the cathedral. The bishop had solemnly entrusted him. Bernat, I am giving you an important mission from the order. Enter the dungeon immediately, and verify if the rumors about soul preservation are true. The order will provide full support. Do not fail. Bernat knelt reverently to accept the order. Yes, Bishop, I will remember your words. But when actually facing the dangers lurking in the dark dungeon, Bernat couldn't help but sweat, silently lamenting. Nathaniel, why did you give me such a difficult challenge? A loud explosion cut off the Lizardman Knight's thoughts as the monsters began their relentless assault. Returning to the reality inside the Soul Temple, the situation was now dire. Calem gritted his teeth and analyzed the situation. They were outnumbered in a direct attack, but if they stayed here, that thing would arrive. Realizing they couldn't stay on the defensive, he immediately made a bold decision and shouted his instructions. Amos, Bernat, everyone, stack those cabinets in the back so we can climb up. Yin, Remus, handle the souls. Very quickly, Amos, Bernat, and his teammates finished stacking the large wooden cabinets. They shouted back, Calem, we've moved them all. Calem's eyes hardened with determination. He firmly commanded, I'm going to break the ceiling. Everyone, get back. Immediately, Calem channeled his magic into the tip of his wand, aimed it straight at the ceiling, and shouted. With a burst of dust, a terrifying explosion of firepower erupted. Calem urged them urgently. Everyone, climb to the roof. Now. Yin and Remus, clutching the two glowing soul relics, quickly climbed up first with the help of their teammates. Below, Calem turned back and shouted, Amos, Bernat, let's go. But before he could finish, a violent, earth-shaking crash rang out from the main door, making him look back in shock. The temple door had finally collapsed entirely under the immense pressure. A wave of dark monsters surged into the temple hall like a rising tide of brutal shadows. Standing on the back line to protect the escape route, the Lizardman Knight Bernat and the monk Amos bravely swung their weapons to hold back the enemy. Seeing that Calem was still hesitating above, the monk Amos turned his head, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Calem, you go first. We'll try to buy some time. Bernat immediately activated his Guardian Shield skill, creating a massive barrier of light to block the dark monster's attacks. The Lizardman Knight charged headlong into the enemy encirclement, coordinating with his teammates to push back the first wave. But the number of monsters flooding in kept growing, filling up the path below. Watching from above, Calem realized the situation was extremely disadvantageous. He anxiously said to Yin and Remus, We won't be able to hold out much longer. He quickly shouted down to warn Bernat and Amos, Don't push too far. Fall back. Upon hearing the command, Bernat asked in confusion, Huh? Why? Calem broke into a cold sweat, his red eyes fixed on the darkness. Why? Well, because that thing is coming. Suddenly, a grotesque hand with razor-sharp claws gripped the stone pillar. Seeing the strange creature appear, Bernat screamed in terror. What is that? The lizard man was utterly bewildered. What the hell is that monster? From the shadows, a tall entity cloaked in black robes, wearing a cold, featureless white mask, stepped out. Calem immediately identified the opponent, the sanctuary manager. The boss silently raised its staff, emitting a wicked purple light, signaling its minions to prepare for an attack. Purple magic circles appeared above the monsters that had just been downed, instantly healing their wounds. Calem analyzed the situation quickly. The manager wasn't impossible to defeat, but what made it troublesome was its ability to resurrect every guard using undead healing magic. Knowing they couldn't wipe out the monsters while the boss was still alive, Calem decided to change tactics. He turned to the gray-skinned warrior beside him. "Everyone, go down and help out. Just fight to stall for time." The gray-skinned warrior hoisted his heavy axe onto his shoulder and replied firmly, "Stall for time, right? Leave it to me." Yin looked at Calem with worry and softly called out, "Calem." Yin swallowed hard to calm herself and said resolutely, "I'm going." Calem turned to her with a trusting look. "Be careful." Yin nodded. "Right, I know." Remus, standing nearby, chimed in to encourage her. "Here, take the spell scroll. Good luck. I'm counting on you." Yin took the scroll, determined, and replied, "Yes, I'll do my best." Watching the elven girl's back as she prepared for action, Calem's red eyes narrowed. He silently whispered his hope. "That's right, Yin, I'm counting on you. The success of this operation depends on it." Yin clutched the glowing green magic crystal vial and the spell scroll tightly, bravely leaping from the temple roof to carry out her critical mission. Calem stood above, observing, silently thinking that everything now depended on her. Meanwhile, the sanctuary manager began to unleash its terrifying power. Not only did it grant the undead healing, buff, and spiritual energy, but its body also exuded a disgusting stench that significantly reduced magic resistance and stunned anyone who approached. Facing that suffocating pressure, Calem reminded himself to keep a clear head to coordinate the fight. But the reality of combat was far more brutal. Even though Calem had warned them beforehand, the lizardman knight Bernat couldn't withstand the boss's overpowering stench. His mind reeled, and he muttered helplessly, "Easier said than done." Nearby, the gray-skinned warrior swung his axe madly, screaming in frustration, "Damn it! How many more of these things do I have to kill?" But immediately, his eyes widened in shock as purple light erupted from the manager's staff, instantly resurrecting all the undead that had just been defeated. The warrior was knocked to the ground, helplessly watching the monsters stand back up, full of health. "We're still so far away at this rate. It'll never end." The battle inside the temple became a suffocating standoff. By now, Bernat was completely dazed by the smell. He mumbled senseless prayers while the enemy closed in right before him. Seeing his teammate in danger, the gray-skinned warrior shouted, "Bernat, snap out of it!" He lunged forward, swinging his axe to slash the monster and save Bernat in the nick of time. The gray-skinned warrior gasped for air and reminded him, "We're nowhere near done, regroup." Bernat finally regained his senses and said shamefully, "I'm so sorry. The smell, just..." Witnessing the chaotic scene below, Calem clicked his tongue in frustration, thinking that the group's direct attack strategy was terribly inefficient. He impatiently wondered if Yin was ready down below. Just then, the monk Amus suddenly made his move. He swung his massive iron staff, creating a powerful whirlwind that swept away the surrounding monsters. His incredible power left the lizardman knight Bernat gaping in shock, wondering, "Wait, how is that monk so strong? And how exactly is he enduring that smell?" Amos replied calmly, "What I practiced on Mount Dali was how to not be buried under distracting thoughts." Bernat was left clueless by the monk's enlightenment, but the sanctuary manager suddenly gathered dark purple magic at the tip of its staff, preparing to launch a deadly strike. Sensing the danger, Calem shouted a warning, "Amos, watch out for the manager." The evil energy from the boss erupted violently. Without flinching, Amos poured all his might into activating a newly acquired skill, letting out a heroic roar that shattered the air. The massive blow from the iron staff created a terrifying shockwave, clearing away every obstacle. This overwhelming strength left Bernat and the gray-skinned warrior utterly stunned. When did he get that skill? In just one blow. Is he really just a first-tier wandering monk? Just then, a flare suddenly shot up into the dungeon sky and exploded brilliantly overhead. Seeing the signal, Remus shouted, "Calem, that's the flare." Calem immediately commanded the whole team. "Everyone, retreat." He smiled proudly. "Great, you did it, Yin." In the resurrection area below, Yin was struggling to shake a man who had just regained consciousness. "Hurry, wake up and get up." The man opened his eyes, dazed, and asked, "Who?" Calem shouted for everyone to back away quickly. He rapidly analyzed the situation. "If I just use regular dust explosion magic, the range is too narrow to hold back all these guards." At that moment, the Hourglass's special skill activated automatically, putting the battle into Calem's turn with 60 seconds of frozen time. There was only one way. Calem poured all his magic power, chain detonating the dust magic, blasting the ceiling 4 times. As his action points hit 0, the turn ended. A series of terrifying explosions erupted violently, blowing apart the ancient stone ceiling. Calem's plan was to use the massive pile of rubble to crush and block the advance of the guards and the sanctuary manager. Seeing Calem's bold move, Remus shouted in absolute shock. What the? Below, the sanctuary manager could only look up in confusion at the cracking ceiling. Creaking, bone-chilling sounds echoed throughout the space, and right after, thousands of giant stones collapsed like rain, crushing the monsters below with a deafening roar. Dust filled the air, blanketing the entire area. Bernat, covered in stone dust, was stunned and wondered what was happening. Sensing the opportunity, Calem shouted, urging them on. Now's the time. Hurry, the gray-skinned warrior also urged. Bernat, let's move. Bernat replied firmly. Got it, you go first. While everyone was trying to climb to the roof to escape, the sanctuary manager suddenly roared in madness, ordering its minions to give chase. Bernat swung his shield, blocking the monster's attack, and shouted, I'll hold them off, you go ahead, priest. But Amos the monk firmly refused. No. Amos stood his ground, vowing to himself that he would never abandon his comrades and run away ever again. Looking at the silhouette of Bernat, the lizardman knight above, he firmly planted his monk's spade into the ground and yelled, Just go, I'll hold them off. Understanding his comrade's resolve, Bernat nodded slightly and replied, If that's your wish, then understood. As he climbed up quickly, Bernat didn't forget to pay him a compliment. You're the best frontline defender I've ever met. Below the shrine, Amos was fighting bravely, alone, amidst the overwhelming swarm of dark monsters. At the same time, powerful magical lightning bolts rained down from above, paralyzing the guards trying to chase after him. Standing on the roof, Calem anxiously shouted, urging him on. Get up here now, we'll provide cover. But just then, a dark purple magical aura flared violently from the rubble, causing Calem to widen his eyes in shock. The shrine's manager wasn't dead yet. He stood up, raising his staff high to resurrect all the stone guards once again. Calem gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was dire. The manager is back up. The guards are going to attack again. He yelled urgently. You have to run now. Meanwhile, in another hallway, Yin was using every ounce of her strength to guide Aston to safety. She gasped for air, urging the recently resurrected comrade to run faster. Hurry, hurry, there's no time left. Having just woken up from the resurrection ritual, Aston shouted in a panic, I'm just a corpse that came back to life. The elf girl asked, confused, What are you talking about? I already healed you, Aston retorted irritably. How could I have fully recovered from that? Realizing the air around them was becoming increasingly dangerous, Yin urged him desperately. If we don't hurry, the whole team will be in danger. Knowing the situation was critical, Aston gritted his teeth and yelled, Damn it, lead the way, quickly. Both of them ran along the ruined streets to reunite with their team. At the same time, at the shrine, the rearguard battle was unfolding fiercely. Remus the archer continuously fired his crossbow for support and shouted a warning, Fall back, fall back. Immediately, Calem channeled his magic to release a surge of lightning, paralyzing the stone guards, trying to catch up below to clear a path for Amos to climb up. Standing on the roof, Bernat, the lizardman knight, urged impatiently, There's no time left, keep it up just a little longer. Seeing the head of Amos's spade reach up, Bernat shouted happily, There it is, and quickly grabbed it to pull him up. To protect his comrade's retreat, Calem swung his wand and shouted, Electric shock, releasing blue lightning bolts that engulfed the monsters below. Beside him, Remus was also tensely loading his next magical arrow, shooting down enemies trying to get close. Noticing that Amos was becoming exhausted and struggling to hold on, Bernat reached down quickly and shouted, Grab my hand! The lizard man firmly grabbed the monk's wrist to pull him away from the abyss. But just as Bernat held his hand, Amos the monk suddenly froze in confusion. What? My ankle feels cold. Looking down, a pitch-black hand from the shadows had violently grabbed his ankle. From within the dark gloom, the shrine manager appeared, his faceless white mask bearing a disgusting, ear-to-ear grin, and let out a blood-curdling laugh. Witnessing that horrific sight, Remus the archer panicked, fired his crossbow frantically downward, and screamed in despair, Damn it, we're almost there, take this and get lost. The arrow from Remus struck the manager's mask directly, but it was quickly blocked by his teeth. Above, Bernat was using all his might to pull Amos up, shouting, Almost there, keep going. Their hands were locked together, trembling violently. but the weight of the giant monk, combined with the pull from the monster below, was causing Amos to lose his strength. Bernat didn't give up. He gritted his teeth and roared with determination. "I will save you. You absolutely must not let go." But Amos knew it was too late. He whispered in reply, "It's too late. I'm fine, you run ahead." Just at that critical, make-or-break moment, Calem spotted an opening from above and shouted instructions to use a dagger. Immediately, a magic-infused throwing dagger was launched, embedding itself directly into the shrine manager's mask. Bernat seized the opportunity and yelled, "Now, come on up," then exerted all his strength to pull Amos onto the roof. Amos lay flat on the roof, panting in exhaustion. Just then, a familiar voice unexpectedly rang out right in front of him. "You've worked hard, Amos." Amos startled and looked up at the voice, which continued to mock him. "Yo, uncle!" Before his eyes stood a red-haired young man with a cunning smile, waving at him. His sudden presence left Amos the monk stunned, shouting, You sneak attack." But to everyone's surprise, Kay could only scratch his head in confusion. "I don't understand anything. You said use the dagger, so I threw it out of reflex." Looking around at the strange surroundings, the sneaky attacker named Kay asked blankly, "But where exactly is this? Who are these people?" Before he could collect his thoughts, the bald Uncle Amos rushed over and hugged him tightly, leaving Kay choking in surprise. Amos cried tears of emotion, squeezing his comrade who had just returned from the dead. "Thank heavens! Thank heavens!" The overly strong bear hug from the muscular uncle left Kay breathless, his face turning pale as he yelled, I can't breathe. Hey, old man, my bones are about to break." Witnessing the comical scene, Calem stood by and reminded them softly, "Kay, get up." Immediately after, the group moved quickly to escape the danger zone. From up ahead, Yin waved to signal the good news to the rest of the group. "We've arrived." Aston excitedly ran ahead and called out, "Hey!" Seeing Aston return safely, the old group of comrades, including Bernat, the lizard-man knight, Remus, and the barbarian warrior, were all overjoyed. Remus shouted, "You're back! Aston, I'm so glad you're alive." "You idiots." Watching his loyal comrades crying over him, Aston couldn't hold back his own tears. He scolded them affectionately. "What are you guys just standing around for? Aren't you going to run? You fools." Calem quickly cut through the reunion atmosphere, his voice serious as he reminded them, "All right, everyone. I know it's a happy reunion, but it's not over yet." He glared at the elf girl, warning, "Especially you. If you plan on attracting the guards' attention, keep your mouth shut." Yin could only pout and whisper an apology. Calem immediately explained the next plan. "I'll repeat the plan, so listen carefully. Yin, pass this over." Receiving Yin's agreement, Calem began analyzing the terrain. The distance from the shrine roof to the ground is 7 meters. The escape gate is about 30 meters away. He concluded that jumping directly from this height would be no different from suicide. He thought to himself that the clumsy priests or that foolish lizard man would surely sprain their ankles immediately, let alone himself. If anyone gets injured, those guards below will immediately surround them, and the situation will become dire. Therefore, the only viable plan is to proactively take down the guards and the manager before making a mad dash for the emergency exit. To pull that off, Calem says he needs to cast a powerful major spell, but it requires a long preparation time. He asks his teammates to hold off the guards that will swarm them in the meantime. Instantly, roars erupt from the dark guards as they start climbing onto the roof. Without a second of hesitation, the gray-skinned warrior swings his battle axe, charging into the fray and unleashing a thunderous blow that sends the lead guard plummeting down. Standing tall at the edge of the roof, facing the swarming enemies, the gray-skinned warrior turns back to remind his teammates to conserve their energy for the more important mission ahead. Calem quickly assigns the next tasks. He entrusts that part to Dallin and Bernat. Bernat, the lizard-man knight, nods in immediate agreement. Understood. But Dallin is still puzzled by this arrangement. He scratches his head in confusion. Sorry, but you aren't the squad leader, are you?" Seeing his teammates starting to bicker, Dallin anxiously tries to intervene. "Listen to me first. Just hear me out. Geez." Right then, Amos the monk steps forward, pats Dallin firmly on the shoulder, and announces clearly, "What? Oh, all right, Dallin. Our squad leader now is Calem." To prepare for the decisive counterattack, Remus the archer nervously asks Calem, "Do you have a way to control that whole crowd?" Calem grips his wand tight, calmly laying out the strategy. "I'll use an area of effect spell to hold them back, then we'll run for the gate when a gap opens." He immediately turns to call out to Yin. Yin, the elf girl, startles and replies, "Yes?" Calem gives a firm order to hide near the gate. Yin quickly pulls her to a corner to whisper and discuss the plan. As Calem summons his magical clouds, he instructs them to use a mud wall spell to surround the church. Meanwhile, Calem stands atop the church, his red eyes filled with determination as he watches the entire battlefield. The system announces that everything is ready for deployment. The hourglass has finished its cooldown. He steps firmly onto the high stone ledge, preparing to activate the decisive strike. Standing on the ruins of the church roof and looking down, Calem is met with the sight of thousands of dark guards swarming like ants. He narrows his eyes, thinking the manager is truly cunning. He isn't recklessly climbing the roof or destroying it. Instead, he's sealing them in by surrounding the church to block any exit. On the ground, the sanctuary manager, wearing a cold, faceless mask, stands amidst his minions, looking up with evil eyes to lock onto Calem's silhouette high above. Calem thinks to himself that what is about to happen will exceed the manager's ability to prepare, as it goes far beyond any scenario he could have predicted. He smirks confidently, lifts his wand high into the sky, and begins chanting, "Storm Cloud." Immediately, a massive magical hourglass appears, activating Calem's time-stop turn. The system displays detailed information about the Storm Cloud spell, a summoning spell that creates a heavy downpour lasting 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 15 seconds, and specifically, every 3 seconds it strikes a lightning bolt at any target previously hit by lightning. Calem continuously spends action points to rapidly cast Storm Cloud. The time stop begins counting down from 17 seconds. To optimize the massive amount of water about to pour down, Calem has made a plan, telling Yin and Aston to use a mud wall spell to contain the water, preventing it from overflowing outside the temple area. When the countdown reaches its final seconds, Calem uses all his strength to cast Storm Cloud one more time before his action points are drained and the turn ends. However, his red eyes flash with a hint of malice. He immediately flips the temporary hourglass to activate his special skill, Blood Slaughter Momentum, which freezes time for another 60 seconds. Thanks to precasting before flipping the hourglass, Calem calculates that he can cast Storm Cloud a total of 7 times this turn. When his action points are completely drained again, his turn officially ends. As time resumes, the sky above the temple suddenly darkens as massive black clouds roll in. From high above, the first raindrops start pattering against the ground. The sanctuary manager and the dark guards look up at the sky in confusion. Immediately after, a massive downpour pours down like a waterfall, quickly submerging the gloomy temple area in a sea of water. Witnessing this sudden storm, Bernat, the Lizardman Knight, and the gray-skinned warrior are completely shocked and shout, "What is this?" In the distance, Aston and Yin also stare in awe at the storm-filled sky. Standing on the high point, Calem, with his red, murderous eyes, coldly commands, "Electric shock." Instantly, massive bolts of lightning from the storm clouds crash down like a storm, traveling through the rain-soaked water and creating a destructive electric grid, paralyzing all the dark guards below. The massive electrified storm causes Aston to be completely stunned. Looking at the swirling black clouds in the sky, he can't help but exclaim, "What is this? That massive amount of clouds, is this for real?" Lightning strikes the temple with thunderous force. At that moment, an urgent call rings out. Aston, having set up the mud wall, snaps out of his shock. Aston replies quickly, "Ah, right. Understood." He can't help but shudder when thinking of the young mage's power, a first-tier mage capable of controlling a spell of this magnitude. The rumors about the genius mage who doesn't need to chant must be true. "Rise, boundary mud wall." Aston firmly raises his staff and shouts. Immediately, massive mud walls erupt from the ground, surrounding the entire temple area to hold the water, just as Calem planned. After finishing the spell, Aston turns to ask Yin, "I did as you said. What now?" Yin calmly replies, "I heard the barbarian is going to jump over first." The statement makes Aston confused, and he asks back, "Jump over? What do you mean?" Before he can even process it, the barbarian warrior high above activates his jump skill and launches himself straight down. Seeing the giant figure falling like a meteor, he shouts, "Get out of the way!" Aston watches as the barbarian warrior lands with immense force, swinging his battle axe. Witnessing the heroic landing, Calem smiles faintly from above. "Looks like a good landing, doesn't it?" He turns to instruct Amos, the monk beside him. "Amos, do as I told you." Amos tightens the bandage on his arm and nods firmly. "I will do my best." Calem immediately orders Bernat, the Lizardman Knight, to channel the Radiant Strength buff to Amos. Bernat quickly casts the Radiant Strength skill on the monk. The system immediately displays a notification that Amos's strength stat has increased by 3 points. A brilliant golden aura envelopes Amos's body as he declares, "Let's begin." He immediately rushes forward and roughly grabs the collar of Remus the archer. Suddenly grabbed, Remus screamed in a panic. Remus was sobbing, trembling as he begged in desperation. "Wait, give me a second to pull myself together." Amos used his raw strength to hurl Remus across the gap. The young elf soared through the air, only managing to let out a shrill scream of pure terror. On the other side, Aston braced himself to catch his comrade. With a clean thud, Aston snagged Remus and cheered excitedly. "Gotcha!" Immediately after, Calem turned to instruct the lizard folk knight, Bernat. "Knight, I'm counting on him." The battle below was still raging fiercely, with lightning bolts crashing down, creating an absolute chaotic mess. Witnessing the terrifying power of the magic, Dahlan scratched his head and asked Calem, but I have a question. If this spell is so strong, why didn't you just capture those monsters from the start?" Calem coldly explained. "The guards, maybe. But the warden? That wouldn't even leave a scratch on him." He spoke sternly, telling everyone to listen closely. The reinforced wall was cracking under the frenzied attacks from outside. Calem was on high alert. The warden was trying to break through the mud wall to escape. If the warden escaped in this situation, the guards would revive all over again, so we have to get out now. The duration of the mud wall and cloud storm spells is almost up. There's no time to hesitate. He decisively ordered Amos and Dahlan. "After I jump over, you two must immediately use Shadow Leap to get out of there." Amos nodded seriously. "Understood." Now it was Calem's turn to clear the gap. Looking at the bottomless drop ahead, Calem broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This is more intense than I thought." Without hesitation, Amos put his back into it and launched Calem flying through the air. Calem let out a terrified shriek as his body went into freefall. On the opposite side, the tribal warrior Yin spread his arms wide, laughing loudly as he prepared to catch him. "Come on over. I'll catch you with these broad shoulders of mine." Yin cheered excitedly, clearly relieved. "The plan is perfect. We're about to make it out." She was overjoyed. As long as Amos and Dahlan made it out, the whole group would be safe. Meanwhile, Calem could only sigh helplessly at the elf girl's optimism. On the roof of the temple, Dahlan looked back and asked Amos, "Where on earth did you find such a top-tier mage?" Amos replied firmly, "I'd love to chat, but let's get out of here first, kid." Before jumping down, the monk Amos suddenly called Dahlan back to offer some sincere advice. He urged him to join Calem's party as soon as they got out. Amos pointed out the hard truth. Given his past of being turned into a dungeon portal boss, no normal party would ever accept him. Furthermore, the evil mark that the dungeon master had branded onto Dahlan's forehead was still clearly visible. Touching his own forehead, Dahlan wondered blankly, but Amos insisted that Calem would definitely accept him, completely different from everyone else out there. Seeing the old man rambling on, Dahlan impatiently snapped, "Old man, I get it, let's go. You said we were out of time." Yet Amos remained stubborn, shouting, "Yeah, that's exactly why I'm saying this now. Are you listening, Dahlan? You are joining Calem's team." The monk's persistence left Dahlan speechless, muttering, "Is the old guy acting weird today? Is he going senile?" Amos shot him a sharp glare and said firmly, "If you get it, then let's move." Immediately, both of them activated their Shadow Leap skills. Seeing them land safely, the group cheered with relief. Amos and Dahlan are out too. Calem's crimson eyes narrowed, a confident smile spreading across his face. Everyone had made it out, just as the temple's stone walls collapsed completely under the pressure of the monsters. Looking at the ruins behind them, Calem thought to himself that the duration of Aston's mud wall spell had just ended. But now that they were safe, he shouted his orders to the team. "Everyone, head for the exit." Without a moment's hesitation, the group gave it their all, sprinting and leaping straight into the spinning, powerful blue portal. A blinding flash of light erupted, whisking them away from the dark dungeon and dumping them onto the safe floor of the dungeon union, leaving everyone around them stunned. Yin jumped for joy, cheering, "We did it!" Remus, standing beside him, also flashed a radiant, relieved smile, never expecting to actually escape from that hellhole. On the other side, Aston excitedly boasted to everyone, "Even I got revived, look." Bernat looked over at Aston and thought to himself, "I only saw the end of it, but that young mage is truly extraordinary." Aston laughed, scratching his head. "Thanks, I only made it back thanks to all of you, right?" Everyone showered them with praise. "Haha, we wouldn't have made it without Calem." Bernat crossed his arms, deep in thought, his eyes narrowing as he pondered. "Calem is truly amazing. He heard a brief summary of our abilities and came up with such an absurdly effective escape plan." Bernat told himself that the cult's mission this time was a complete success. The existence of the soul reservation spell had been fully proven. Aston's revival was the irrefutable, ironclad proof. Yet, the lizard folk knight's pride felt heavy. Bernat bitterly admitted that this mission wasn't actually completed by his team. They hadn't really accomplished much on this trip, and if it weren't for meeting Calem's group, his entire team would have perished in the dungeon long ago. Bernat had once thought the god Nathaniel led him to Calem to be saved, but now he realized it was a lesson to see the extent of his own weakness. As he clenched his fists in introspection, a sudden noise rang out. Bernat turned in surprise to see the red-haired boy Dahlan asking frantically, "Brother, what's wrong?" In front of them, the monk Amos had suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face twisted in pain as he clutched his right leg tightly. Dahlan pointed down in a panic. "Brother, your leg!" Right at the bandaged part of Amos's calf, a pitch-black, rotting wound was emitting a chilling, evil, purple aura. Witnessing this horrifying sight right before his eyes, Calem froze completely. He widened his eyes and shouted in shock, "What is this? What is that?" Watching the wound necrotizing extremely fast, cold sweat dripped down Calem's forehead. He gritted his teeth, wondering, exactly when? He was hit by a corruption spell. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed. The system immediately displayed detailed information about the wound. It was a corruption bolt, an extremely vicious level 3 dark magic spell. This type of curse would directly attack and cause the target's heart to slowly rot away, leading to a painful death after a short period. Calem immediately recalled the breathless battle at the Soul Temple. He realized with horror that when that bastard warden grabbed his leg and held him back, don't tell me he cast the spell right then. It turned out the faceless boss had secretly planted this deadly curse on Amos. Right in the moment he grabbed his ankle. Furious at his comrade's stubbornness, Calem shouted, "Why didn't you say anything until now?" Collapsed on the ground, Amos spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body, now fragile, responded feebly and helplessly. Even if I spoke, what good would it do? The rogue standing beside him was incredibly anxious. He shouted, "Don't be ridiculous. You were jumping around on the rooftops just fine earlier." Amos offered a weak smile, blood still continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. He whispered jokingly, "Back then, I felt like I could still jump." "Heh. Bernat, you're a paladin, aren't you? Do something." But Bernat could only bow his head in helplessness. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he replied with a tremor, "With my abilities, I cannot dispel this curse." Knowing that he wouldn't make it, Amos used his remaining strength to finally tremble as he raised his bandaged hand. He cherished and cradled the golden amulet and whispered, "Calem, I have one request. Please give this amulet to my wife." His face was twisted in pain, and the pitch-black veins of the curse had spread all the way up to his neck. He choked back his breath and closed his eyes. "I promised I would definitely return." He apologized for not being able to keep his word. Just as he finished, the muscular monk's hand suddenly went limp. Losing all strength, the amulet slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Witnessing the sudden death of his righteous comrade, Calem's eyes constricted in shock, glowing bright red with fury and pain. Yin, beside them, sobbed uncontrollably and screamed in a panic. "Calem, his heartbeat is fading." Bernat, the lizard-man paladin, fell to his knees, devoutly clasping his hands in prayer. "Oh, Nathaniel, this soul." In contrast to everyone else's resignation, Calem stood silent, head bowed in intense focus. In his mind, he was frantically searching for a solution. "Think, just think. He isn't dead yet. I can't let Amos go like this." A series of memories and in-game information flashed through his mind. First, the items harvested from the group of bandits earlier. Those bandits had a few things that were actually quite useful. He recalled the ancient permit scroll he had stored away. Then, the image of the second glowing relic in the Soul Temple, combined with his conclusion from back then, it meant a player had just died on floor 1.5. Piecing all the clues together, Calem's glowing red eyes suddenly flashed with keen insight. He smirked slightly, thinking to himself, "Wait a minute. Yeah, that could work." Calem quickly hoisted Amos onto his back and shouted orders. "Yin, rogue, follow me, hurry." Before he stopped breathing, seeing him suddenly take action, Bernat, the lizard-man paladin, panicked and shouted, asking what he was doing. Without bothering to explain, Calem channeled his mana and dashed off at breakneck speed. Laying Amos down on the ground, Calem let out a sigh of relief when he saw his chest still rising and falling. He was still breathing. Thank goodness, we're not too late. However, as he looked ahead, his red eyes constricted slightly. A long row of dark guards was lined up, completely blocking the path to the emergency exit. Calem wondered in astonishment. They set up an ambush and waited with guards all the way to the gate. Just then, a strange green light suddenly rose from Amos's body, dragging his soul straight forward. The soul's light source was quickly sucked into a glowing magic bottle. Calem immediately realized that must be the soul bottle containing Amos's soul. He decisively lunged forward to seize the bottle back. Yin drew her bow and chased after him, shouting, "Calem, I'll provide cover. I'm running right beside you." The rogue also asked anxiously if he had a plan yet. Calem clearly stated his objective. "I'm going to take back Amos's soul bottle from over there." Hearing this, the rogue prepared to dash up and use support skills. Then but Calem immediately shouted to stop him. "No, don't use your skills. Just wait." At this moment, the system panel displayed the cooldown time for the hourglass. There were still 13 seconds left. Calem broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he ordered his teammates, "Block those guys rushing at us first. We have to hold out for 13 seconds. The monsters roared insanely as they charged. Calem immediately swung his wand, activating blast magic, creating a fierce, fiery explosion to push back the sweep. But the wave of enemies kept flooding in incessantly, continuously swinging their weapons in a rapid assault. The system displayed the cooldown for the hourglass, still 9 seconds left. Calem exerted all his strength to fend them off with lightning while gritting his teeth, enduring the suffocating pressure. Time wasn't passing at all. Could they hold out? Just as he was becoming exhausted, a loud shout rang out. Calem Bernat, the lizardman paladin, heroically shouldered his shield and rushed out to block the path in front of him, declaring loudly, "Until you receive fair compensation from Nathaniel, as a priest, I cannot let you die." Bernat's timely support alongside the rest of the team helped halt the enemy's attack. Witnessing the righteous appearance of the lizardman, Calem smiled in relief. For the first time, I'm actually happy to have met that talkative lizard. The hourglass countdown ticked rapidly toward the final seconds. 5, 4, 3. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Calem muttered to himself, "No matter how you look at it, this is insane. Normally, I would never bet my life on such a slim chance. But what other choice do I have? It's the only way to save him." He reached into his inventory just as the clock hit 1. This is it. The system panel immediately displayed a notification. Hourglass of turns available. Calem took a stance and decisively gave the order to the rogue. "Rogue, after I give the signal, get close to the manager using leap, steal the staff with steel, and return with shadow jump." Hearing his crazy plan, the rogue was extremely confused, stuttering in protest. But for me, the probability of stealing is Calem decisively interrupted to reinforce confidence. "That's enough. Trust me and get ready." Immediately, a magical light flared up, accompanied by the system announcement. "Hourglass activated. Your turn." Calem immediately activated movement magic, pouring all his concentration into the tip of his wand to lift Amos's soul bottle from a distance. The system's action bar continuously depleted in proportion to the operation time, but the glowing green bottle had started slowly rising from the middle of the crowd of dark monsters below. Calem carefully controlled the bottle to move slowly, bringing it back into a safe range. Watching the bottle approach, he thought about the times Amos had bravely protected the whole team from danger. He swore to himself that he must save this righteous comrade at all costs. The moment he caught the soul bottle in his hand, Calem decisively ordered Yin to shoot a lightning bolt at the manager immediately. His action points were completely drained, marking the end of Calem's turn. Calem quickly shouted to the rogue, "It's time." He thought to himself how wise he was to have purchased these special arrows before entering the dungeon. The giant lightning arrow flew out, striking with a massive surge of electricity directly at the manager's position. Caught by the surprise attack, the sanctuary manager roared in pain as the lightning engulfed him, paralyzing his entire body. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he turned into a ghost and darted forward with terrifying speed. Closing in on the immobile boss, he decisively activated his steel skill. He snatched the magic staff right out of its hands and agilely leaped backward to retreat. Seeing that the plan had succeeded perfectly, Calem shouted for the whole team, "It's done. Let's pull back." Bernat and the rest of the group immediately poured everything they had into sprinting toward the swirling blue teleportation gate to escape the dungeon. A blinding light erupted, carrying them all back to the Dungeon Alliance's safety hall, in a state of exhaustion. To ensure everyone was safe, Calem hurriedly called out to ask if anyone had suffered any critical injuries or fallen under any strange curses, and received a relieved, affirmative answer from the group that everyone was fine. The Lizardman Knight Bernat stepped toward Calem, anxiously asking about the next plan. As the group currently had no resurrection scrolls with them, he proposed returning to the temple to retrieve a scroll and proceeding with the resurrection after leaving the labyrinth. But he feared the soul urn would shatter the moment they left the dungeon. Hearing this, Calem gave a confident smile. He held up a special, shimmering turquoise magic card he had just obtained and firmly insisted, "No, there's a better way than that." After a moment of searching, Calem led the group to a secret space hidden deep within the maze, the treasure room. This place often hid ancient chests with an extremely high chance of containing exactly what adventurers desired most. Approaching a wooden chest, Calem whispered to himself, "This has to be what I need." Just as he predicted, Calem excitedly pulled a spell scroll from the chest and exclaimed, "Found it! A resurrection scroll." This perfect preparation left the lizard-man knight Bernat completely stunned. Sweat poured down his face as he realized from the very beginning everything had been part of the young mage's plan. The lizard man couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, wondering just how vast Calem's knowledge of the dungeon really was to be able to calculate things so precisely. He smirked. "Now that everything is ready, let's begin." He immediately activated his magic and shouted, "Rise, undead." To heal Amos, Calem's plan was to first turn him into an undead. Next, Calem used his staff to completely cleanse the evil curse, and then decisively dispelled the magic, controlling the undead form to return his human body, before finishing the entire process with the resurrection scroll he had just found. Amidst a warm glow, Amos opened his eyes, sweating profusely as he sat up in a daze. What just happened? Seeing their comrade truly come back to life in the flesh, the group of adventurers was overjoyed and relieved. Calem stepped forward, handed the golden amulet back to the muscular monk, and gently said, "You should return this pendant to her yourself." This miracle completely won over the lizard-man knight Bernat. He stepped forward to shake Calem's hand respectfully, sharing that he had learned a great deal from him during this journey. Bernat didn't forget to advise him that upon returning to the village, he should visit Nathaniel's temple to receive the well-deserved reward for successfully completing the rescue mission. Calem smiled and replied, "Yes, I understand." Right after that, the older man Aston also excitedly rushed over, beaming with gratitude. "Calem, you saved my life. This debt, even if it costs me my life, I will repay it. Thank you." The man's enthusiasm made Calem only able to laugh and scratch his head. "Haha, it's nothing. No need to say so much." Bernat and his teammates waved goodbye and jumped into the dark passage to return first. "We'll go on ahead. See you in the village." Watching their silhouettes fade into the stone corridor, Calem sighed, thinking to himself that although they had made everything chaotic and caused quite a bit of trouble, this result was for the best. Calem smiled at the purple gem he had just harvested, thinking that since they had come back to help him, and he had even made an extra profit, he would be generous and let the past go. Seeing that everything was done, Yin happily turned and said, "Calem, let's go too, right?" But Calem immediately stopped and replied, "No, I'm not done yet. I haven't looted the treasure chest." Yin tilted her head in confusion, asking skeptically, "But didn't it look like just a bunch of junk earlier?" Walking past the elf girl, the monk Amos laughed and explained, "In a rookie's eyes, maybe. But in that pile of junk, there are still things that can be used." Calem smirked, thinking to himself, "They might just be temporary items, not exactly the treasures adventurers crave or priceless artifacts." But with a gamer's experience, he knew it was better to search thoroughly than miss out. Who knows what good stuff I might find. Saying that, Calem immediately lunged at the chest, digging through it and throwing out useless items like broken claws. He tossed a broken sword behind him, making it clatter to the ground. Suddenly, Calem's eyes locked onto one item. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh!" Picking it up, he was stunned. A blank scroll? The system immediately displayed the details. A blank scroll capable of imprinting any magic to create any spell scroll you desire. This was truly a huge win for a mage like him. He continued digging. Calem picked up an exquisite dagger and evaluated it. "This dagger looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I'll have to get it appraised. If it's good, I'll give it to the rogue." While cleaning out the rest of the chest, his eyes suddenly stopped on a strange object. Calem picked up an ancient gold coin with a sharp eagle design on it. He thought to himself, an ancient coin appearing in a pile of trash isn't that strange, but the drawing on it gives me such a familiar feeling. Wait, I've seen this design somewhere before. Calem's crimson eyes focused intensely to search his memory, and then he was shocked to realize an image of a massive ruined citadel and a tattered flag bearing the golden eagle symbol on a green background appeared clearly in his mind. Calem stared in shock, comparing the ancient coin with the flag in his memory. He told himself that back when he was playing the game, because the symbol was so small, he had completely missed this extremely important detail. Calem gazed at the ancient coin and wondered if all the items here originated from the town between the floors. He decided to keep it to bring to Professor Islop and see what his reaction would be. Once finished packing up, Calem signaled the group to continue. While walking, he suddenly pulled out a red hair tie, handed it to Yin, and told her it was a gift for her. Yin received the gift in a daze, confusedly asking if this was a hair tie. Calem smiled and teased her, saying that because the rogue had bitten her hair and made it dirty earlier, she needed to tie it up. That comment made the rogue walking beside them jump in alarm, shouting in surprise. The rogue immediately jumped up to protest vehemently, claiming that pinning the blame on him for biting someone's dirty hair was completely unreasonable. The comment hit a nerve, and she yelled back in anger. He insisted his hair wasn't dirty at all, but rather that his saliva was the filthy one. Sneak then put forward a completely ridiculous theory. When you find a hair in your food, people think it's gross because of the hair, not the saliva. So you're the one who should be disgusted, not me. This twisted logic left Yin completely speechless. She naively believed every word and anxiously asked if that were really true. Seeing how gullible she was, Calem could only give a wry smile and tell her she was way too easy to trick. Yin turned her face away, feeling miserable, and promised herself that as long as Sneak didn't do it again, it would be fine. Sneak crossed his arms and threatened her, "Don't you dare go around spreading this, or you'll see what happens." Watching their interaction, Calem thought to himself that Sneak's personality was actually quite childish. Just like the rumors said, he was the youngest member of his old team. While using a red string to tie up his hair, Yin curiously asked Sneak for his real name instead of that nickname he went by. Sneak paused for a beat, his expression suddenly turning incredibly serious. He gave a smug, self-satisfied grin, brought a hand to his chin, and loudly announced that his real name was, in fact, Sneak. This unique name was so absurd that Yin couldn't hold back her laughter. She quickly covered her mouth, trying to stifle her giggles. That attitude immediately angered Sneak. He turned beet red and snapped that this was a name he had chosen himself and had officially changed, and that it was both cool and perfectly suited to the style of a rogue. Yin, shaking with laughter, tried to nod along just to appease him. Still not satisfied, Sneak turned to ask Calem for some validation, wanting to know if his name was really that cool. But walking behind them in the dark corridor, Calem could only helplessly hold his head and beg him to stop asking, because he was currently struggling with all his might not to burst out laughing. Traveling through the dark hallways of the labyrinth, Sneak took the lead and loudly reminded the team, "There are traps, so follow exactly where I step." Behind him, Amos, Yin, and Calem carefully followed in his footsteps. Witnessing the red-haired boy's professionalism, Calem was very satisfied, thinking to himself that having a rogue in the team was definitely much more convenient. Thanks to his special ability and keen eyes, they could avoid almost every trap, so there was no need to strain his eyes looking at the ground anymore. However, the peace didn't last long. Yin's pointed ears twitched sharply. The elf girl yelled out a warning, "Calem, wait!" Immediately, she fired 2 arrows, taking down an enemy in the shadows. After clearing the threat, Yin happily slung her bow over her shoulder and urged them on. "Let's go now." Her sudden boldness left Calem bewildered, wondering, where did the trembling Yin go? As they walked, the elf girl suddenly stopped. Alert. Calem, it seems the structure of the labyrinth is changing. She quickly ran ahead, excitedly calling out to her teammates, "I hear the clicking sound of an exit opening. It's very close. Come over here." Seeing that all his teammates could now handle everything excellently, Calem ran behind them, smiling wryly to himself, thinking that since everyone could take care of themselves, he felt like he was becoming unemployed. Just then, in the city of Sohen, the great church bell rang out joyously, signaling that a major event was about to occur. The announcement echoed through every corner. The first-floor gate had opened. Hearing the news, a cloaked woman hurriedly ran through the stone corridors of the castle. In front of the great hall, the adventurer party, consisting of Bernat, Remus, Aston, and the barbarian warrior, was enthusiastically stepping out after an emotional adventure. Bernat, with a large shield on his back, hurried to tell his teammates, "I have to report the mission to the Temple of Nathaniel now." The cloaked woman brushed past him to enter. Just then, the bell rang again repeatedly, accompanied by an urgent announcement. The first-floor gate of the labyrinth had opened again. This sudden news left the lizardkin knight, Bernat, completely stunned. He dropped his jaw and asked, "What did you say?" "They just left, and it's already open again?" The massive golden portal slowly began to open. From inside the stream of light, Calem's group, including Yin, Amos, and Sneak, walked out safely and leisurely. Seeing the familiar figures, Bernat cheered, "Calem, that was fast, but I'm glad you made it back safely." Calem smiled faintly and replied calmly, "I was lucky enough to find the exit shortly after." From a distance, the cloaked woman rushed over with a look of extreme anxiety. Calem nudged him and smiled, saying, "Amos, go on, they must be really worried about you." Seeing the burly monk still hesitating, his eyes brimming with tears, Calem playfully reminded him, "You promised you'd hand it over to her yourself." Given a boost of courage, Amos decisively strode forward as fast as he could. The cloaked woman sobbed, rushing to hug him tightly, her voice choking, Thank goodness you've returned safely." She buried her face in her husband's chest and wept. She tearfully explained, "I heard that the pendant was a fake, so I was terrified. I'm sorry. I really didn't know." Amos smiled happily, tenderly hugging his wife, and soothingly comforted her. "It's all right. A miracle happened to me." In his hand, the golden pendant sparkled, shining like a testament to the love between the two of them. Witnessing the sweet scene, Sneak tried to step in and interrupt but was held back by his teammates. I wanted to greet his wife too, but before he could get close, Yin rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him away to give the couple their private space. At the Adventurers Guild, Yin was beaming with tears of joy as she held her free citizen certification card. She excitedly shouted to Calem that she had finally become a free person. However, Calem immediately crushed her excitement with a sly smile. "Not yet. You still have debts to pay. Remember? From the clothes you're wearing to the food you eat, I bought it all." Hearing that, Yin didn't get angry. Instead, she thought that if she were to be held captive by Calem, being a slave wouldn't be so bad. Her clingy attitude made Calem break into a cold sweat as he suddenly felt like a terrible person. Seeing that, Sneak immediately chimed in to mock Yin, taunting her as a cheap slave, worth only 75 gold coins. That comment struck a nerve, making Yin's veins bulge as she angrily shouted that her true value was up to 3,000 gold coins. Sneak laughed hysterically, mocking her for being a great slave. Immediately, Calem appeared behind Sneak, with eyes glowing a murderous, deep red, and asked coldly, "Sneak, do you think you're a free person?" Sneak jumped and turned pale as Calem explained that, on the system, he was currently still classified as a boss monster for the exit, not even considered a human. Furthermore, even if he were reclassified, his status was still being recorded as dead and needed to be edited immediately. Realizing he was in a bizarre predicament, neither truly alive nor dead, Sneak shouted in frustration, urging the group to head to the city hall to fix this death status. However, someone standing outside the door reminded them Calem had already scheduled his mission report with the Magic Academy earlier. As the group stepped out onto the street, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly turned incredibly chaotic. The buzz of conversation from the townspeople erupted everywhere. Everyone was stunned, passing around rumors about someone who had actually returned from the dead. Watching the curious crowd swarm the entire street to investigate, Calem broke into a cold sweat, hopelessly wondering how rumors in this region could spread at such a dizzying speed. Watching the crowd rushing back and forth, he couldn't help but be bewildered, asking himself, what on earth is going on? Right in front of them, the Sword Saint Hijikata was frantically asking those around him where the Soul Conservation Center was. Witnessing this scene, Calem smiled slightly, concluding that everything had gone exactly as he predicted. The rumor about the mid-floor village had quickly spread everywhere. Everywhere he went, he could hear the murmurs of adventurers discussing the strength of the floor 1.5 boss, making him realize that quite a lot of people knew about the existence of this area. Sword Saint Hijikata also shivered, sharing that he had once nearly lost his life when he accidentally wandered there, back when he was on the second floor, luckily managing to return safely. Just then, the dwarf Dian and the beast man Vanen came rushing over from behind. As soon as he saw Calem, Dian excitedly shouted, "Calem, I heard the news." The dwarf's eyes sparkled, loudly recounting Calem's earth-shattering feat to the amazement of the crowd. They said he was surrounded by hundreds of guards and the floor 1.5 boss, but he wiped them out with a lightning storm. The shocking news made those around them gape in astonishment and shout. In contrast, Calem could only helplessly clutch his head, trudging along and silently begging Vanen not to exaggerate and draw any more attention. To report the results of the trip, Calem headed to Professor Isolop's office at the Magic Academy. As soon as he saw the staff Calem brought back, Professor Isolop was completely astonished. The staff of the mid-floor village boss? Calem calmly confirmed it and added that it contained undead resurrection magic. This information made the professor so startled he jumped up from the sofa. Undead resurrection? That's a tier 3 necromancy spell. Looking at his teacher's shocked expression, Calem understood that items possessing tier 2 magic or higher were already extremely rare. So a staff that was practically a treasure like this one made his surprise quite understandable. Professor Isolop slumped back into his chair, sighing in admiration. He admitted that he had thought it would take Calem a few months to complete such a high-difficulty mission. He hadn't expected him to dare go all the way to floor 1.5 to kill the boss, turning it into a true grade A mission. He didn't spare any praise for the amazing achievement of his new student, affirming that this staff would be extremely useful for future research. Finally, Professor Isolop smiled and told him to choose a reward worthy of his efforts. Looking at the staff in his hand, Calem smirked confidently and replied, "Yes, I understand, sir." The office door was suddenly pushed open, and Professor D-Stream ran in, breathless. His face was extremely excited after hearing the shocking news, and he shouted, "Calem, I rushed over the moment I heard. You really did it all." Professor D-Stream revealed that he had just returned from the Nathaniel Temple after a conversation with Bishop Ale, and that place was currently in an uproar as well. Calem was extremely surprised and asked back, "Wait, Professor, what does that mean?" Professor D-Stream laughed loudly and explained, "A student of the Academy achieved such a great feat. So the Temple, our direct competitor, how could they stay silent any longer?" The old professor excitedly lunged forward, grabbing both of Calem's hands. "Quickly, you must tell me in detail every single thing that happened in the dungeon, without missing a word." At the same time, at the solemn Nathaniel Temple under the night sky, an important dialogue was taking place. Inside the council room, Cardinal Sohen, holding a teacup, suddenly trembled in shock and asked, "What did you just say?" Opposite him, Bishop Ale calmly sipped his tea and then clearly reaffirmed it once more. He recounted the entire insane process that Calem carried out, from using Tier 3 necromancy to hold the soul of a dying priest on floor 1.5 to finding the resurrection scroll in the treasure room to revive that person, just like he did with his companion. Cardinal Sohen was completely shaken, cold sweat running down as he heard about the miracle of a first-year rookie. He admitted that if he had fallen into that dire situation, he would certainly never have thought of such a creative and bold solution. He noted that using necromancy was a taboo and extremely difficult for the church's priests, but because Calem was a mage, he was able to flexibly apply this unique healing method. Bishop Ale sighed, revealing the only reason the church had supported Isolop's research project until now was because the temple was the core agency responsible for soul conservation and resurrecting adventurers. But now, with the appearance of a genius like Calem and that shocking resurrection method, Bishop Ale gravely predicted that the temple's policies and operating methods in the future would very likely have to face a huge change. The bishop asked about Bernat's situation. Cardinal Sohen sighed awkwardly, revealing that Bernat was currently feeling completely devastated. In his mission completion report, the Knight Bernat rated his own contribution as a big fat 0. Bernat bitterly admitted that if it weren't for that young mage, his entire team would have died in the dungeon long ago, and his fallen comrade would never have lived again. Feeling incompetent and useless, Bernat even transferred his entire share of the reward to Calem's group. He was also curious about the young mage's identity. What is that mage's name again? I want to keep an eye on his future achievements. Meanwhile, at the Magic Academy late at night, she was anxiously pacing back and forth waiting. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette walking out, Elle hurriedly ran over, worriedly calling Calem's name. Calem walked listlessly, his tired face sighing. "Old man Malini, damn it, kept me for 2 hours." Yin worriedly asked Han if he was okay. Calem nodded slightly to reassure her. Just as they were walking together, a dignified voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I've been waiting for you, Calem." The person who had just appeared was young Master Clarence. He smiled and announced that his younger brother Abison had completely recovered safely, and his family would be hosting a big party tonight. Clarence expressed his desire to treat the savior of his brother with great hospitality. Calem politely thanked Clarence and then glanced at the elf girl beside him and spoke up. "My companion here is also Abison's savior. Can she come along too?" Clarence happily agreed immediately, affirming her presence. "And having the two of you here is a great honor for his family." On the way, Calem suddenly asked, "Yin, what about Dallin?" Yin explained that because so many mages were crowding around to watch, Dallin found it annoying and decided to leave early. Hearing this, Calem said, "Then it's just the two of us. The party will be full of mages anyway. Let's go." As soon as Yin heard about the party, she jumped up with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. "This is my first time being invited to a party. I'm so happy." Seeing Elle looking so radiant and cheerful, Calem smiled warmly to himself. "I'm glad you're happy." Calem walked forward at a leisurely pace. Standing here in person, he couldn't help but feel moved. "Now that I'm actually here, this is amazing." Before them appeared the entrance of the Bitenka mansion, looking magnificent and imposing under the night sky, bathed in warm golden light. But as they reached the gate, a guard raised his hand to stop them and asked politely, "Excuse me, how did you two get here?" Calem replied calmly, "We were invited to the party tonight." Hearing this, the guard's attitude changed, and he quickly apologized. "Ah, forgive me. So you are the guests. Many students come here hoping to find a sponsor, so I misunderstood." Calem glanced at Yin and thought to himself, unlike Yin, who was wearing a ball gown, he was in his school uniform, which probably caused the confusion. While she was wearing a gorgeous and lovely red dress, Calem was just wearing a simple academy uniform. The guard continued. May I see your identification papers? Yin excitedly took out her ID card. Yes, here it is. Her eagerness caught Calem off guard. The guard nodded, confirming, everything is in order, Master Calem and Lady Yin. He immediately drew his wand and activated a transmission spell to announce their identities into the mansion, then bowed respectfully to invite them in. Stepping through the grand gate, the melodic sound of a piano playing from an exquisite white instrument welcomed them into the hall. Inside, the Bitenka mansion was a lavish banquet hall, crowded with mages and members of the elite chatting happily. As he walked down the red-carpeted stairs with Yin, Calem told himself he was there for two reasons. First, to observe the mages and the upper class, and to receive the reward for safely bringing Abyssin back. And the second, more important reason, was to investigate a specific mage, Professor B of the Magic Academy. He was the outsider that Calem had been keeping a close eye on ever since he put on that act to fool old Melanie. Recalling the contemptuous smile on the professor's face when he claimed to be possessed, Calem's gaze hardened, his red eyes burning with killing intent. He gritted his teeth. I still remember it clearly. Interrupting Calem's train of thought, a familiar voice called out, Calem, you've arrived? Clarence, along with his wife and Abyssin, who was sitting in a wheelchair, came over to welcome them. Clarence wondered when they had arrived since there had been no notification from the guards. Calem calmly explained that they had just arrived and that perhaps the transmission spell had been used. Clarence laughed, saying that the spell could be glitchy sometimes, then quickly introduced Calem to Abyssin as the benefactor who saved his life and a fellow student at the academy. Seeing Calem, Abyssin exclaimed with excitement, Wow, Calem, thank you for saving me. I missed you. He couldn't stop praising Calem's achievements after hearing how he defeated the exit boss without any equipment, and even managed to revive Dalen, even though he was just a first-year student like him. Calem modestly told him not to flatter him too much, then kindly asked about his injuries. Abyssin happily replied that he was fine thanks to pain relief spells, and had fully recovered through a resurrection spell at the temple. The lady then smiled and stepped closer, expressing her regret that she couldn't invite Calem sooner to thank him properly, hoping that he and Abyssin would become close friends. Calem happily agreed, mentioning that he didn't have many friends at the academy. Taking this opportunity, Calem proposed to take a tour around the mansion, since it was his first time seeing such a magnificent place. The lady was very pleased. She told Abyssin to show Calem around, while she prepared to greet the next guests. Abyssin agreed excitedly. Calem happily accepted and pushed the wheelchair to take Abyssin on a tour. Thank you. We'll be careful and look around everywhere. While Abyssin was extremely excited, Calem was secretly making his own plans. He understood that knowing the layout of the mansion was a necessary step for his future goals. Walking through the luxurious areas, Calem couldn't help but be impressed. Your house is amazing, Abyssin. This place even has a modern elevator. After walking around, Calem smiled triumphantly, having memorized the entire floor plan of the mansion. He thought to himself that Yin must also have the layout down. As the elevator doors opened, the group stepped into a gorgeous hallway and ran into Professor Melanie and Professor B chatting ahead. Calem took the initiative to greet them. Professor Melanie, Professor B, good day. Upon seeing them, Professor Melanie laughed sarcastically. Oh, aren't these the geniuses who will soon bring fame to our academy? The old man immediately turned to Abyssin and teased him. Not you, Calem. Well, maybe you, but definitely not you. Haha, Abyssin, don't lose confidence so soon. Professor Melanie continued to speak to Calem with a condescending tone. You're only in your first year, right? If you try hard enough, you can become a decent mage too. Right, Professor B? Professor B walked over coldly, his sharp eyes full of suspicion as he questioned. Is that so? But finding a resurrection scroll in the dungeon at just the right time, can you really call that effort? How exactly did you get that scroll? This probing question was completely within Calem's expectations. He smirked secretly. Calem knew that Bernat and the temple would keep the secret of the tracking compass, because legendary items like that always have their information kept extremely secret to prevent others from trying to snatch them. In this place, he was the only one who knew of its existence. His red eyes narrowed sharply. Calem calmly gave a clever, diplomatic answer. I just got lucky. Professor Melanie nodded smugly, taking credit for himself. Everything is thanks to me. For some reason, I feel proud. However, Professor B was not satisfied with Calem's vague answer. He grunted with annoyance. So you won't talk, eh? Melanie laughed it off to smooth things over. Oh, a mage must have at least one secret, right? Not intending to let it go easily, Professor B immediately changed the subject to continue probing. All right, let's change the subject. I have plenty more to ask. How did you create the magic to defeat the manager Zelen? He analyzed it himself. You combined 3 first-class spells. Doubt began to stir in his mind. But perhaps he was using the residual knowledge of a possessor. That suspicion made him think more deeply. If that was the case, the most likely suspect would be the comrade he had killed in the past, the possessor of the Yo-Ho tribe from another world. He stared at Calem and asked a final, sardonic question. Calem, I'll only ask you one more thing. Do you intend to rely on luck forever? Facing the provocation, Calem replied calmly with his burning red eyes. Well, I just hope my luck keeps following me. The nonchalant answer left Professor B stunned. His face changed slightly, and he smirked with a sinister look. B muttered, I see, and then abruptly turned to leave. Pardon me. I have somewhere to be. This sudden departure left Professor Malini confused. Huh? Why the rush? Watching B's back fade away, Calem smiled triumphantly to himself, thinking, he left so quickly he must have taken the bait. He knew his exclusive advantage. He had cleared everything in the game, entered the hidden developer mode difficulty, and even achieved a new title, Turn-Based Master. In other words, he possessed knowledge no other possessor had ever experienced. So, what would they do now? On the other side, Professor B walked down the mansion hallway, calculating his conclusion about Calem. He is a mage with knowledge superior to anyone else, but he is not a possessor. You didn't come to this party alone, did you? Instantly, Calem silently activated his special skill, Activate Turn Hourglass. Everything around them fell into complete stasis. In that frozen space, Calem glanced at Yin, standing beside him, and issued a secret command. Yin, follow Professor B. Tell me who he meets and what they say. At a quiet corner of the Bitenka mansion hallway, a knock sounded, followed by a hurried report. We have news. Professor B, standing in the room, snapped. I already told you I don't care about the social games at this party. However, the next reply made him freeze. It's about Calem. That guy might know more than we think. The messenger continued his analysis. I suspect the Yo-Ho tribe possessor comes from a difficulty level even higher than ours. And now, Calem had inherited all that ancient knowledge. Outside in the hallway, Yin was secretly hiding behind a corner, her pointed ears twitching as she focused intently on catching every word of the conversation inside. The conversation continued, but it seemed he still had secrets. For example, the location of the soul vault, or the treasure room. The messenger insisted, exactly. This is our chance. We must lure him to our side. B narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you saying we should expose him as a possessor? The caller immediately dismissed the idea. No, that's too dangerous. He's close with Malini. We need to ask for a meeting with our superiors. If we wait any longer, Black Dog will approach Calem first. Above the wall, the emblem of a blue hound's head, the symbol of the Black Dog organization, appeared mysteriously. Yin quickly returned to report, whispering about the criminal organization called Black Dog that she had overheard from Professor B's conversation. She hesitated, saying they were talking about him, but Calem just smiled to reassure her. Don't worry too much. However, deep down, Calem's burning red eyes narrowed with vigilance. He silently analyzed why a notorious criminal organization like Black Dog would want to approach him, and why Professor B seemed so conflicted by the situation. Calem wondered if Black Dog possessed members who were possessors from another world, and if they didn't get along with the group of transmigrators at the Magic Academy. He told himself he had to find a way to investigate this mysterious organization. Just then, the lively atmosphere of the banquet hall suddenly died down as the host, Edward, stepped onto the grand balcony, loudly offering greetings and thanks to all the guests. He boomed that the party today was to celebrate the safe return of his youngest son, Abison. Host Edward then directed everyone's attention toward the 2 adventurers who had saved his son's life, the mage Calem and the archer Yin. Amidst the thunderous applause of the crowd, Calem and Yin bowed their heads in greeting. To show his gratitude, the head of the Bitenka house revealed he had prepared a very special reward and requested a private meeting with the 2 of them before the party ended. Immediately afterward, he excitedly announced a little magic game for everyone to participate in, titled The Lost Message in the Labyrinth, a challenge requiring both magic and intellect to overcome. Host Edward explained the rules in detail. Guests would form teams of 3 and use communication magic to coordinate. The goal of each team was to find the escape scroll first to win. In this game, players could freely choose their roles. Whenever they faced challenges, teams would have exactly 60 seconds to consult together, write down their solution on a slip, and send it via communication magic. The final answer would be evaluated based on the logic of the solution. He gave an example. If you send a warrior to attack a goblin, that's a good plan and will succeed. But if you have a mage fight a monster in a fistfight, that's a crazy decision that will certainly lead to failure. To add drama, the host proposed that guests could wager money as an entry fee. If they won, they would receive 5 times their bet. He stated that all fees would be donated directly to the Academy's scholarship fund. While the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Calem unexpectedly asked if he could use the reward he had just received today as his wager. Faced with the young mage's confidence, host Edward smiled in agreement and made a special exception for him to participate, then declared that it was time for teams to select their members. Host Edward decided to give Calem and Yin priority to choose their teammate first. He explained humorously that because the two of them were just a first-year mage and a trainee archer, it would be pathetic if nobody wanted to pick them. Calem offered a confident smile and, without hesitation, turned toward the elf girl and announced he was choosing her first. His act of protecting his teammate surprised host Edward. When Calem asked if she agreed to be on his team, she happily agreed immediately and affirmed that she really wanted to continue accompanying him. Host Edward then spoke up, reminding her that there were many stronger candidates around than Calem, and asked if she regretted this decision. However, Calem had quickly spotted the loophole and confidently pointed out that Yin was the only archer here, and that there was certainly a special reason why they had been given priority. Lord Edward let out a loud laugh, clearly impressed by Calem's sharp instincts. He admitted that he truly couldn't beat him, and revealed that he had secretly cast a signal jamming spell throughout the mansion. This jamming rule only applied to mages, while an elf archer like Yin was a complete exception and remained unaffected. Watching his student's brilliant deduction, Professor Malini stood by, laughing heartily, and praising Calem for always being so cunning and crafty. Lord Edward nodded and asked Calem who he wanted to pick next for his team. Without a second thought, Calem decisively named Yell. This choice surprised many, as Yell was the eldest daughter of the Batenga family and a formidable level 5 mage. Calem calculated silently, based on what Abyssine had told him about his sister's room and her showing exceptional talent from a very young age. The chances of her being possessed by otherworldly spirits were extremely low. She was a completely trustworthy native teammate. Moreover, adding her to the team was a good opportunity for him to secretly investigate the murky relationship between her and the professor. However, this decision immediately made Calem the target of jealousy. Countless glares from the male students at the party focused on him, accompanied by resentful muttering. Some were jealous of his luck, others bitter because they couldn't be in the same team as the goddess they admired. This excessive attention made Calem sweat, telling himself that he truly had no other motives. As for Yell, she strolled down the stairs, thinking to herself that she wasn't particularly interested in this game, but out of curiosity to test the strength of the rising genius mage, joining seemed quite interesting. The location for the game was the giant garden maze right on the grounds of the Batenga estate. No original text. Under the dark night sky, Lord Edward stood above, raised his wand, and clearly declared that there was only one escape scroll hidden inside the maze, then wished all teams good luck before officially starting the game. As soon as they stepped into the maze, the system immediately assigned their simulated roles: mage for Calem, thief for Yin, and priest for Yell. Feeling the mist covering the surroundings, Calem marveled at how the illusion magic here was so realistic that it felt as dangerous as a real dungeon. While walking, Yin's pointed ears twitched sharply. She panicked and turned to tell Calem that she couldn't hear any sounds from the other teams at all. Calem quickly concluded that their opponents must have used sound-dampening magic to hide their movements. This revelation made Yin's face darken. She trembled with worry, thinking that her sound-sensing skills were now useless, and she wouldn't be able to help the team anymore. Seeing the elf girl nervously asking what to do, Yell, standing nearby, smiled confidently, raised a finger to reassure her that she had also just cast sound-dampening magic on the 3 of them to keep it completely secret. Her sharpness made Calem silently hold her in high regard, telling himself that a level 5 mage of her caliber was truly an impeccable choice. Without wasting time, Yell decisively raised her wand and announced that she would now activate recording magic to prepare for the quest to find the escape scroll. While the 3 of them were alone in the Batenga Mansion's maze garden, Calem decided to lay his cards on the table, asking Yell point blank, "Do you know anything about those possessed by people from other worlds? Like, the professor?" This unexpected question completely shocked Yell. She turned pale, deep anxiety rising within her. Yell wondered how Calem could know about the secret relationship between her and the professor. Could he have eavesdropped on their conversation before the game started? But if he had used sound magic, a sharp mage like her would never have failed to notice. She was stunned, wondering if this elf possessed superhuman sound-locating skills, and if that was the reason Calem always kept her by his side. But that secret conversation only took place during the few short minutes of the 5-hour party. Could it be that Calem had suspected the professor from the start and had someone watching and eavesdropping throughout the whole party? Yell trembled, realizing that Calem had been secretly investigating this for a long time. Not just discovering it today. Seeing her start to panic, Calem gently raised his wand to reassure her. Yo, I have no intention of harming those who are possessed. Calm down. I just want to talk to you. Tell me about the meeting of the possessed that the professor wants to hold. Facing Calem's intense, glowing red eyes, Yell replied confusedly. I don't know the details either. She gritted her teeth, telling herself she had to pretend not to know as much as possible to protect herself. However, given Calem's sharpness, Yell had to sigh and reveal it. That meeting was organized by a secret club within the Magic Academy. Those who were possessed attended by hiding their identities with disguise magic. Except for me, she added. Calem curiously retorted. You aren't even possessed. So why did you join that club? Yell hung her head and confessed that her only purpose was to learn how to combine grimoires. Calem silently assessed that this girl was truly from the elite class, and the club likely wanted to leverage the power of the Batenga family to ensure their own safety. He continued to ask, You are already a level 5 mage. Why do you still stay in that club? But this time, Yell resolutely turned away and coldly refused. I cannot talk about that. To protect her secret, Yell hurriedly backed down and pleaded, I will do anything else. I can pay any amount of money. But Calem immediately refused because he wasn't short on money. Instead, he made another proposal. Since he came from the East and knew Yell had worked there, he wanted her to help him investigate 2 former members of his team. Seeing this as an acceptable trade to keep his secret, Yell hesitantly agreed. To lighten the tense atmosphere, Calem gave a sinister smile and decided to offer another bait. He casually guessed that the reason Yell got involved with Bear Club was because she wanted to reach the deeper levels of the maze. That statement hit the nail on the head, leaving Yell completely stunned. She trembled, wondering how he could have known that. Calem continued to analyze that for a level 5 mage like her. Ordinary grimoire combination methods no longer held much meaning. The only thing she truly craved was knowledge about the deeper levels of the dungeon. He immediately made a tempting offer for cooperation. If she agreed, he would share real knowledge about the deep levels that even the club didn't know about. Calem gently placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it a secret, affirming that he wouldn't force her, but this conversation must be kept strictly confidential. Yell could only swallow her saliva in silence, feeling anxious. However, the serious atmosphere was suddenly broken by the innocence of beside him. The elf girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. We're rich, she exclaimed. Calem could only hold his head and sigh, helplessly asking if she even understood what everyone else was talking about. As the trio continued moving, an unexpected event struck. The system suddenly announced that a transmission interruption event had been triggered, along with a bizarre blessing bestowed upon Yell. A notification appeared, and Yell was so moved that she started singing a hymn and dancing for 3 whole minutes in front of her teammates. If she refused, she'd be penalized. The forced punishment completely shattered the proud Lady Yell's image. Yin couldn't stop teasing her, while Calem just smirked mischievously. This is going to be fun, right? And completely lost her composure, whining to Calem. Do I really have to do this? Calem just smiled smugly and reminded her, You'll get penalized if you don't, you know. With no other choice, the proud lady had to close her eyes and sway, singing the prayer hymn with a painfully awkward expression. Watching her unwilling dance, Calem broke into a cold sweat, secretly thinking that this performance was even worse than a children's talent show, and that he wasn't good at dealing with this kind of thing at all. Behind them, Yin couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth. After the punishment ended, Yell hung her head, deep in a depressive state. Seeing this, Calem turned, trying to hold back his laughter as he comforted her. Don't be too embarrassed. It wasn't that bad. After walking a bit further down the dark corridor, Calem whispered, We're here. The 3 of them looked down from above, discovering an ancient stone altar glowing with a soft blue light in the grand hall. Yin shouted excitedly, I see the altar. The scroll must be summoned from there, right? On the altar, ancient runes emitted a blue light, along with a system notification. The scroll will be summoned in 5 minutes. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the dark hallway. 3 people in mage robes stepped out, led by the elderly Professor High with gray hair. He smiled wickedly and proposed, You rookies must be having a hard time. Why don't we help you? Behind him stood Professor Burr, with long brown hair and a cunning look. High continued. Professor Bear suggested it. Seeing them appear, Calem's eyes narrowed with killing intent. He thought to himself that this cunning Burr guy had been secretly watching him from afar and appearing now meant he definitely wanted to test how much Calem knew about the possessed. Seeing the enemy closing in, Yell nervously suggested they just take the scroll and leave. However, Professor Burr, standing on the opposite side, smirked mockingly and coldly declared a challenge. Sure, but since you're already here, why not have a match? Professor High smiled confidently, dismissing the confrontation. It's just a game, consider it a lesson. No matter the result, I'll give you all the prize money. But Calem immediately and firmly rejected the pity. No. Games should be enjoyed like games. The winners take the prize. He coldly reminded them of the rules. You all know the rules, right? No direct attacks. We must fight using transmissions. Professor High smirked with excitement. Good, this will be interesting. Let's begin. Instantly, Calem's eyes hardened. He clearly commanded his teammates. Let's start. Yin, run to the altar. Yin obediently followed orders, dashing away. Trust me, Calem. On the opposite side, the elf girl accompanying Professor High smirked confidently. I can't let that happen. She immediately raised her wand, intending to cast a reporter's fireball. But before she could finish the spell, Calem was lightning fast, casting a reporter's silence to mute Professor High. The system immediately announced, "Great success. Magic cannot be used for 30 seconds. The precise silencing left Professor High completely stunned. But even while muted, Professor High quickly countered with a physical attack spell. Facing the dangerous blow, Yell immediately raised her wand to cast a reporter's defense, using a protective shield. A burst of blue light erupted, shielding the team from the terrifying explosion. However, the destructive power of Professor High's attack was immense. Yell's shield instantly cracked and shattered. The system displayed, "Failure. Yell's shield destroyed. You are stunned and cannot move for 10 seconds. Yell broke into a cold sweat, completely helpless as she knelt on the ground, hit by the stun effect. Watching the two young opponents struggle, Professor High strolled over with a triumphant smile. Am I just going to stand here? Now, Calem, what are you going to do? But facing the old professor's provocation, the corner of Calem's mouth twitched into a confident smirk. Instantly, a familiar piercing system bell rang out, triggering the hourglass. Your turn. Time froze completely. In that moment, Calem's crimson eyes narrowed sharply to analyze the enemy formation. Professor High was a mage, while Professor Malini was a man-fighter. Since Bear hadn't attacked yet, he was likely playing a support role. The only position from which he could observe while still playing that role was a cleric. Understanding each enemy's role, Calem immediately devised a lightning-fast counter-strategy. He rapidly activated a chain of magic transmissions. Transmit, transmit, transmit. At the same time, he utilized the command feature to send his thoughts to the elf girl running ahead. Yin, as soon as you see the scroll on the altar, send a transmission. As time resumed, a series of sharp ice spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing straight into Professor High. The system immediately displayed a death notification for High. The old man was shocked to realize that Calem's ability to cast spells without incantations at such high speed was absolutely real. In his dying moments, High turned around, shouting at his teammate, "Burr, hurry, and revive me." Understanding the intent, Professor Bear immediately raised his wand to cast a reporter's spell, using a Phoenix revival spell. But Calem was one step faster. The system immediately chimed with a notification. Calem throws tears of the vengeful ghost at you. Bear trembled, his face darkening with helplessness. Oh no, I'm stunned. The system indicated he had been hit by a debuff and was completely stunned for 20 seconds. Taking advantage of the enemy being incapacitated, the escape scroll on the altar suddenly emitted a soft blue light. Yin cheered happily. Calem, it's the scroll, but a cold voice suddenly cut her off. That won't be happening. High's elf teammate suddenly appeared behind her, pointing her wand and shouting, "Reporter's spell, use summon on the target." A powerful wave of magic surged out. The system displayed, "Summon successful," and the scroll moved into the opponent's hand. Holding the glowing scroll in her hand, the elf girl smirked smugly. Too bad, but you guys fought well. Now, let's end the game. But just as she was about to cast a transmission spell to win, a ding sound, followed by a strange transformation, left her astonished. Transmission. The scroll in her hand suddenly transformed, morphing into a massive, glowing blue ice blade. The system displayed a great success notification. The opponent had been completely deceived by Calem's illusion, and the two-handed sword item had been disguised as a warp scroll. Witnessing this impossible turnaround, Yell was utterly stunned. Her blue eyes widened as she gasped. Isn't that the warp scroll? On the other side, Calem curled his lips into a sinister smirk, his crimson eyes glowing in the darkness. He nonchalantly revealed a shocking truth. The real scroll had never actually been summoned. As it turned out, every scroll the opponent had seized was just a visual illusion he had orchestrated from the start. Yin. Finish the game. At that very moment, Yin was standing before the stone altar, holding the real warp scroll, which radiated a soft blue light. In the grand banquet hall of the Bitenka estate, applause and cheers of victory echoed throughout the room, directed at Calem. He smiled and bowed in acknowledgement, thanking the professor for his congratulations. Shortly after, the brown-haired professor prepared to leave and waved goodbye. Calem, we'll be heading out now. See you at the academy. Calem politely bowed to see him off. Yes, professor, travel safely. Just then, the young boy Abison, sitting in his wheelchair, spoke up with excitement. Calem, you're amazing. I haven't even been able to clear that level once. The boy looked at Calem eagerly and added, when my legs are fully healed, could you play the game with me? Calem was quite surprised and asked, Abison, have you played this game too? The boy replied happily, yes, because my father created it for me to practice exploring the labyrinth. This revelation caught Calem off guard. He thought to himself, the professors were begging to borrow it as teaching material, and yet it's just a personal training tool? What kind of world is this? Looking at his little brother, Clarence smiled faintly, but his eyes held a hint of sadness. He explained to Calem, our family has special reasons for cherishing Abison. Clarence's voice lowered as he recalled the traumatic past from 12 years ago, the moment the tragedy erupted. The labyrinth took the lives of many in the Bitenka family. During those gloomy days of mourning, when everyone was drowning in despair, Abison, then only 6 years old, was the only one who still held on to a radiant smile. The innocent boy hugged a bouquet of white flowers, completely unable to grasp the cruelty of death, yet it was precisely his innocence and his bright smile that became the only light helping the whole family overcome the darkness and recover. Although the pain of losing loved ones could never fully fade, Abison's existence was their greatest pillar of support. Clarence gently patted his brother's head and spoke sincerely to Calem. Saving Abison is no different from saving the Bitenka family. Calem, thank you once again. As he finished speaking, a dignified voice rang out from behind, cutting the conversation short. Exactly as Clarence said, the head of the Bitenka family approached with an air of authority, smiling warmly as he reminded them, this isn't the place for such talk. We still need to present the tokens of gratitude and the victory prizes. Please, come with me. And the group moved deeper into the estate under the quiet cover of night. The Bitenka head looked at Calem and Yin, saying gently, no matter what I give you, it would never be enough. But for a party on the lower levels of the labyrinth, a gift that is too grand could become a poison. Therefore, I have prepared carefully, selecting the most suitable and useful items for you both right now. Yin squealed with delight as she saw the 2 exquisite wooden boxes being handed over. Calem opened his box, his red eyes narrowing as he identified the treasure inside, the Ring of Immortality. According to the system, this ring allows the wearer to copy any level 1 practical magic into their memory book without consuming a spell slot. Calem smirked, thinking that this ring would make it easy for him to copy the blank scroll he obtained from the labyrinth last time. He calculated that he had to test it immediately. Meanwhile, Yin was also extremely excited when she opened her box. Elle cheered joyfully. Wow, is this item really for me? This handguard is amazing. Her gift was a crossbow handguard, a special piece of equipment that grants the wearer the redeploy guard skill, allowing for powerful magical arrows to be fired when the crossbow is activated. Calem politely expressed his gratitude. Everything is very useful. We will make good use of them. Right after that, the Bitenka head pushed a large stack of banknotes onto the table and announced, and here is 200,000 gold. Based on the valuation of the items, you placed a 5x bet. The massive amount of money left Yin completely stunned. Wait, how much is this worth? Calem thought to himself that for an ordinary person, this was truly a huge number, enough to make their hands tremble. The Bitenka head stood up, reached out his hand politely, and smiled. And one more thing, I want to give this to you. My handshake is the most valuable thing in Sohen. If you ever run into trouble later, don't hesitate, tell me. Calem smiled and decisively reached out to return the gesture. Thank you, sir. After receiving the rewards, Calem and the others walked along the opulent hallways of the estate to depart. Suddenly, Calem's crimson eyes contracted as he heard a voice from behind. Calem! He turned back to see a beautiful, white-haired woman, dressed elegantly, standing with her arms crossed, watching him. She gave a mysterious smile and proposed, could you spare a moment? Activating a sound-dampening spell to ensure the conversation remained strictly confidential, Yell sternly warned Calem, what I am about to say from now on must not be known by anyone else. You asked why I cooperated with the Magic Academy's combat club just to get information about the deep levels, didn't you? Looking straight at Calem, Yell's eyes flashed with a blue light full of hatred as she decisively admitted, "That's right. But to be more precise, I want to go to the deep levels to kill the Labyrinth Master." Looking back into the past, at age 15, Yell had been an exceptional genius, always topping her class at the school affiliated with the Magic Academy. Behind her success and outstanding ability was her beloved grandfather, who had always wholeheartedly supported and accompanied her on her path of magic. It was also during this time that mysterious members of the combat club actively approached Yell, teaching her incredibly powerful magic circle methods. Possessing natural talent, a powerful background, and unique information from the club, Yell once believed for certain that she would soon become the strongest mage in Sohen. But all those hopes were completely shattered when the Labyrinth tragedy of 12 years ago struck, turning the academy into a sea of fire. In the chaos, Yell's father rushed over, grabbed her tightly, and screamed, "Yell, take the others to the teleportation device." Witnessing the horrific scene, Yell cried out in panic, "Father, what? What is happening here?" Her father only had enough time to urge her urgently. A massive strike sent Yell's grandfather collapsing to the ground right before her eyes. Witnessing the heartbreaking sight, the young girl could only scream in terror. "Grandfather!" Behind her grandfather, near the emergency teleportation gate, a giant, dark entity, clad in black armor, with glowing, evil red eyes, slowly emerged from the flames. Facing the Grim Reaper, her grandfather used his final remaining strength to roar a warning. "Run! Get out of here!" In the chaos of the tragedy 12 years ago, he decisively pushed Yell and her siblings into a safe beam of light and gave his final words. "Yell, take care of your siblings. You must survive at all costs." The gate closed, leaving behind the young girl's heartbreaking cries as she reached out to her father in despair. The pain of loss and the relentless guilt of the past 12 years have haunted Yo ever since. She blamed herself, believing that because she associated with the Incarnation Club, she indirectly lured the Abyss monsters to slaughter her family, leaving her with no peace of mind. But it was all the Dungeon Master's fault, not the Incarnations. Yet, people still talked as if the Incarnations were the cause of every problem. Why bowed her head, tears of frustration streaming down her cheeks. Because the dungeon brought in money, no one was willing to give it up. They never thought about killing the Dungeon Master to wipe out the dungeon. That cruel truth was evident when even her own father only calculated the massive profits the dungeon brought in. He had once coldly advised her not to ruin the entire city's plans because of personal emotions. Even the Never Club had, long ago, abandoned that crazy idea, thinking it was impossible to defeat the Dungeon Master. Yell's dream of revenge was completely lonely, with no one to support her. Seeing this, Calem pondered deeply. If that was the case, why did the Never Club still give Yell information about the deep floors? What benefit did they get from providing her with that data? Yell replied softly that they said it was to support her revenge plan. But with his sharp intuition, Calem immediately realized their true sinister motives. Those bastards wanted to use her guilt as an experiment. But strangely, why would they want to send such an important chess piece as Yell to the deep floors where death was certain? Wouldn't it be more profitable to cultivate her well and have the Beaton family support the club? Perhaps they were using her to get what they wanted. Calem's red eyes glowed with determination as he saw the ultimate goal of the Incarnations. If they killed the Dungeon Master, the Incarnations could return home. The inscription on the ancient stone tablet that Professor D-Stream found on the third dungeon floor appeared clearly in Calem's mind again. The ancient text stated that when the Dungeon Master was defeated, the dungeon would close. The war with those who invaded this world would also officially come to an end, and they would be able to return to their original world. Thinking this, Calem silently understood the cruel ambition of the one behind it all. He wanted to push Yin to the deep floors because, to him, her life was worthless. If she died, it didn't matter, because new pawns would appear to take her place. Yell continued to warn that the Amber Club would certainly try to use Calem as well. With the vast dungeon knowledge he possessed, they believed he was the most suitable person to explore the deepest floors. That was also the reason they were so eager to claim him before the Darkhound organization did. Hearing this, Calem's eyes suddenly flashed with angry red light. He gritted his teeth in contempt at the delusions of those bastards for daring to think they could turn him into a new pawn. Appreciating Yell's honesty in risking her life to reveal this secret, Calem smiled slightly and reached out to formally invite her to join his party. Yell was overjoyed. She beamed and decisively took his hand to establish a new teammate pact. That night, under the quiet darkness of the forest, Yin was excitedly testing out the new equipment she had received from the Beaton family. In the blink of an eye, a flash of blue light erupted, teleporting Yin's body and landing her very gently. She excitedly turned to ask Calem what he thought of her performance. Observing from below, Calem smiled and nodded, praising her for doing a great job. It was the displacement guard skill, which allowed for short-range teleportation. Seeing her master the new power so agilely, Calem was very satisfied, telling himself this was exactly the skill she needed most right now. And the family head, Edward, had truly prepared an unbeatable gift. Curious, she asked, "So, what are you going to do now, Calem?" Calem walked silently, his mind filled with thoughts after hearing the massive secret from Yell. Even so, proposing that Yin join his team was a completely sincere decision. Calem told himself that if he could defeat the dungeon master to find a way back home, he was ready to act immediately. Because even if he were an extraordinary mage in this world, this place still didn't belong to him. Furthermore, he had to take action while he was still young, in case he became old or injured, which would make things very difficult. But Calem's biggest worry right now was the harsh 2-week rule. He looked toward the giant, cracking teleportation gate, wondering if all other invaders truly had to follow this cruel law. Calem pondered. Perhaps those people had already found a way to bypass this rule. Seeing him silent, Yin asked softly, "Calem, are you planning to fight the dungeon master?" Calem sighed, replying that if they acted right now, the information they had was still far too sparse. First, they needed to thoroughly investigate the ancient stone tablet that Yin had mentioned during their previous dungeon exploration. Calem reminded himself not to be hasty. He needed to observe and deduce every clue in front of him carefully before forming a perfect plan. He judged that the tablet most likely contained the dungeon's core secrets inscribed in an ancient code. Based on his knowledge, Calem knew this tablet was found randomly in the dungeon, depending on the game's difficulty. Thinking of Professor D-Stream standing at his research board, Calem determined that it was highly likely the professor had only translated the basic parts and couldn't fully decode the tablet. He told himself he had to check it himself, as soon as possible, before your club approached it and caused trouble. While they were walking together through the dark forest, Yin suddenly hesitated and spoke up. "I have something I want to tell you." Calem looked into the glowing red eyes that were listening intently to him, and smiled sincerely. Although she knew Calem still had many worries from their previous conversation, she stated clearly, "But I believe you, Calem, can defeat the dungeon master, because you are the smartest person I have ever met." Looking at the elf girl's radiant smile, Calem softened his voice and replied, "Thank you." Yin touched her gorgeous red dress gently. She emotionally confided that meeting him in the dungeon was the luckiest thing to ever happen to her. It feels like just yesterday she was struggling to do odd jobs at the center to survive, barely scraping by, when suddenly she was captured and forced into the dungeon as a slave. But look at her now, a free commoner. Yin clutched the precious gift box tightly, happily exclaiming that she never even dreamed she'd have the chance to attend an aristocratic banquet, let alone wear such an expensive dress. Seeing how excited she was, Calem awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "I just bought it so you wouldn't feel out of place in the crowd." She remained incredibly grateful nonetheless. She looked at him with eyes full of reverence, insisting that all these miracles were only possible because Calem decided not to abandon her in that cold, dark dungeon. Yin fervently declared, "If I can be by your side, Calem, I'd go to the deepest floors. You have to take me with you, okay?" She bowed her head slightly, shyly. "I'm trying my absolute hardest not to be a burden." Witnessing the cute, sincere demeanor of the elf girl, Calem froze for a few seconds. He smiled to himself. "I need to catch the dungeon master soon. If this keeps up, I'm going to fall for this girl." That night at the academy dormitory, Yin's urgent calling suddenly echoed outside his door. "Calem! Calem!" Calem rushed to open the door, face flushing with surprise as he asked, "What? What are you doing here?" Before his eyes stood Yin, panicking as she held her red dress together. She sobbed, pleading for help. "Please help me. The zipper is broken. Can you pull it down for me?" With that, she bashfully turned around, revealing her smooth, bare shoulders, which left Calem incredibly flustered. He fumbled as he stepped closer to help. "Just stand still for a second. It's stuck, isn't it?" Seeing the jammed zipper, he broke into a cold sweat, deciding it was truly stuck. "Let me try pulling it hard," Yin asked nervously. "What if it rips?" Before she could finish, Calem used his strength and gave a hard pull. The zipper snapped, causing the red dress to tear wide open. Yin screamed in terror. Calem was also so panicked that his face went pale as a sheet. "Oh, man!" In his panic, Calem scrambled to hug her from behind to help keep the torn dress in place, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." In the silent room, the two held onto each other tightly, their hearts racing with an ambiguous tension. Calem blushed and reassured himself. It's a good thing no one saw, or it would be easy to misunderstand. Yet, at that very sensitive moment, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the doorway. Both jumped and turned around, horrified to see the rogue standing frozen at the door, witnessing the entire misunderstood scene. The red-haired man widened his eyes, stuttering, "Hey, brother, what is going on here?" Blushing bright red, he shouted at them to get out before slamming the door shut. The rogue could only scratch his head and offer an awkward laugh, wondering if he had accidentally ruined the atmosphere between the two. Calem stood with his back to the wall, trying to brush off the awkwardness, and told the rogue to go get some rest because everything was just a misunderstanding. Looking at the back of his new teammate, Calem worried silently, knowing the guy was currently homeless and didn't have a single penny to his name. Calem's quiet concern moved the rogue deeply. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself that he finally understood why Amos had advised him to join Calem's team. To show his loyalty, the rogue resolutely declared that from now on, he would treat Calem like a brother and earnestly asked to join the party. Calem happily agreed, because who could ask for more than a talented thief like him? He loudly declared that next week, their four-man team would officially enter the dungeon. However, Calem grew slightly pensive, thinking that persuading Amos to join this time would definitely be very difficult. Calem decided they had to go directly to Amos's house to negotiate. But as soon as they set foot in the small wooden house, they were met with fierce opposition from Amos's wife. She shouted angrily that the children at home needed a father, and she absolutely refused to let her husband continue risking his life in the dungeon anymore, no matter how much of a deposit Calem offered. Sitting at the table, Calem calculated silently. Usually, the minimum deposit to ensure a profit for an adventurer on the first floor only amounts to about 1,000 gold coins. As the wife continued to fret about how to earn money to raise their children, Calem suddenly held up one finger and calmly declared, "I will give you 10,000 gold coins." The shocking offer of a deposit 10 times the normal amount left everyone in the room completely stunned. Yin screamed in panic because the sum was too huge, while Amos teared up, unable to believe his ears. The wife trembled from shock, her face turning pale as she yelled, asking if he was trying to use money to bribe her. But facing the sheer weight of the large sack of gold coins placed before her, the wife had to sigh in helplessness. She softened her tone, asking if, with such a massive amount of money, their target definitely wasn't the first floor of the labyrinth, right? She received a calm, affirmative nod from Calem. Seeing his sister-in-law worried, the rogue immediately jumped in to reassure her. He confidently bragged that he had once roamed across the entire second floor, so accompanying him and the genius Calem would make the trip much easier. But just as the rogue was rambling on, Calem coldly doused him with a bucket of cold water. "We're going to the third floor." That statement made the rogue freeze instantly. His smile faded, and he broke out into a cold sweat, anxiously asking if that was really true. Just as they stepped out onto the street after convincing Amos's wife, the burly monk still couldn't hide his anxiety. He sighed, sharing that he had to struggle quite a bit to get his wife's permission to go back out there. But to reach the third floor of the labyrinth, the group absolutely needed better gear. Amos emphasized that they would at least need magic-tier artifacts to be safe. However, such luxury equipment can only be bought at auctions, not in regular shops, and the next auction wouldn't be happening for a long time. Seeing the guy panicking, wondering if the group would really be okay with their current mediocre gear, Calem just smiled faintly, thinking that if Amos knew that he and Yin each already possessed a high-quality treasure, he would certainly be shocked. Seeing Amos worry, the rogue immediately offered a suggestion that if they couldn't buy them, they could go rent them, as there were many places in the back alleys that rented out equipment. But Calem immediately dismissed it, asserting that the rental costs there were exorbitant and completely not worth the money. Yin blinked curiously, asking what he planned to do. Calem gave a confident smile with his glowing red eyes, telling everyone to just stand there and wait a moment before heading straight toward the temple of Nathaniel. Entering the majestic shrine, Calem faced the priest representing the church. The priest gently informed him that he had heard the entire story from Bernat and knew clearly that Calem had done almost all the work for the Lizard Knight fellow. He explained that the church had originally intended to reward him with cash, but they were quite surprised when he requested magical gear as compensation instead. The priest shook his head, refusing, explaining that for outsiders, it was a pity the church couldn't provide equipment, and he hoped he would understand. However, Calem wasn't going to give up that easily. He smirked, casually noting how reasonable it was to point out the scarcity of magical gear and how their inventory reflected the organization's true strength. But immediately after, he laid out his ironclad argument. That reward was rightfully meant for Bernat, and Bernat himself had voluntarily handed over his entire share to him. That sharp retort left the priest sweating, flustered, and not knowing how to respond. Calem smiled wickedly, invoking the name of Nathaniel, the god of fair trade, to pressure him. So, what would the god Nathaniel, the god of fair trade, think about this? I'm certain he would want me to receive the compensation I deserve. Faced with Calem's relentless logic, the bishop helplessly scratched his head and forced a smile, admitting he couldn't find a way to circumvent the rules. To avoid a scandal that would tarnish the church's reputation, he gave in and told him to state his request. Shortly after, Calem returned to the team's rendezvous point. As soon as they saw him walking toward them, Yin, Amos, and Sneak froze in their tracks, shouting in unison, completely stunned by the things Calem brought back. Before the group lay an array of magic tier equipment and incredibly rare treasures scattered all over the ground. Sneak's eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, asking if he really earned all of this just from the recent dungeon mission. Calem smiled confidently, replying that he hadn't even sold the rest of the loot yet, and these were just the items he received from the temple, the academy, and the guild. Holding a magic tier magic bow with the magic arrow skill, Yin was incredibly excited and thrilled. Calem added that the dagger found in the treasure room was also appraised as magic tier, while the flame lamp helmet was just something he had rented temporarily. Sneak excitedly grabbed the magic tier plunder dagger, which had the ability to trigger a scorching fire effect on opponents upon impact. Witnessing the pile of overpowered gear, Amos was amazed, wondering how much they would earn if they reached the third floor, given that the first floor was like this. Calem smirked and said that was the reason he had put down a deposit of 10,000 gold coins, not forgetting to tease Amos to remember to use that money for his firstborn's tuition. Wielding a treasure tier lightning staff containing 2 combat spells, electric shock and superconductivity, Calem declared clearly that the group would head straight to the third floor as soon as the dungeon reopened in a few days. Soon enough, that moment arrived. The 4 of them walked together into the dark, cold hallway of the dungeon. Amid the silence, there was only the eerie sound of dripping water and a musty smell. Calem vigilantly observed his surroundings. He thought to himself that no matter how many times he had done this, the uncomfortable feeling of entering the dungeon never changed, and he wondered if he would ever get used to it. Looking over, Calem curiously asked her if she was wearing the gauntlet he had gifted her. The elf girl shyly explained that because it was so valuable, she had hidden it deep inside her gloves to keep it from being spotted and stolen by bad actors. Her excessive caution left Calem feeling helpless, and he had to ask if that was really necessary. Before long, the group reached the end of the hallway. Standing before the gate, the monk Amos reminded everyone that it only allowed one person to pass every 3 seconds. Hearing this, Yin suddenly became incredibly anxious. She nervously imagined a scenario where the team would be ambushed by enemies the moment they stepped to the other side. Calem pensively admitted that such a possibility was entirely real, because the one-by-one mechanism of the teleportation gate made the person going first the most vulnerable and easiest target to attack. Yin tremblingly asked who would be brave enough to go first. To ensure the team's absolute safety, Calem decisively designated the monk Amos as the vanguard, while instructing him to immediately activate his steel defense skill upon stepping through to prepare for any unexpected situation. He stated that he would be the one following right behind 3 seconds later. Hearing this, Amos hesitated, asking if Calem was sure he wanted to go second, because usually, a fragile mage should be the last one to go to receive the best protection. Sneak also quickly suggested that he go first in his place, but Calem firmly refused, asserting that him going second was the most optimal choice because if an incident occurred, he could use his magic to react and provide support faster than anyone else. Seeing the determination of the young leader, Amos nodded in agreement and stepped into the blue light of the teleportation gate. While waiting for the 3-second countdown, Calem mentally analyzed the tactics. In theory, a sturdy tank like Amos definitely wouldn't be taken down in a mere 3 seconds. Furthermore, if the enemies were waiting in ambush, they wouldn't be foolish enough to charge at a defender already in a defensive stance. They would target the second person coming through. Calculating every risk meticulously helped Calem maintain an incredible sense of calm, even though he knew that the unexpected could always happen. When the countdown hit 0, Calem gripped his wand and stepped into the gate. Calem reassured himself that he still had the hourglass of protection to handle any unforeseen circumstances. But the moment he set foot on the other side, his eyes constricted at the horrific scene before him. Looking at the wreckage and the corpses lying around, Amos approached to investigate, worriedly asking, were these bodies killed by an ambush? Calem shook his head, analyzing. No, ambushers usually avoid damaging the equipment. They rarely leave bodies in such a gruesome state. He knelt down to examine the victims thoroughly. 2 of the 4 corpses were stabbed normally, nothing too out of the ordinary. But Calem's glowing red eyes suddenly narrowed with vigilance as he looked at the other two bodies. One corpse showed strange signs, with hideous tumors growing all over its body. Calem immediately recognized it as the result of the corrosive tumor necromancy spell. The other corpse, of the birdfolk, had eyes that were shifted in a crazed, abnormal direction. Birdfolk don't naturally go cross-eyed. He must have gone insane from the ghost soul magic before being brutally finished off by a level 3 cellular self-destruction necromancy spell. This truth left Calem completely shaken. He broke out in a cold sweat, wondering, a level 3 necromancer on the second floor? According to the game's logic, someone possessing these terrifying skills should only be on the 4th floor. Why would he appear here? Just as he was deep in thought, a loud call from behind interrupted him. Yin asked anxiously, "Sneak has passed through too. What do we do now?" Calem adjusted his gear and answered firmly, "We keep moving forward." Just as they stepped past the turn, before their eyes lay a vast, dark, and swampy forest where giant ancient trees glowed with a ghostly, faint blue light. Stepping into the squelching, muddy ground, Calem frowned, his crimson eyes flashing with concern. "It's much worse than I thought." The damp, gloomy atmosphere of the swamp felt like an ominous sign. Calem's suspicions were quickly confirmed as the group ventured deeper. A horrific sight met their eyes throughout the swamp. The corpses of bodionoids, the frog-like monsters typical of the second floor, were strewn about, floating lifelessly on the water. Looking closely at the terrifying, bruised wounds on the monsters, Calem realized they had all been torn apart by brutal stabs or necromantic magic, matching perfectly with what they had witnessed from the previous party of adventurers. Seeing this gruesome scene, the monk Amos broke into a cold sweat, muttering anxiously, "This is horrific. What on earth happened here?" Fear made his trembling companion grab Calem's cloak, whimpering, "Calem, I'm so scared." Calem couldn't help but feel tense as well. He knew all too well that such ruthless and thorough slaughter was extremely rare in the dungeon. Tension gripped the entire team, creating an incredibly heavy atmosphere. Walking along the path littered with corpses that stretched all the way to the swirling, brightly glowing portal to the 3rd floor, Calem felt his heart burning with anxiety. He kept wondering why a powerful necromancer from the 4th floor would come down here to slaughter monsters, and what his true objective could be. A bad premonition arose, making Calem grit his teeth in concern. He knew he had to quickly stop that insane necromancer before he could cause a true catastrophe in this dungeon. Without a moment's hesitation, Calem pointed his wand forward, his crimson eyes filled with resolve as he ordered, "We're heading straight to the 3rd floor. Get into formation." Calem handed his helmet to Amos, telling him that from the 3rd floor on, he would need it. Accepting the helmet and putting it on, Amos smiled and thanked him. "I'll go through first and wait for you there," Calem instructed. "All right, be careful." Right after, the burly monk decisively stepped through the swirling blue portal. Watching Amos leave, Calem couldn't help but worry to himself, "This is madness. Who knows if some crazy mage is lying in wait on the other side?" He quickly followed through the portal to keep close behind. The moment he set foot on the other side, Calem's crimson eyes narrowed in vigilance as he spotted someone waiting. However, he quickly sighed with relief upon recognizing familiar faces. "Huh? It's you guys?" Opposite him, the werewolf Vanen exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, who is this?" Meanwhile, the dwarf Dian's eyes widened with excitement. "Calem, you've made it to the 3rd floor?" Yin, standing behind, also poked her head out happily to greet him, prompting Vanen to marvel at her new equipment. "Oh man, I didn't even recognize you." Just then, a man in a hooded cloak standing next to Dion's group spoke up. "Vanen, is this a known teammate of yours?" The dwarf Dian nodded. "Ah, right. I should have introduced him sooner." He turned to introduce him to Calem. "Calem, this is our group's new mage." Calem's crimson eyes narrowed suspiciously. The stranger slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a face with a friendly smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Antonel." He stepped closer and continued, "I've heard so much about your legendary incantationless magic. I look forward to working with you." But instead of reciprocating the greeting, Calem immediately turned to question the priestess Emma in a very serious tone. "Emma, why are you traveling with a necromancer, and one who turns corpses into undead, at that?" "You're a priestess!" Calem's sharp intuition flustered Emma, who frantically waved her hands to explain. No, it's not like that. Calem, you seem to have a misunderstanding. Antonel doesn't use undead magic, which is why I'm traveling with him. Besides, our group needed a new mage after Abison left." Standing nearby, Antonel smirked and chimed in, "That's right. I don't know how to use undead magic, so traveling with a priestess is perfectly logical." Calem stared coldly at Antonel, his crimson eyes narrowing in caution. How funny. Who are you trying to fool? Calem immediately exposed him. The soul echo and invasive tumor, spells you used on the second floor. When combined, they create dead body, a type of necromancy. Calem pressed him firmly. A fourth-floor mage like you hiding your skills. What reason could you possibly have to join Vanon's group? Seeing the atmosphere become too tense, Vanon hurriedly stepped in to wave it off. Hey Calem, calm down, Vanon said, breaking into a sweat. You guessed right, Antonel is indeed a fourth-floor mage. He was just looking for a new group and happened to meet us. But Calem immediately retorted sharply. A fourth-floor mage who can't find a group? That's absurd. Especially with the severe shortage of mages nowadays, he has no reason to join you guys. It's very suspicious. He turned to question Vanon. What were you thinking, accepting him? The dwarf Vanon hung his head in confusion. Well, I mean, if we have Antonel, we can finally reach the third floor, so we thought we'd try working together. Calem sighed inwardly, thinking that Vanon's group was so desperate to reach the third floor, that they had made a huge mistake. For those who try too hard to appear friendly are often the most suspicious. He turned to look straight at Antonel and decisively declared, Antonel, let me guess why you brought this second-floor group up here. You're planning to go to floor 3.5, aren't you? This shocking revelation made Vanon's eyes go wide with surprise. Wait, floor 3.5? What? Antonel's face immediately shifted, turning dark and tense. The third-floor groups know that place is dangerous, so they refused. Calem locked onto his opponent with his intense crimson gaze. So you tricked this gullible second-floor group into leading you there. I can even guess why you want to go to floor 3.5. A traveler named Hijikata recently told me that his friend was captured by the dungeon master on the third floor. The souls on floor 3.5 must be very tempting for a soul caller like you. You're planning to harvest the souls from the coffins, right? But doing that will trigger a monster wave, and every traveler on the third floor will die. Did you do this without permission from the Adventurers Guild? Facing Calem's relentless questioning, Antonel maintained a calm smile, but Calem immediately pointed his wand straight at him, ordering him to answer at once. Calem's firm stance made Yin immediately raise her guard. She thought to herself that, if Calem was that wary, the opponent must be extremely dangerous. Without a second thought, Yin quickly drew her bow, aiming straight at Antonel, thinking, if Calem makes a move, I'll fire immediately. Facing the arrow, Antonel still wore a mysterious, relaxed smile. Realizing the tension was spiraling out of control, the dwarf Dian hurriedly jumped in to intervene. He shouted frantically, Hey, calm down. Calem, Yin, lower your weapons. Dion tried to defuse the tension, earnestly begging Calem to lower his weapon and give Antonel a chance to explain himself. Calem narrowed his eyes, staring coldly at his opponent while staying in position to listen. Dion continued to speak up for his new teammate, insisting that necromancy is not as evil as people think, and that Antonel was even awarded an honorary medal by the guild for his contributions. Still, Calem remained deeply suspicious. He wondered to himself, regardless of his reputation, could they be sure this guy didn't have some dark agenda? Antonel just gave a smirk, looking amused. He looked at Calem and said, The mage community has been buzzing about you lately, and now I see why. Your reasoning is solid, so I suppose I'll confess. Antonel openly declared his true goal. I intend to lead everyone to the 5th floor. This shocking revelation left the dwarf Dian completely stunned. He widened his eyes and shouted in disbelief. Antonel calmly admitted, Since this is your first time on the 3rd floor, I thought it would be easier to lure you into following me. Hearing this, both the wolfkin Vanon and the female cleric Emma were horrified, their voices trembling as they asked, How could you do such a thing? Antonel tilted his head and explained, I apologize for the deception, but I truly have no intention of harming anyone. I'm confident I can keep everyone safe. I just need support to find a certain coffin. His explanation didn't soothe his teammates' rage. The wolfkin Vanon's veins bulged with anger as he roared in fury. Do you take us for fools? You thought we'd just obediently follow you to the 5th floor? Calem turned to tell Amos they had to leave immediately. Seeing Amos looking confused, he explained that those who reach the 3rd floor for the first time often don't know it's prone to hazardous magical turbulence. Even with defensive spells, a cleric's single moment of carelessness could leave them warped all the way to the cold, spirit-filled 5th floor when they wake up. That's why Calem demanded he wear this special helmet. It possessed a first-tier combat spell, Torch, which grants the wearer complete immunity to confusion spells and blocks the freezing air within a 10-meter radius. Now, the situation had become even more troublesome. The dwarf Vanon was livid, veins popping as he pointed and shouted at Antonel. demanding to know how he could heartlessly lure the group into such a life-threatening plan. Antonel hurriedly waved his hands in defense, claiming everyone had misunderstood, and sighed as he explained he wanted that coffin for an entirely different reason. Calem coldly pointed his wand, questioning what other plots he had besides harvesting souls. Antonel had to bow his head and confess that the coffin actually contained his old friend, and that he was once a member of Sword Saint Hijikata's party. Antonel began to tell the heartbreaking story of many years ago, when 3 travelers from the distant east set foot in the dungeon. Their team back then consisted of the dual-wielding captain Hijikata, the spirit tribe Taoist Yuri, and the goblin warrior Judo. Antonel had accompanied them in conquering the 3rd floor for a long time before deciding to part ways to join a party on the 4th floor. But since he left, Hijikata's group had unexpectedly lost Judo in a mysterious disappearance. This revelation stunned both Amos and the rogue standing nearby. Antonel recounted sorrowfully that Judo's disappearance caused the 2 remaining members to blame each other, ultimately leading to a regrettable breakup. He mused, comparing the incident to the gut labyrinth theory. Hearing this, the dwarf Vanen realized with a tremble what that theory meant. It views the entire labyrinth as the intestines of a giant demon. The demon intentionally uses precious treasures to lure greedy travelers inside. This is actually one of the game's main plotlines, where adventurer parties moving from the 1st floor downward are slowly digested by the labyrinth like proteins broken down in the stomach, and fats digested in the duodenum, turning them into nutrients to sustain this evil entity. According to the gut labyrinth theory, the most nutritious travelers eventually become easy prey for the labyrinth master. Antonel explained that when a group starts being digested, they encounter constant bad luck, leading to a faster collapse. After he left, Hijikata's group lost Judo, and that was the moment the digestion process began. Even so, Hijikata never gave up and continued to challenge the labyrinth. Recently, the Rogues Revival event had opened a glimmer of hope to save Judo. Antonel looked at Calem, desperately insisting that Hijikata was gambling his life for the last time and that he just wanted to find the coffin to help his old teammate. Hearing this moving story, Vanen started to soften. The dwarf admitted that while the deception was unforgivable, he could overlook it for such a noble reason. Conversely, Calem remained extremely guarded. He decided to send a magical message to verify everything directly with Hijikata. Seeing this, Antonel calmly replied that he could check if he felt uneasy. While waiting for a reply, Vanen grew impatient and reminded Calem not to keep waiting. He believed Antonel's story seemed genuine, and that continuing to doubt him would be rude. Furthermore, Hijikata was from the east, so he might not know how to use this messaging spell. Calem himself felt a flicker of doubt, wondering if he was being too suspicious. Suddenly, a flash of light burst forth, signaling a reply had arrived. Calem opened the scroll and was completely stunned by the cold, short response from Hijikata. "Who is Antonel? Not a member of my party." Calem's eyes narrowed instantly, filled with killing intent. He stared straight at Antonel and gave a mocking smile, remarking that it turned out Easterners knew how to send messages after all. Exposed completely, Antonel's friendly expression vanished. He bowed his head and suddenly flashed a sinister, mysterious grin. "You guys are really good at localizing things." Antonel clicked his tongue craftily. Doing it this way is such a pain. He immediately activated a bone armor defensive spell to protect himself. But before he could take another action, a familiar system chime rang out, cutting through everything. "It is now your turn." In the time stasis, Calem sighed calmly. I knew it. He understood perfectly well that his opponent was a necromancer, and that this type of magic required souls to function. Upon hearing the news of the revival, Antonel must have immediately thought of the coffins of adventurers left behind on the 5th floor, because for a necromancer, the more powerful souls they absorb, the more their own power increases exponentially. And the thing he craved most right now was none other than the strongest soul, the one chosen by the Labyrinth Master as the floor boss on the 3rd level. To collect those precious souls, Antonel didn't hesitate to use the most ruthless methods. Even if Vanen's entire party were to be wiped out, his plan was still to use them as shields to lure monsters and then sneak away alone with the loot. No matter how fierce the monster wave became, he only needed to dash down to the 4th floor to make a safe escape. However, Antonel had the terrible luck of running into Calem. As a veteran gamer who had experienced every crazy strategy imaginable, Calem had already seen through all his sinister ambitions. Looking at the traveler standing motionless before him, Calem gently twirled the wand in his hand, quietly calculating, "Now, how should I deal with this guy?" To avoid future trouble, the best option was to finish him off immediately. But if he used an explosion spell, the distance between them was currently too close, making it very likely he would get caught in the blast himself. In a situation where he couldn't, Kill his opponent instantly. Disarming him was the optimal choice. Calem decided to use a shock spell. Even with the large level gap between the two, with 4 layers of spells stacked on top of each other, he was confident that the chance of stunning and paralyzing his opponent was guaranteed. Utilizing the command feature, Calem immediately sent his thoughts to the girl standing behind him. Yin. Shoot at the wrist, holding Antonelle's wand. Receiving the order, she quickly drew her bow and aimed straight at the target with a determined gaze. As her action points ran dry, the system notified that Calem's turn had ended. When time resumed, a powerful surge of electricity from the shock spell was immediately released, striking Antonelle's arm and causing him to roar in agony. The paralysis running through his body made him completely lose feeling in his hand. Before he could recover, Yin's precise arrow flew in and pierced his wrist, causing Antonelle's wand to slip from his hand and clatter to the ground. Having lost his only magical weapon, Antonelle completely lost the initiative. He shouted in hysterical despair, "No." Before he could even stand back up, the assassin lunged forward like lightning, swinging a sharp blade to sever the tendons in his arm. The monk Amos quickly closed the distance, brutally pinning him down to the cold ground. Under the suffocating pressure of Calem's group, and with Vanen and Emma watching, Antonelle panicked and pleaded, "Hey! Wait! Hear me out!" Ignoring his plea, Calem leaned down to search him and quickly snatched a spell scroll hidden inside Antonelle's cloak. "Oh, hiding it here, are we?" Seeing Yin curiously ask what it was, Calem opened the scroll and explained, "This is a stairway scroll, usually used for running away." Calem deduced that he must have prepared it in case the monster wave surged. Yin exclaimed in shock. "No way." Calem coldly continued. He intended to use it to flee back to the 4th floor, where his main group is waiting. Driven into a corner, Antonelle was drenched in sweat, trembling and begging, "Save me, please save me." He knelt on the ground, cowardly admitting, "It's true, I intended to collect souls illegally, but no accident has happened yet." "Right. I haven't harmed anyone at all." He panicked and turned to beg the priestess Emma. "Emma, please spare me. We're in the same party. Take my side." Emma coldly explained, "Based on the contract signed with the Adventurers Guild, any behavior that could cause serious danger to an entire maze floor is strictly prohibited. Even if it is just the intent to commit a crime, the offender can be executed by other adventurers on the spot." This firm declaration left Antonelle completely stunned. His face turned pale with fear as he realized he had no way out. Standing behind Antonelle, Vanen silently raised his giant battle axe, sighing with regret. "What a pity, Antonelle." A cold swing ended the traitor's life instantly. After the deed was done, Vanen bowed his head in frustration and blamed himself for being too naive. He admitted that he had doubted Antonelle's suggestion because it didn't match their party's skill level. But because of his great reputation and illustrious merit badges, he had felt forced to turn a blind eye and trust him. Furthermore, the fabricated story about Hijikata's group being driven into a corner was too convincing, making anyone easy to deceive. Feeling extremely ashamed for almost getting his whole party killed, Vanen could only remain silent. "I understand you wanted to protect him because he was your teammate, but go back to the 2nd floor." Calem bluntly pointed out that with the current situation, Vanen's 3-person party could not possibly explore the 3rd floor without protective magical equipment. As he spoke, he leaned down to clear away Antonelle's belongings on the ground, telling himself that this place was truly beyond their group's capabilities. Witnessing the sharpness and overwhelming strength of the young mage, Vanen nodded in agreement, secretly admiring how in just 1 short month, he had come so far and surpassed his group by so much. Vanen hoisted his luggage onto his shoulder and sincerely said, "All right, next time we meet in the village, I will definitely repay you for today." "Thank you, Calem." With that, Vanen's group walked together through the blue portal to return to the lower floor, leaving Calem and his teammates to continue their quest to conquer the maze. Looking at the pool of Antonelle's blood on the ground, Amos sighed with regret. A talented adventurer, yet he intended to do such a thing. "I can't believe it." The assassin standing nearby crossed his arms and laughed excitedly. "That was impressive, boss." In the other corner, Calem was silently checking Antonelle's luggage. Seeing Yin standing next to him, giggling smugly, Calem asked curiously, "Yin, what's up?" The elf girl immediately leaned in close, her eyes shining brightly with pride. "Do you know that ever since Calem suspected that summoner, I was already prepared to fight?" Faced with her sudden confidence, Calem could only sweat drop and ask back, "Really?" Yin tilted her head and laughed triumphantly. "Yeah, really. Just me. Only me. I already had my bow drawn. That's why I hit his wrist with just 1 shot. You saw it too, right?" Witnessing the girl's self-obsession, Both Amos and the assassin behind them could only look at each other, speechless. Calem picked up a glass jar containing a large blue eye that was glowing and shimmering. He smiled contentedly, whispering to himself, "This item is useful when gaming, right? That's a mage's eye, a special treasure that can be placed in dangerous areas, to scout ahead, or placed in narrow gaps behind walls to silently watch every move of the enemy." Additionally, Calem had harvested 2 more magic equipment items along with 2 high-quality wands carefully hidden inside Antonelle's soul-trapping jar. Calem silently marveled. He's a 4th-floor mage after all. This is basically a walking treasure chest. Packing all the valuable loot into his backpack, Calem decisively stood up and walked ahead. All right, time to get back on the trail. A bone-chilling wind howled across the mountain peak. Yin shivered violently, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She kicked herself for not wearing warmer clothes. Seeing this, Calem turned and told her to stand next to Amos to catch some warmth. He explained that the torch cap he gave Amos had excellent anti-freeze properties, but its chaos immunity only worked within a 10-meter radius, so she absolutely must not fall behind. Just then, the elf girl's sharp ears twitched. Yin nervously turned to tell her team leader that she had just heard a very strange sound up ahead. Calem immediately raised his wand. On guard, he figured there might be ice hunters lurking nearby, and warned the team to watch out for an ambush. The 4 of them moved quietly along the dark, icy canyon. Suddenly, from a high cliff ahead, a figure in fur robes lunged out in a fierce attack. Facing the surprise strike, the powerful monk Amos stepped forward to shield his teammates. He raised his massive iron staff, activating a defensive skill to block the blast of ice. Immediately after, a pack of ferocious snow wolves with glowing blue eyes charged down from the icy cliff in a frenzy. Sensing the danger, Calem gave the order. Yin fired back from the side of the mountain. Yin obeyed instantly. She nimbly drew her bow, channeled her mana, and unleashed her triple-shot technique. 3 magical arrows tore through the wind with precision, just as a giant snow wolf with razor-sharp teeth leaped straight at Amos. Unfazed, the burly monk poured all his strength into his staff, batting the massive monster away. The battle ended quickly. Calem looked at the piles of monster corpses on the ground and calmly remarked, "Ice hunters? It's like they were on a patrol schedule." After a quick cleanup with an explosion spell, the rogue spotted something unusual and called out, "Captain, look at this, it's huge." In the rogue's hand was a brilliantly sparkling magic stone, causing Yin to gasp in amazement. "Whoa, it's huge. Is this a magic stone?" Calem stepped over and smiled, explaining, "That's right. You won't find one this big below the 3rd floor. The profit on the 3rd floor starts at a minimum of 100,000 gold coins." Hearing that massive figure, the rogue got even more excited. As he looted the bodies of the ice hunters, he muttered, "Should we dig out the ice hunters' magic stones too?" Suddenly, he discovered something even more incredible, and shouted in shock, "It's a C rank. I've never seen anything like it." It was a fiery red, extremely rare C rank magic stone. Calem looked helplessly at his teammate, who was jumping for joy. He shook his head and whispered to himself, "Hey, calm down. At least Amos is still keeping a straight face." But when Calem turned to look at Amos, his heart sank. The burly monk was drooling, looking totally spaced out, and muttering, "Ah, my first child's tuition is right in my hands now." Calem could only sigh. Not him too. Fueled by the gold, the whole team was pumped up. Yin happily begged to go hunt some more immediately, while the rogue grabbed his weapon and sprinted up the snowy slope, yelling, "We're rich, Captain." Watching his 3 energized teammates, Calem smiled wryly to himself. Seriously, what am I going to do with them? Well, as long as they stay careful. And just like that, Calem's party switched to auto-hunt mode, sweeping through the snowy mountains. Amidst the freezing water, a green-skinned creature with large round eyes waded closer. That was Gazosmi, a thief from the Kappa tribe. Even though his body was shaking from the cold, he smirked and muttered, "Ah, maybe because I'm cold-blooded. Even with magic to resist the frost, my feet are still frozen solid. Kappas don't need to wear shoes." Gazosmi's confident statement was immediately shot down by the shaman, Sozun, who reminded him that last time, his feet were so frozen he was trembling. Gazosmi could only scratch his head, defending that it was all part of the true Kappa spirit. The group, consisting of Hijikata, Sozun, and Gazosmi, had been searching for 3 days straight, but still couldn't find the stairs up. The dungeon's structure kept changing, leaving them completely lost. Just as they reached a dead end, Gazosmi's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he spotted something ahead. It turned out, the group had accidentally circled back to the starting point of the 3rd floor, where the blue portal was spinning. But right at the entrance, Sozun gasped, spotting a body lying motionless in a pool of blood. Recognizing the tattered robes, she realized it was a level 4 mage. Hijikata stepped closer and picked up a piece of paper lying next to the corpse. It was the response note he had sent to Calem earlier. "Who is Antonel? He's not one of our people." Looking at the paper in Hijikata's hand, Sozun realized a shocking truth. Somehow, Calem's party had killed a level 4 mage right here. Before they could discuss it further, Gazosmi's shout from the outer gate interrupted them, urging them to come out and see. Stepping outside, Sozun and Hijikata were completely stunned by the horrific scene before them. Across the snowy slope, the bodies of snow wolves and ice hunters lay scattered in pools of blood. Gazosmi observed that it looked like the ice hunters had tried to run away in a panic, but were pursued and wiped out completely. Sozun wondered how a party like Calem's, on their first trip to the 3rd floor, could possess such terrifying sweeping power. Hijikata pensively admitted it made no sense for a group of rookies. To find the answer, he decided to follow the hunting trails left in the snow. Meanwhile, in another area deep within the snowy mountains, Calem's red eyes narrowed in satisfaction as he whispered, "Oh, finally found it." Appearing before Calem's party was a giant stone tablet, emitting a mysterious blue light under the snowy sky. The Calamity Tablet. Deciding to camp right next to the Calamity Tablet to rest for the night, Calem immediately began studying the strange ancient characters carved into the stone surface. He stared intently at his paper to copy the symbols, muttering as he worked. Standing right behind him, Yin couldn't help but wonder, the carving is so strange. While Calem was deep in thought, the rogue sat below the pedestal, suddenly spotted something, and shouted, "Captain, there are 3 strange boxes under the tablet." Calem glanced down and realized they were likely part of the tablet. The monk Amos stepped up from behind, curiously asking, "But Calem, didn't you say this tablet had already been translated?" Calem nodded, confirming, "Yes. Professor D-Stream published a study on it, but the cipher was never solved." Drawing on his knowledge from the game in his old world, Calem began translating the ancient text into something understandable. One line clearly stated, "The Silver League forbids Labyrinth's food and songs. If you overcome the deep-level resentment of the Labyrinth, its deception will vanish." Calem quickly analyzed the key terms. The Silver League is essentially a code name for the Labyrinth Master's agents and the monsters of the deep levels. As for food and songs, those are just common behaviors performed during exploration. The most critical clue here is deep-level resentment, another title for the Labyrinth Master. If this evil entity can be defeated, those possessed from other worlds will be freed from their fake bodies and instantly returned to their original worlds. Looking at the 3 empty stone boxes beneath the stele, Calem mused to himself that he had seen countless similar steles in the game, but had never encountered such strange boxes before. He guessed that if a suitable sacrificial item were placed inside, a new flow of information would likely be triggered and revealed. That was the core reason why he decided to bring the whole group here to gather more valuable intel before having to confront complex factions like Team B or the Black Dog. Beside the flickering campfire in the snowy night, Calem never stopped racking his brain to find a way to decipher the ancient code on the paper. How do I crack this code? Vertically or diagonally? Just as he was focusing intensely, Yin's pointed ears twitched violently. The elf girl shouted a warning. "Calem, someone's coming." "Kappa, found you guys." Behind him stood the sword saint Hijikata and the girl, Sozun. Upon seeing Calem, the beast-eared girl Sozun waved and greeted him enthusiastically. "Hey Calem, we've heard so much about you. They say you're incredible. You even took down a 4th-level mage." Calem immediately cut her off, his red eyes cold as he questioned, "How do you know that?" Hijikata stepped forward to explain. "We saw the body lying next to the message this morning." Calem was extremely surprised and asked back, "The body is still there? It's been several days already." Hijikata nodded and replied, "That's right. The 3rd level is very cold, so the body hasn't decomposed much. Plus, thanks to you guys clearing out the frost hunters and wolves, what was left remained untouched." This information instantly made Calem realize a very serious anomaly. He thought to himself that this made no sense at all because frost hunters always strictly followed their patrol schedule around the staircase gate. He asked Hijikata's group in a stern voice, "Are you saying that for 3 whole days, not a single one passed by there?" Calem's question startled both Sozun and Gazosmi. Even Hijikata broke into a cold sweat, realizing the absurdity of the situation. But everyone saw the body perfectly preserved. Nobody could have been guarding it. If even the wolves didn't touch it, something was definitely wrong. Calem looked straight into the Sword Saint's eyes, coldly proposing a horrifying theory. "Hijikata, did you notice anything strange about the head of that mage? Like, the neck was slashed and then reattached? Corpse-like?" Hijikata froze completely. cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He stammered in utter confusion. Huh? What are you talking about? Looking at the ancient stone stela, standing tall under the night sky, with its glowing ancient characters, Calem reminded himself, damn it, now is not the time to stand here like an idiot. He immediately realized a terrifying truth was quietly unfolding. Calem turned to Amos and said, it seems Antonel's soul has entered the 3-5 level relic. The statement stunned the burly monk. What? What do you mean? Didn't he get executed by Vannon? Calem broke into a cold sweat, explaining that the madness of possession happened in that split second when he sneaked into the first-level gate to save his teammates, just like when he became an escape boss and appeared behind Amos with evil, glowing red eyes. If Antonel truly had fallen into madness before being beheaded, then he had already turned into an escape boss. Calem gritted his teeth, blaming himself for thinking everything had gone too smoothly. This reveal made the sword Saint Hijikata exclaim, what? Could it be that the relics have already been verified? Calem turned to ask Amos, did that sneak attacker have skills like walking on walls or shadow jumping before? Looking at the red-haired guy scratching his head behind him, he replied flatly, no, those aren't skills I know. Calem turned and asked directly, then how did you learn those skills? You, the sneak attacker. The red-haired guy smiled wryly and scratched his head. I'm not sure why either, but I just could. Calem observed him thoughtfully, thinking to himself that it was strange he had so many skills for his level. He quickly connected the rules of the labyrinth. When a labyrinth master turns a mad adventurer into an escape boss, they grant that person the power they crave most at that moment. In the desperate moment of begging for life before death, what Antonel wanted most was immortality. Calem explained that this is a trait that often appears when undead mages become escape bosses. The reason Antonel's head was still attached was perhaps because the process of immortality began right after he fell into madness. Just before death, he concluded that by now, he had certainly gotten up and gone down to level 3.5. With his personality, he would harvest both Judo's relic and his own, and soon, a monster wave would erupt. Hearing that, Sozun and Gazosmi shrieked in panic. A monster wave? We have to get out of here now. But Hijikata gritted his teeth with determination. Damn it. We are going down to level 3.5. We can't let Judo's relic fall into that bastard's hands. Seeing Hijikata about to rush off, Calem immediately reached out to stop him. It's too late, Hijikata. Hijikata yelled in frustration. He was a friend who accompanied me all the way from the east. You can't know how people like us from the east have survived here. Facing those words, Calem thought to himself that he had played this game too many times. How could he not know about those cruelties? He replied coldly, I'm not saying there's no chance left. I'm saying it's already too late. Calem calculated internally. In the worst-case scenario, the harvesting of Antonel's soul might already be complete. The relic has been stolen, and most likely, Judo has also been turned into an escape boss. He warned that if Judo's relic had been taken, we would have to face 2 escape bosses. This cruel revelation left Hijikata completely stunned. Calem continued questioning, but the bigger problem is the monster wave. What are you going to do? Acting recklessly while driven by emotions? Before he could finish, Yin's loud scream cut him off. I hear countless footsteps from below the mountain. They are heading our way. Hijikata was stunned, and Calem's face paled as he realized the monster wave had arrived. The roars and howling snowstorms engulfed the entire area of the Great Disaster Stele. Calem gritted his teeth, telling himself that it was too late to run now. He immediately turned to look at the ancient stone stele behind him and came up with a daring plan. If we can trigger that, we might still be able to stop the wave. But looking at the cryptic ancient runes that hadn't been fully deciphered yet, Calem couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, filled with tension. Calem realized that every ancient stele contained tier 10 magic, an amount of mana so overwhelming that the mage's small grimoires couldn't possibly contain it. That's why, when a monster wave occurs, they try to occupy the areas near the steles first. Calem immediately shouted his orders. Everyone, fall back to the steles. The group scrambled, running for their lives toward the ancient stone platform to find cover. A pack of giant snow wolves with glowing red eyes roared madly, charging down from the cliff, leading the slaughter wave straight toward the group. Facing the approaching beasts, Calem decisively commanded, Everyone, get ready. Amos, hold the front line. Immediately, the monk Amos channeled his strength and stepped forward, setting up a massive, sturdy shield to block the first wave of the snow wolves. But the real danger was still lurking behind them. Everyone, look over there! A terrifying avalanche, dragging tens of thousands of monsters with it like a massive wall, collapsed from the mountaintop, preparing to swallow the entire shrine area. Witnessing the apocalyptic scene, Hijikata and Sozun were completely desperate, thinking to themselves, "This is insane, we're screwed." In this hair-raising situation, Calem shouted his command. "Amos, open the grid." Amos gritted his teeth, pouring all his energy into preparing a defense right behind the stele. Instantly, the familiar sound of the system bells chimed. Freezing time. Hourglass activated. Your turn. As time resumed, Amos H. Large triggered his defensive grid skill, creating a massive light shield that enveloped the entire group. Calem gritted his teeth and immediately swung his wand to activate Dust Explosion magic. The precise explosion helped him take down a series of targets. The system immediately announced, "You have received a temporary hourglass, plus 2 action points." Seizing the opportunity, Calem immediately activated the hourglass's special ability, Dragon Slaughter Aura, freezing time for 60 seconds. In the frozen space, he poured all his remaining action points into it, repeatedly firing 2 more powerful heat beams forward until the system notified him that his action points were depleted and his turn ended. Witnessing that rapid-fire display of terrifying power, the shaman Sozun stood completely frozen, stuttering in disbelief. "How many spells did you just cast?" A heaven-shattering explosion erupted, blowing away the entire wave of snow monsters. As the dust slowly cleared, the group breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they were all still safe thanks to hiding behind the massive ancient stele. Calem asked wearily, Is everyone okay?" However, Calem quickly regained his vigilance. He reminded them in a serious tone, "We can't just stay here like this. The monster wave will start again soon, and there must be a staircase to floor 3.5 nearby. If that guy Antonel has finished harvesting souls from the relic there, he'll be back via the stairs soon." Before he could finish, Amus pointed forward in a panic and shouted, "Calem, over there! It's Antonel." From within the snow mist, Antonel's silhouette slowly emerged. He smirked, smiling sinisterly. "Ah, how wonderful, we meet again." Antonel laughed madly, his body radiating an evil mana. "It feels like I've finally touched the ultimate necromancy I've been pursuing. Calem, thanks to you, I think I can even make it to the 5th floor now." Witnessing that scene, Sozun trembled, clutching the arm of the sword Saint Hijikata. "Ah, Hijikata, what's wrong?" The fox girl's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "I see it, Judo's soul is inside that bastard's body." Realizing the cruel truth that their former comrade had been consumed, Hijikata's veins popped in anger, and he screamed in agony, "You son of a bitch!" Calem stood by, observing in deep thought. He realized she had used her clan's signature soul-tracking skill to pinpoint him. He sighed bitterly. This dungeon has more tragedies than happy endings. That's right, Judo couldn't return to this world anymore. Opposite them, the evil Antonel laughed manically. Sword Saint Hijikata completely lost control upon learning that Judo's soul was in the hands of the bastard Antonel. He roared in fury, "You damn scumbag!" Even though his teammates tried to hold him back and shouted for him to calm down, Hijikata struggled wildly. "Let me go! I'll kill that bastard!" Hijikata roared with determination. "I have to kill him now while he's alone." The brave Sword Saint lunged straight forward, but a powerful dark energy suddenly descended from above. Sharp blue magic cracks erupted violently. Witnessing that overwhelming power, Hijikata broke out in a cold sweat, stunned. What the hell is that? The Lich had now completed the revival process from the undead city, summoning a pack of giant snow wolves that charged down madly to attack. Realizing the situation was extremely disadvantageous, Calem immediately shouted for the whole team. "No time to just stand there and look. Run! Move!" The group scrambled down the snowy slope, but Antonel only smirked sinisterly and raised his hand to cast Bone Wall magic. A massive wall built from tens of thousands of white bones immediately rose up, completely blocking their only exit. Antonel hovered above, laughing madly and wickedly. Heh, where do you think you're going? No one is leaving this place." He gathered his mana, preparing to unleash his finishing move, the Symphony of Death. Just in the nick of time, Calem decisively stepped forward, held up a glowing magic jar, and shouted in defiance, "Look at this, you bastard. Since it's your stuff, you know exactly what this is, right? This is the soul-binding jar used to store harvested souls." Seeing his protective treasure in Calem's hands, the Lich's glowing red eyes immediately narrowed in shock, and he froze on the spot. Calem smirked defiantly. "You know well that the soul-binding jar is the second most important thing to a necromancer, only after their own life. Even though you're a Lich now and it's useless, it's still attached to you, because this is your bond jar." With that, he decisively threw the jar far away. Seeing his treasure being thrown away, the Lich Antonel panicked completely. He screamed in terror, "My soul jar!" Seizing the golden opportunity, Calem immediately turned and shouted for the team. Retreat right now! The team scrambled down the mountain, but the giant snow wolves and frost hunters were chasing them closely. A frost hunter drew his crossbow and fired a powerful ice arrow. The arrow tore through the wind, but the monk Amos. Calem swung his iron staff with lightning speed, shattering the ice wall to carve a bloody path forward. Running right behind him, Calem poured every ounce of his mana into his palms, firmly releasing a brilliant blue bolt of electricity, a shock blast. A massive bolt of lightning struck down, paralyzing the snow wolves as they moved in perfect coordination. The girl, Yin, also leaped up immediately, unleashing her signature foxfire magic. A massive blast of flame erupted, incinerating the monsters and creating a sturdy wall of fire to halt the enemy's advance. Even though they had temporarily pushed back the onslaught, Calem was drenched in sweat, realizing they couldn't keep fighting. "We have to get out of here first." But before he could even finish his sentence, his foot suddenly slipped hard on the slick ice. Yin screamed in a panic. Calem lost his balance, tumbling and rolling wildly down the steep, icy mountain slope at an incredible speed. He gritted his teeth in a panic, thinking to himself, "Right, my speed stat is trash, isn't it? Trying to run down a snowy mountain like this is pure insanity. Damn it." Looking at the bottomless abyss looming right in front of him, Calem reached out with all his might, desperate to grab onto something before he fell. He threw all his strength into gripping a protruding rocky ledge to break his fall. However, the icy slope was too slippery, continuing to drag his body downward. Just as he was hanging by a thread, a worried call from above made him look up in surprise. "Be careful, Calem!" A giant snow wolf suddenly lunged down from above, intending to pounce on Calem. In this do-or-die situation, he quickly poured mana into his wand and shouted, "Superconduct!" A powerful bolt of lightning struck, paralyzing the monster completely before it plummeted into the abyss. Calem breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "That was almost the end of me." Just then, Yin reached out from above and called out loudly, "Calem, are you okay? Grab my hand." Calem quickly grabbed her hand, feeling deeply grateful. "Thanks." But before he could steady himself, he suddenly sensed a killing intent from behind and turned back in shock. Yin, another snow wolf, suddenly rushed forward and slammed into them, causing both of them to lose their balance and fall straight into the abyss amidst Yin's frantic screams. They plummeted through the void. Calem could only curse in frustration, helpless. Standing at the top of the slope, the monk Amos screamed in panic to alert the others. "Yin! Calem! They've fallen!" While they were falling, Calem quickly pulled Yin into his arms to protect her. He worriedly thought, "This height might not be enough to kill us instantly, but if we break a leg or get severely injured in this situation, we're in big trouble." Suddenly, Calem noticed the snow wolf he had knocked down earlier was falling freely right beneath them. He quickly got the idea to use its thick fur as a cushion to absorb the impact. Just then, the system notification rang out. The hourglass had been activated. In the slowed-down space, Calem felt confident he could avoid a fatal injury, even if he couldn't escape the pain of landing. He poured all his mana into activating his movement skill. A blue light erupted, teleporting them both to land straight onto the back of the falling snow wolf, right as his action points drained and his turn ended. The two of them were lucky to survive thanks to the snow cushioning their fall. Yin scrambled to sit up, still shaken, and asked, "Are we still alive?" Calem brushed the snow off his body and spoke in a stern voice. "Yes, but this isn't the time to relax." "That's right, wait. When I slid down earlier, I dropped the bag." Calem calmly held the bag out in front of her. "I picked it up for you." Yin stared, blankly. The bag, but before she could take it back, heavy footsteps, stomping on the freezing snow, sounded right beside them. A pack of giant snow wolves with evil, glowing red eyes had caught up and surrounded them at the bottom of the abyss. Watching the beasts roar and charge down from the cliff, Yin tensed up and signaled the alarm. "They're here." Calem quickly raised his wand into a defensive stance. He firmly stated, "We need to stall for time until the others arrive." Knowing this was a life-or-death battle, Yin pulled her bowstring taut, her eyes filled with determination. "Consider this our final battle." The snow wolves roared fiercely, attacking them from all sides at once. Without a moment's hesitation, Calem swung his wand and shouted, "Explosion!" But the sheer number of wolves pouring down was like a waterfall. Calem gritted his teeth, calculating the odds with mounting anxiety. "There are too many. I can't wait for the hourglass cooldown." Realizing they couldn't hesitate, he swung his wand repeatedly, unleashing a torrent of electricity. Shock blast! A massive, powerful blue lightning bolt struck down, paralyzing the entire pack as they surged forward. Even though they had temporarily kept the enemies at bay, Calem gasped for air, incredibly tense. He thought to himself, "It's going to be impossible to hold out until we regroup with the others." It's just the two of us, Yin. Yin suddenly leaped into the air, activating her new gauntlet's special skill, Deploy Sentries. Her reckless action made Calem's eyes go wide in shock. She was using herself as bait to lure the wolves away and save Calem. Witnessing that insane scene, Calem screamed in panic. "What are you doing?" "Yin," he shouted in anger. "You're a scout, not a frontline fighter. Why are you rushing into the enemy formation to draw aggro?" Just then, an item suddenly fell to the ground right in front of him. Calem looked down in shock. Huh? It was a magical arrow, glowing brilliantly, making him instantly recognize the magic link skill. Why would she use that? The magical arrow erupted into a dazzling light, transforming into a glowing spell scroll. Calem realized in horror, the portal scroll? Yin, don't tell me. Meanwhile, Yin had bravely stood her ground in the front, facing the encirclement of hundreds of roaring snow wolves all by herself. She looked back at him, tears streaming down her cheeks, yet her smile was still incredibly radiant. She shouted loudly, "Calem, you must not die. At least you have to survive." Witnessing her sacrifice, Calem was completely overwhelmed. He reached out, screaming in despair, "No, don't do it, Yin." But before Calem could react, the spell scroll forcibly teleported him out of the dungeon. His eyes burned with red, filled with pain and regret. "Yin, you idiot!" The battle concluded in an eerie silence. Standing before the swirling, glowing portal that led to the fourth floor inside the ancient stone room, he stared silently into the void, softly uttering a bitter question. What were you planning to do? He clutched his head in shock, wondering if she had sacrificed herself to save him. But then, he quickly realized he had one last survival magic spell. The heatwave spell seemed to have taken effect just before he was teleported. Calem's red eyes hardened. He told himself he must have finished the incantation before vanishing, so everything should still be fine. Even so, the image of Yin's relieved smile still left him feeling deeply worried. The elf girl's determination to risk her life was truly moving, but he still gritted his teeth, wondering what she could possibly do while left all alone to face such danger. The elf girl's desperate determination is truly moving, but he grits his teeth, wondering what she can actually do, left all alone to face such danger. Calem shouted in anger, vowing that the next time they met, he would definitely give her a piece of his mind. Just then, a figure suddenly tumbled out of the teleportation gate, whining about having scraped up their hands. Calem started, turning back to see that the newcomer was the beast-eared girl, Sohen. She rubbed her hands and curiously asked if he had also used a staircase scroll to escape here. Meanwhile, at the snowy mountain peak, Yin was completely surrounded by a pack of giant snow wolves in the middle of a clearing. Facing the pack of beasts bearing their ferocious fangs and claws, she nervously wondered what she should do all alone. Yet, she still smiled with relief at the thought of having gotten Calem to safety. She told herself that was more than enough. Suddenly, she felt something unusual. She realized that even though she was in the middle of the freezing snow mountain, her body could feel a strange, warm current. She wondered in confusion why the pack of wolves just stared from afar without charging in to attack. Observing her surroundings closely, she realized the wolves seemed unable to approach the range of this warmth. Yin put a finger to her lips, pondering, and began to recall the incantation Calem had shouted right before he disappeared. She wondered if this was caused by the heat wave magic Calem had left behind. Thinking of this, she was shocked, telling herself, "Don't tell me, Calem already had a plan to deal with this." Yin instantly turned pale, panicking as she realized her grave mistake. "It's all over, I didn't even know, and I personally pushed Calem toward the exit. What do I do now? I've ruined everything." While she was holding her head and crying in the snow, right below the stone platform, a tiny green creature was also sighing with relief. "It's so warm here, I can finally breathe." What caught her eye was the round face of the tiny Gazosmi, who was blankly calling for Papa. Shocked, Yin screamed in terror. "A monster!" Her scream instantly angered Gazosmi. He got veins popping on his forehead and yelled back, "You idiot! We were literally together just a moment ago. Are you stupid?" Yin was confused. I'm sorry you're just so short I didn't notice you." Her clumsy excuse made Gazosmi mumble in annoyance. "Are you looking for a fight?" Regardless, Gazosmi quickly brushed aside the argument to focus on the current situation. He crossed his arms and suggested, "Anyway, let's escape from here. We have to regroup with the others one way or another." Gazosmi analyzed further. Sohen must have used a staircase scroll and jumped to the fourth floor gate. Hearing this, Yin replied in surprise, "Oh, really? Calem went there too. Maybe they've already met." Gazosmi nodded. "If so, that's a relief. But did that mage create this warm zone?" We should leave here before the magic wears off. But how do we get out? We're already surrounded. Without a moment's hesitation, Gazosmi firmly grabbed the elf girl's wrist and insisted, "Why are you asking how? We do it like this." Instantly, he activated his signature skill, Shadow Step, teleporting them both away and disappearing right before the eyes of the charging snow wolves. Landing on a safe, high rock ledge, Gazosmi quietly explained the tactic. "Every time the cooldown finishes, we move little by little just like that until we're out." Looking at the snow wolves helplessly roaring below, Yin was incredibly impressed. However, the biting cold of the snowy mountain quickly made Gazosmi shiver uncontrollably. Gazosmi hugged his shoulders and whimpered, "By the way, my body type has variable temperatures, so I'm very weak against the cold, and I also need a way to stop the chaos status." Hearing this, her blue eyes suddenly lit up with a bold idea. She excitedly suggested, "Then let's go to floor 3.5. This crazy idea made Gazosmi jump, and he shouted in panic, "What are you talking about?" Yin quickly explained, "There's a clearing right before the gate to floor 3.5, right? We'll hide there. If it gets colder or we start getting chaos status, we'll just slip into the gate to warm up and dispel the status. What do you think?" Hearing this, Gazosmi rubbed his chin in thought. It was true that there were— Yin smirked confidently. She pulled out her bag and shook it. "Haha, if I'm there, we can still stay in contact, because, in this bag, I have a communication staff and a notebook." Yin proudly added, "We can gather the whole team that's scattered everywhere, and we can also communicate and coordinate via the staff." The elf girl's surprisingly thorough preparation left Gazosmi completely stunned. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, "So that's it, elf. You're much more capable than I thought." She patted her chest, acting smug. "Though I might not look like it, I'm actually a pretty competent right-hand woman to Calem, you know." In reality, a few minutes before being teleported away, Calem had silently activated the stasis turn to send her a message with instructions. Send messages and cope with the cold and chaos by resting on floor 3.5. Wait for me there. As soon as she received the message from the team leader, Yin could only blankly accept it before the system announced the end of the turn. Back in reality, in the safe area, Calem stood silently in the dark hallway and sighed in worry. Those instructions were so complex. I wonder if they understood everything. Please, just survive. Just then, a communication permit scroll suddenly appeared and automatically opened in front of him. Yin's handwriting appeared clearly. "It's Yin. I'll be hiding with Gazosmi near the stairs to floor 3.5, halfway up the snowy mountain." Seeing the message of safety from his companion, Calem smirked with relief. Looks like the message got through safely. The beast-eared girl, Sohen, ran over in a rush and asked, "Who sent that? Any new info?" Calem calmly replied, "Luckily, Yin and Gazosmi have met up and are hiding near floor 3.5. Calem asked about the situation of the others. "Do you know what happened to the others?" Sozun placed a finger on her chin, trying to remember, then replied, "The last time I saw Hijikat, Amos, and the Sneak, they were fighting together." Hearing this, Calem pondered and analyzed. Amos has the torch hat, so chaos and cold shouldn't be an issue. Everyone is separated, but it's not the worst-case scenario yet. Yet, Sozun still couldn't hide her extreme anxiety. She hung her head sadly and said, "But if another wave of monsters happens, we'll all die. If the gear were here, it wouldn't have turned out like this. And if he were here, going down to floor 3.5 wouldn't be a worry." Sozun's ears drooped sadly, as she said they didn't even dare to approach the flag anymore. Hearing the word flag, Calem's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, there's a flag on floor 3.5 too? Is it shaped like an eagle holding a scimitar?" Calem's agitation made Sozun jump. She hurriedly waved her hands to deny it. She explained that the flag on floor 3.5 was actually shaped like a half-human, half-spider monster. This strange information left Calem completely stunned. He hurriedly rummaged through his backpack to take out the parchment containing the code from the ancient stone stele. His crimson eyes lit up with excitement as he realized the pattern. You solved the code by reading only the letters at the prime number positions. Once the ancient characters were rearranged, 3 distinct phrases immediately appeared: Dagger Vulture, Gourmet Whale, and Poor Spider Doctor. Calem immediately associated them with the other ancient gold coins, the one with the eagle holding a dagger that he had picked up in the first-floor treasure room. In this maze, the one referred to as the Dagger Vulture, along with the flag Sozun just mentioned on floor 3.5, is the Poor Spider Doctor. By connecting all the clues in this pattern, Calem realized the code actually described the interfloor villages that had been swallowed by the maze. Looking at the 3 stone boxes placed in front of the ancient stele, he understood how they worked. The group had to place the ancient coin from each floor into the box in the exact order of the words. However, Calem currently only possessed the coin from the first floor, meaning he would have to collect the other coins from the treasure rooms of each subsequent floor. This was the only key to activating the Grand Annihilation Stele, to wipe out the wave of monsters. Calem's gaze hardened with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth in indignation, he muttered to himself, "You damn lich, just you wait. I'm going to kill you twice. No, 3 times." Meanwhile, in another area of the maze, a group of support adventurers, an orc, a cat beastman, and a mage, were desperately fleeing through the freezing water. No one could have expected that the brutal wave of monsters would erupt so quickly. The dark monsters were starting to blockade all the stairwell gates, cutting off every path and key, leaving no chance for any adventurer to escape to other floors. The elderly blonde elf quickly assessed the situation. They would block the second-floor connection gate first, so we still have some time. Regardless, hurry up and find Antonelle, then head down to the 4th floor. Just then, the cat beastman suddenly stopped, looking into the distance with suspicion. Huh? Wait. Looking over there, they saw a figure sitting alone in the white snow. He cheered in relief. It's Antonelle. Immediately, the orc and his teammates ran over, shouting loudly, "Hey, Antonelle, it's us. Why aren't you at the meeting point?" Approaching him, they still saw no reaction from Antonelle. The orc placed a hand on his shoulder and urged, "Hey, answer me." But Antonelle just kept his head down, continuously muttering nonsensical words in a chilling, demonic way. Soul, soul, harvest the soul, harvest the soul, harvest the soul. Suddenly, he tilted his head, revealing half of his grotesque, dark, rugged face, and his glowing red eyes emitted an extreme, evil aura. Witnessing the horrifying, distorted face of his teammate, the orc was terrified, sweat pouring down his face as he gasped, "Hey, Antonelle, what happened to you? Your face! Your face!" Faced with his teammate's panic, Antonelle suddenly grinned with a sinister, cruel smile that stretched from ear to ear. "Oh, so it's you lot? My heartless teammates," the monster declared loudly. "Let's go, up to the 5th floor. I'll take you there." He laughed maniacally, his red eyes and evil sigil glowing clearly on his forehead. He raised a magic chalice that emitted a brilliant red light and roared brutally, "By stuffing you in here, I will harvest you, simply because you are you." Receiving the transmission signal from Hijikata's group, Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Through the communication charm, the Sword Saint reported that he was hiding with the monk Amos and scouting from a small cave about 200 meters south of where Yin had landed. Knowing the group was safe, Yin decided to keep hiding there with Gazusmi to wait. The elf girl trusted her leader completely, thinking to herself about Calem's personality. He would certainly never abandon his teammates to escape alone, but would find every way to gather the whole party in one place to escape safely together. To ensure Calem could grasp the situation quickly and in detail, Yin immediately activated the magic communication toward him. She reminded herself that everyone's lives were now in her hands, and she had to fulfill her role as the Information Hub commander perfectly to provide maximum support to Calem. Receiving the smoothly coordinated message from Yin, Calem curled his lips in a satisfied smile. He secretly praised the elf girl for doing exactly as he had instructed. To prepare for the regrouping journey, Calem's eyes suddenly turned a determined shade of deep red. The magic hourglass was immediately activated, bringing the battle into his stasis turn. At the same time, Calem sent a message to reassure Yin, telling her to explain the situation clearly to Hijikata and Gazusmi so they wouldn't worry. He explained that since he was currently accompanied by Sozun, who possessed the excellent soul-tracking abilities of the Fox clan, locating and finding Hijikata's group would not face any obstacles. Finishing the message, Calem continued to wave his magic wand, detonating another explosive dust charge to clear out the last enemies. Just as the system announced that his action points were depleted, ending the turn. Just as he had predicted, thanks to the positioning compass in his hand, finding the hidden treasure room had become easier than ever. Moving closer to the ancient wooden chest under the flickering torchlight, Calem cheered with excitement when he found what he needed. He quickly harvested 2 incredibly precious ancient gold coins, each engraved with the image of the gourmet whale and the poor spider doctor. With this, Calem had collected all 3 ancient coins from the floors, preparing for the plan to activate the Grand Annihilation Stele. Additionally, he picked up a few health recovery potions and a useful black hooded cloak. However, just as he turned around, Calem frowned slightly when he noticed that the condition of the shaman Sozun was not very good. Sozun was huddled in the corner of the corridor, crying uncontrollably in extreme anxiety. But this was completely understandable, because at this very moment, the exit gate located near the treasure room had already been completely opened. The entity Judo had now transformed into the exit boss and stepped out of the dungeon, free. He was surely wandering crazily all over the third floor to hunt down and slaughter whoever dared to steal his holy relic. According to the recorded information, the exit boss Judo possessed a massive height of 260 centimeters and weighed 220 kilograms. Just looking at these overwhelming physical stats was enough to make any adventurer shudder in fear and want to avoid a confrontation. Watching the giant footprints leading straight toward the snowy mountain where the ancient stele was, Calem mused that the group had no choice now but to go up and face him. He told Sohen in a serious tone that Judo had now been completely swallowed by the maze and could no longer turn back. The kind-hearted human part of him from the past had completely disappeared, and the group had to face him as a brutal exit boss. Hearing Calem's cruel but realistic words, Sohen sobbed in pain. She closed her eyes, remembering the first time she met Judo when she was still just an inexperienced second-floor adventurer. The life of an adventurer is never easy, especially after Sohen left Wandam to start over in the city of Sohen. Due to the heavy prejudice against the Fox kin, she faced countless difficulties finding a party that would accept her. Everywhere she went, she was met with scrutinizing glares and malicious whispers. But even when she finally had a chance to find teammates, her heart remained weighed down by anxiety. She knew all too well that her foxtails and fox orb were extremely valuable items on the black market, making it impossible for her to easily trust anyone. Yet, in her loneliest moment, a glimmer of hope unexpectedly appeared, making Sohen think she had been incredibly lucky. That was when she met a group of enthusiastic novice adventurers. The red-haired warrior spoke up clearly. "Every time we enter the dungeon, we nearly die, so we're pretty nervous." The white-haired elf girl next to him smiled, welcoming her. A second-floor adventurer joining a first-floor novice party is a huge help, indeed. Seeing Sohen still timid, the gray wolf beastman grinned warmly to reassure her. "What's wrong with being fox kin? I'm a beastman too." The red-haired warrior playfully teased his teammate. "Hey, how dare you compare Miss Sohen to someone like you? We'll get stronger quickly, so let's head to the second floor together." Receiving enthusiastic agreement from everyone, Sohen covered her mouth and smiled happily, feeling genuine warmth from her new companions. Their sincerity had completely won over the shy fox girl. Sohen thought to herself, if she kept gaining experience and building solid trust with them like this, she believed she could accompany them as true adventurers for a very long time. But tragedy struck during the group's very first dungeon expedition. As soon as they entered the dark area, the red-haired warrior spoke coldly. "Shall we start?" Immediately, the teammates who were once so friendly suddenly changed their attitudes, simultaneously drawing their weapons and battle gear with murderous intent. Seeing their eerie expressions, Sohen asked in confusion, Wait, why are you guys changing equipment all of a sudden? Have you ever seen this before? It's called a surprise ambush." A cold, murderous voice suddenly echoed right behind Sohen. Sohen screamed in pain as a powerful slash knocked her flying to the ground. Just as she tried to get up, a binding spell was instantly activated, wrapping tightly around her body. Looking up in pain, Sohen was horrified to realize that the person coldly casting the spell was none other than the white-haired elf girl, the teammate she had trusted with all her heart. The gray wolf beastman stepped closer to the trembling Sohen. He said coldly, "I'm truly sorry for doing this to a fellow beastman, but it can't be helped. The world is cruel by nature, but isn't it your own fault for having 3 tails?" He stared deep into her teary eyes and gave a cruel smirk. "With tails like those, of course, people will pay a high price to buy them. We need magic gear if we want to reach the 3rd floor soon. We've already entered the 2nd floor over 50 times. Surprised? What else can we do when 1 fox orb can buy 2 items?" Finishing his sentence, he ruthlessly swung his sword down. "Don't blame us." But just as the wolf intended to deliver the killing blow, a giant figure suddenly lunged forward, swinging a powerful blow that sent the gray wolf flying away. A majestic voice erupted in anger. "How dare you try to kill a fellow beastman?" A large warrior in a cloak approached, kindly extending a hand toward Sohen. "You're scared, aren't you? Come with me. From now on, we will protect you, fox kin." That was Judo, the brave goblin warrior. From that day on, Sohen officially joined their party. Remembering those warm memories, Sohen choked up, and that's how we became a party. To me, he's nothing short of a savior. And now, a precious teammate is trapped in the dungeon and is going around killing innocent people. Listening to Sohen's heartbreaking story, Calem could only remain silent with a pensive expression. Sohen wiped her tears. "I can't let him continue living like a monster." She pleaded with the young mage. "Calem, please, I beg of you." Just this once, she stood up decisively, looking toward the path covered in white snow. It was time to save him. Understanding her determination, Calem silently shouldered his gear. The two stepped deep into the dark, snowy mountains to rescue their old teammate. While Calem and Sozun were on their way to rendezvous, inside a warm shelter cave beneath the snowy mountains, the Sword Saint Hijikata was also sadly telling Sneak about the bittersweet memories of their old teammate, Judo. Sneak curiously asked, "But why did you guys lose a teammate named Judo?" Hijikata explained pensively. "It all started from a dispute on the third floor. At that time, my group had agreed for Sozun to cast a cold resistance spell for another party. In the dungeon, paying in installments via credit is common, but my group couldn't do that. Because parties from the East like us didn't receive any protection from the Security Bureau or the Adventurers Guild. Therefore, we had to demand that the other side pay immediately with magic stones. But the other group flatly refused, and the argument escalated into a heated row. One guy in that group even pointed his finger and shouted directly at the fox girl, 'Shut up, you damn fox.' He swung his sword, making cruel threats. 'If you want the fee paid right now, sell your tails on the black market and give it to us.' That insulting remark immediately touched the scales of the protector. A powerful kick, like a strike from heaven, was suddenly delivered by Judo. Judo roared in anger, 'How dare you threaten my teammate right in front of me?' The terrifying strength of the goblin sent the other adventurers into a panic. Judo stood tall, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, cracking his knuckles to challenge them. 'You guys ready yet?' Hijikata proudly continued. Even though it was an unfavorable 8-on-4 battle, his group still won a resounding victory. Judo single-handedly fought through their ranks and took down 4 of them, but the joy was short-lived. Hijikata recounted that right after the battle ended, Judo suddenly disappeared without a trace. The group tried searching everywhere for a long time, but there was absolutely no sign of him. The Sword Saint's gaze hardened with resentment. He gritted his teeth and declared, 'If I can't turn Judo back into a human, I will bring his body out and give him a proper funeral, and I will definitely kill that bastard Antonel.' Sneak could only listen in silence to his senior's heavy heart. Looking at the youngest member, Hijikata asked softly, 'But Calem will probably suggest regrouping and pulling back to the second floor, right?' Receiving a silent nod from Sneak, he sighed and entrusted him. 'Yeah, so I want to ask you to watch over Sozun and Gazoi.' Hijikata showed ironclad resolve as he loudly declared, 'I will take full responsibility for this.' But Calem immediately cut off their train of thought, walking calmly as he decisively decided that they would not go to the second floor. This sudden announcement left both the assassin and the monk, Amos, completely stunned. 'Huh?' Calem explained calmly. 'The second floor gate has likely already been taken over.' Hearing this, the assassin asked in confusion, 'Isn't the escape room always behind the stone tablet?' Calem shook his head, explaining that the dungeon's layout had completely changed. He analyzed that Antonel had become the boss guarding the second floor gate, right? It is very likely that the dungeon core mistook that spot for a new escape room. This bizarre transformation left the Sword Saint, High Giant, unable to help but wonder in shock if such an absurd thing could even happen. Calem thought to himself, actually, he had encountered similar situations many times while playing games, so it was nothing surprising. He continued to point out the practical evidence. The proof was that they hadn't encountered a single wave of monsters from Judo's escape room to here because they were all crowded into the area before the second floor gate. Calem reasoned that, conversely, the empty escape room Judo abandoned would surely have an exit portal, but if they moved there now, the next wave of monsters would spawn. Seeing the tense expressions on the assassin and Amos, the corner of Calem's mouth curled into a confident smile. "But don't worry too much, we will activate the stone tablet and take care of the lich." He decisively held up the small stone tablet that was emitting a mysterious blue light and warned in a serious tone, "There's no time, so listen carefully." Calem activated the voice transmitter to send an urgent message to Yin and Gappa. "This is Calem. I've teamed up with Hijikata's group. We're coming to you. When I give the signal, get out. The second floor has been taken, so we're heading to the snowy peak to activate the stone tablet." Hearing this insane plan, Gappa was so panicked he broke into a cold sweat and screamed out loud. "Is he crazy?" Yin asked, bewildered. "What?" Gappa shouted, veins popping in anger. "He said he's going to activate that tablet." Contrary to Gappa's panic, Yin looked extremely excited. "It looks like Calem has solved the code." However, Gappa immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her enthusiasm, shouting, "There are thousands of monsters surrounding the peak. What are we supposed to do? Do you think they'll just stand there watching us stuff the answer into the 3 boxes?" That extremely practical question from Gappa made Yin freeze instantly. Hearing him say that, she thought, "Oh, right." Gappa sighed anxiously. "If the second floor is blocked, we don't really have another choice." But Yin was just as confused. She whimpered, "Damn it, this is literally walking into a trap." Even so, she still tried to reassure her teammate. "But let's trust Calem's plan." Gappa immediately snapped back. "That parrot, Calem, wants the plan to work, but someone has to pull the aggro from the monsters on the peak. Who's going to do that? Huh?" Yin just gave a naive, awkward laugh. "Calem will find a way to handle it somehow." Her excessive optimism made Gappa grumble angrily. That damn Calem. Just then, a magical light suddenly burst forth brilliantly from the transmission scroll in Yin's hand, leaving them both stunned in shock. At the same time, Calem and his teammates also began to move faster under the dark, snowy sky. He thought to himself that he really wanted to explain more clearly to Yin's team, but there was no time left in this situation. To keep up with Judo's pace, the whole group had to go all out in a race against time. Observing the canyon terrain, Calem carefully analyzed that out of the 3 paths leading to the peak, the first was blocked by the femur wall of the Lich Antonell. The second was the one his group was taking, and Judo was quietly climbing up the 3rd path. However, all of Judo's actions could not escape Calem's eyes. From high up on the cliff, a magical artifact, a wizard's eye retrieved from Antonell, was silently monitoring and transmitting all the real-time footage to the glass bottle in his hand. Calem smirked triumphantly. He had placed this eye on the 3rd path beforehand to catch every move the opponent made. Seeing the footage of Judo halfway up, Calem urged his group to hurry even faster. Leading the way, the monk Amos looked back and warned, "It's very dark. Everyone be careful. Don't slip." To remain hidden and avoid detection, Calem had even taken off his torch helmet. The group silently stuck together, climbing the dark, snowy peak toward the glowing, ancient stone tablet in the distance. Calem calculated the strategy carefully. They had to patiently wait for the moment Judo and Antonell clashed on the peak before making their move. He knew clearly that if they had to face the entire undead army along with a powerful lich alone, Judo's chances of winning were incredibly low. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Calem's cheek as he thought of the worst-case scenario. If Antonell killed Judo, he would immediately revive him and turn the former teammate of Hijikata's group into a loyal, brutal, undead minion. He swore to himself that they absolutely had to prevent that worst-case scenario. Calem gritted his teeth in impatience but still had to be careful, stepping cautiously to avoid being discovered. He told himself that maybe Yin had heard his footsteps and guessed the group's location. Currently, the distance to the stone tablet was only about 100 meters. Calem calculated that when Judo began to fight, that would be the signal for them to act quickly and activate the stone tablet. He observed the magical eye bottle in his hand to grasp the situation, but suddenly, Calem's red eyes constricted in shock. The image transmitted from the magical eye suddenly turned white, and he realized in horror, where was Judo? Just then, a loud scream echoed from the rocky cliff in the distance. Calem realized the familiar figure in a panic and shouted, "No, Yin, I told you to wait for the signal." Above the peak, Yin screamed in a panic to warn them, "Watch out!" Immediately, the ground shook violently from heavy, rapid footsteps. Calem startled. "Footsteps? Is Judo turning this way?" He broke into a cold sweat, thinking this was completely unreasonable unless he had the ability to teleport. Sound asked in confusion, "Who?" Just then, a terrifying growl rang out right beside them. Appearing before their eyes was a tattered zombie with a bizarre and hideous appearance. Calem immediately recognized the terrifying rule of the dungeon. When a lich fortified a certain area, he would create this type of tattered zombie to guard it. But what was truly unexpected was that Antonell had cruelly used a necromancy spell to stitch together 3 adventurers he had just murdered to create this monster instead of using ordinary monster corpses. This mutant entity possessed the massive body of a warrior, unnaturally stitched with the head of an elite and a catkin beastman. He gritted his teeth, wondering where these hybrid monsters were even coming from. Before the group could regain their composure, the giant zombie swung its weapon, slamming a powerful blow into the ground. Sensing the imminent threat, the valiant monk Amos charges to the front line. He braces himself, putting every ounce of his strength into blocking the monster's thunderous strike. Immediately, the sword Saint Hijikata draws his blade and rushes in to assist. The red-haired warrior also moves with lightning speed, flanking from the side. The two coordinate flawlessly, unleashing powerful slashes that sink deep into the hybrid monster's body to relieve the pressure on Amos. Yet, their physical attacks seem unable to pierce through its super-reinforced defensive skin. The monster lets out a deafening, crazed roar, swinging its massive arm with such force that it sends both Hijikata and the red-haired warrior flying. The zombie hybrid's glowing red eyes flash with cruelty. It lunges forward, determined to crush Amos where he stands. Completely horrified, Calem shouts without a second's hesitation, He pours all his mana into his wand, aiming straight at the giant entity, and yells to activate his superconductive magic. A devastating bolt of lightning erupts violently, striking the monster head-on to suppress its overwhelming power. Yet, the giant zombie stands tall and unmoving. Calem is stunned to realize the shock has no effect due to the massive difference in their levels. Realizing they are at a disadvantage, he immediately shouts for Yin and Gazosmi to retreat at once. He bitterly realizes these were the adventurers from the 4th floor, that Antonell had heartlessly transformed into undead minions. From behind, Antonell's chilling, savage laughter echoes. He hovers in the air, smugly declaring that, thanks to the group, he has perfected the ultimate form of his necromancy. But Calem cuts his rambling short with an angry shout, "Shut up." Immediately, the massive magical hourglass activates, forcing the battle into Calem's time stasis turn. Seeing his original plan completely ruined, Calem quickly shifts his strategy. In this life-or-death situation, he has no time to explain the details to his teammates. His only goal now is to quickly dispose of that giant undead monster. Calem channels all his remaining mana and decisively casts his superconductive magic. 4 consecutive hits strike the target. As his action points drain to 0, the turn ends. As time resumes, the massive lightning strike descends like a storm. Seizing the moment the monster is restrained, Calem shouts an order to steal the headgear and lure it toward the oil trap they discovered on their way here. Without a second thought, the rogue activates his Shadow Step skill. Down below, Calem urgently presses the remaining teammates to give it their all and stall for time. They only need to hold out for 10 short seconds as a wave of monsters and a pack of frost wolves pour down from the mountain peak like a flood. Faced with the enemy's encircling trap, the brave group of adventurers prepares for a desperate stand on the snowy slope. Sword Saint Hijikata firmly unsheathes his gleaming katana, ready to fight. Together, they valiantly swing their weapons, clearing the first wave of 7 frost wolves to hold their defensive line. His sharp blade flashes repeatedly, cutting through the air with cold precision as he wipes out the wolves surrounding them. However, the sheer number of monsters begins to exhaust Hijikata. He pants heavily, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I can't break through. We're going to get wiped out at this rate." From afar, the savage laughter of Antonell rings out with evil intent. Seeing the enemy floating high above, Hijikata grinds his teeth in determination, whispering to himself, "If I'm going to die here anyway, I'd rather take that damn necromancer down with me. Die, you bastard." Faced with the Sword Saint's suicidal strike, Antonell just smirks madly, a red mark glowing on his forehead. The giant zombie's red eyes suddenly flash. The giant green-skinned goblin launches a thunderous, powerful smash. Sozun trembles as he gasps. Judo, realizing the situation has become complex, Calem quickly analyzes the scene and shouts commands to the team. Judo is moving toward Antonell. He's reached the peak to corner us. He quickly orders Yin and Gazosmi. "Yin, Gazosmi, get me to the second approach route." At the same time, he turns to the others. "The rest of you, get to the staircase on floor 3.5 and hide until I give the signal." Calem and Gazosmi move quickly. He thinks to himself that the whole group must take full advantage of the current focus on Judo to act. On the other side, the zombie form Judo is fighting madly against the frost wolves, but the ruthless Antonell activates his destruction magic, Corpse Explosion. A terrifying blast of fire erupts right on Judo, causing the giant to roar in pain. Ugh! The force of the explosion sends the zombie form Judo crashing down the snowy slope. Witnessing his former comrade being tortured so cruelly, Sword Saint Hijikata cries out in agony, "Judo! Judo!" Their rage and sorrow cause the group to lose their composure. The adventurers, ignoring the danger, rush straight into the thick of the monster encirclement to save Judo. Seeing their reckless actions, Calem, watching from above, can only click his tongue in frustration. "Damn it, those idiots. They can't control their emotions, but I can't just stand by and watch my teammates kill themselves." Calem decisively waves his wand, casting a powerful spell to provide cover and creating a massive fire explosion to push the enemies back. Just then, Yin points forward in a panic and shouts, "Calem, look!" Judo as Calem turns back, stunned. Immediately after, a roar that shakes the very air erupts. Unexpectedly, even after being turned into an undead, his instincts to protect his old comrades haven't faded. He remembers us, we were always together. Standing high above and observing the whole scene, Calem is completely shaken. He muses and analyzes the dungeon's laws. A boss consumed by madness shouldn't be capable of rational judgment. The reason for their actions is often the habits formed over a long time within the labyrinth. They have all become accustomed to one another. Watching the giant Judo standing tall to shield Sozun, Gazosmi, and Hijikata to protect them, Calem is shocked to realize this is a sudden development he has never seen in the game before. Without a moment's hesitation, he pours all his power into his wand, casting a powerful dust explosion spell. Standing amidst the magical light, Calem bows his head slightly and whispers to himself, "Perhaps I still don't know much about this world." Right in the middle of the horrific chaos, Calem suddenly discovers an opportunity to turn the tide of this life-or-death situation. Oh, the barrier has been breached. The thick bone wall of Antonel's lair has actually cracked, leaving a small gap. Even though the hole is only wide enough for a fist to pass through, for Calem, that is more than enough. Through that small crack, the shape of the blue-glowing disaster stela appears clearly. Not missing a beat, Calem turned and shouted, "Yin, get ready." The elf girl jumped, confused, and asked, "Okay, but what do I do? Just tell me something." Calem calmly raised the bottle, holding the magic eye, and said, "Hold on, let me adjust the magic eye's position first." He quickly maneuvered the magical eye, letting it float through the gap to pinpoint the exact location of the ancient stone stele. Seeing the clear reflection from the magic eye in his hand, Calem nodded slightly. "All right." He quickly pulled out a small pouch and handed it firmly to the elf girl, Yin, instructing her to attach it to her magic-linked bowstring. Taking the pouch, Yin asked blankly, "What is this?" Calem explained urgently, "A coin wrapped in a scroll. There's no time. Hurry up and use a refraction shot to hit the stone stele behind the barrier." Yin understood, immediately pulled out an arrow, and attached the pouch to the tip, preparing for action. "Still," she asked hesitantly, "the stone stele?" Calem nodded firmly. "That's right. The closer to the 3 boxes in front of it, the better." Looking at the thick, dense layer of white bones in front of her, Yin broke into a sweat, nervously explaining, "But because of the barrier, I can't see the exact position of the stele." Calem stepped forward decisively, reassuring her clearly, "Don't worry, I'll guide you." To create a targeting signal for the elf girl, Calem poured his magic power into his wand and cast a spell. Rumbling clouds gathered, darkening the sky with a thunderstorm. Calem immediately directed Yin, "Focus, and listen to the sound of the rain to determine the exact direction of the ancient stone stele." He put his full trust in the elf girl's extraordinary ability to locate objects through sound. Meanwhile, outside, the sword Saint Hijikata was still frantically swinging his blade to fend off the aggressive snow wolves, while the first raindrops began to pour down, tapping rhythmically against the surface of the massive stone stele and the 3 empty stone boxes below. Closing her eyes tightly to tune out all surrounding noise, Yin focused intensely, sensing every tiny sound. Her pointed ears twitched sharply to the rhythm of the falling rain. As soon as she caught the precise acoustic frequency, she pulled the bowstring taut and fired a glowing magic arrow, which streaked through the small gap in the bone barrier and struck dead on against the surface of the ancient stele. The powerful impact caused the coin-wrapped pouch on the arrow's tip to rip open. The ancient coin, engraved with the pitiful spider doctor, slipped out and fell freely. Observing the entire sequence through the glowing magic eye screen in his hand, he decisively declared, "The moment the coin wrapped in the scroll hit the stele and fell." Just then, the familiar, piercing sound of the system alert rang out. "The hourglass has been activated. All things have entered a state of complete stasis." In that frozen space, Calem quickly aimed his staff through the small hole in the white bone barrier, focusing all his concentration to use the magic eye to confirm the target and start adjusting the coin's trajectory. He focused intensely, using telekinesis and shouting, as a green stream of magic power quickly wrapped around the ancient coin. With action points constantly draining, Calem told himself to be very careful. "All right, now I have to use telekinesis to put the coins into each box one by one." Under his precise control, the ancient coins fell neatly into each stone box, making a crisp, clinking sound. When the last coin settled, the system announced that his action points were depleted, ending his turn. Time resumed, and Calem exhaled in relief with a confident smile. Good, it worked. Immediately, a massive, brilliant pillar of light descended from the sky directly onto the location of the ancient stone stele. The blinding light shot into the sky, causing Kapga, who was carrying the luggage, to stare up in shock and scream, "What is that?" It looks like Calem solved the riddle. We're saved. Struggling in the midst of the encirclement, Hijikata asked in confusion, "Is that true?" But even though the pillar of light was shining fiercely, the monsters around them showed no signs of retreating. It's shining intensely, but nothing else is happening. The torches are the same. Has the stela's magic really been activated? Noticing the irregularity, Ga shouted, "I'm going to check." Then he dashed quickly through the chaotic battlefield. "Calem, have you solved the code yet?" Calem has solved the stele's code. Gazosmi scratched his head in confusion and asked Yin, "But why hasn't the magic started? The monsters are still there." Yin replied in a flustered tone, "About that, it says the caster has to touch the stele directly." Hearing this, Gazosmi's eyes widened, and he shouted in astonishment, "What did you say? The area in front of the stele is full of monsters. How can we get there?" Calem stepped up from behind, calmly saying, "Calm down, Gazosmi. We already anticipated this." He silently pulled a white parchment scroll from his bag. Gazosmi asked blankly, "Is that a scroll?" Calem smirked and explained, "Even if you seal a level 10 spell into a scroll, it would evaporate within a minute because the power is too great. But in other words, it means the magic can exist within this scroll for about 1 minute." He shouted decisively, "Translocation." Immediately, a brilliant golden stream of magic power shot from the tip of Calem's wand, passing through the white bone barrier and connecting directly to the distant ancient stele. Gazosmi was completely shocked, thinking to himself, "Translocating a level 10 spell that's about to dissipate? That's crazy." He never intended to get close to the stele from the start. Could he have calculated everything from the moment he solved the code? On Calem's hand, ancient, glowing symbols appeared on the white paper. He smirked menacingly. "Yin, Gazosmi, it's done. Get ready to go home." Calem swung his magic pen to finish the final stroke and activated the scroll. Instantly, a massive, brilliant pillar of light descended from high above onto the ancient stone stele, activating the ultimate destructive magic to wipe out the entire wave of monsters. The rogue dashed forward as the vanguard, shouting as he ran to draw the monster's attention. "Over here! This way!" Behind him, a giant fused zombie roared madly in pursuit. The rogue put all his effort into running, thinking to himself, "Just a little further to the oil pit." Seeing the ferocious appearance of the monster chasing him, he couldn't help but be wary, telling himself, "The strength of this thing is beyond imagination. Even a fully equipped level 3 party wouldn't necessarily be able to take him down." He followed Calem's previous orders to lead this thing into the oil trap they had discovered on the way here. The rogue's eyes narrowed with determination. He told himself he had to be the one to finish off this monster at all costs. He thought to himself that he was completely different from the elf girl, who only knew how to do easy tasks like relaying messages. He smirked confidently, remembering his promise to the party leader. "Don't worry, Mr. Calem. I've been given an important task, so I'll finish it neatly." The rogue slid skillfully on the icy snow, gripping his weapon with firm resolve. "We can't let something like this return to the Lich's side." Magic daggers, magical streaks of light shot out from the daggers. Struck by the heavy blow, the monster lost its balance. Quick as lightning, Sneak slipped past the rocky ridge, his hand pulling out a magical flint. He decisively tossed the spark straight into the oil pit where the monster was trapped. Instantly, flames erupted violently. The triple-fused zombie shrieked in absolute despair. Sneak had successfully lured the giant green-brained monster into the pitch-black oil pit. The creature thrashed wildly in desperation, letting out guttural roars. Standing on the edge, Sneak coldly pulled out a glowing magical flint and waved his hand with determination. "Goodbye." He tossed the spark downward, and the flames roared to life, incinerating the giant monster amidst its agonizing screams. Standing before the blazing pit in the freezing snow, Sneak murmured, "That feels nice and warm." But before he could even enjoy the warmth, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a massive surge of energy erupt from the mountain peak. A brilliant golden pillar of light, with heaven-shaking power, shot straight into the stormy sky. Seeing the radiant signal, Sneak cheered excitedly. "Oh, Calem, you succeeded too." That was the ultimate destructive grand magic from the ancient stone tablet that Calem had just successfully activated. Lonely and his pack of snow wolves roared in madness and agony as they were engulfed and completely incinerated by the sacred light. The devastating power of the level 10 spell created an energy storm that swept across the entire area. Standing in the rear, Monk Amos and Sword Saint Hijikata had to grit their teeth, exerting all their strength to withstand the terrifying pressure. The effectiveness of the wide area level 10 grand magic was truly incredible. The sacred beam swept through, wiping the entire battlefield clean in the blink of an eye as if it had been wiped away. Gazosmi was still in shock, stammering, "Is it over?" He looked around and shouted, "All the monsters have been wiped out." Calem warned everyone in a grave tone that it wasn't time to relax yet, because Lonel had actually survived. Hovering in mid-air beneath the snowy sky, the Lich gritted his teeth and roared in pain. Witnessing that scene, Yin asked in panic, how could he still be alive after being hit by the stone tablet's magic? Calem quickly analyzed that the stone tablet was created by the residents of the villages between the floors, for the purpose of defense against dungeon monsters. Therefore, its defense system could not recognize a boss who had once been a human, like Antonell, because the residents of the middle floors were, in essence, entities that had been swallowed by the dungeon. Sensing the situation taking a complicated turn, Calem decisively ordered, "First, get over there." The group rushed down the rocky slope to reach the combat zone. The situation was dire, as that bastard L insisted on not descending from the air. Below, their giant friend, Judo, was kneeling on the ground. Calem's face hardened as he concluded that L was intentionally stalling for time until Judo took his final breath, hoping to turn him into an undead subordinate before launching an all-out attack on the group. More dangerously, with Antonell hovering high above, and only a few people in Fia having long-range attack capabilities to reach him, delivering a finishing blow was extremely difficult. With the Lich's corpse regeneration trait, unless it was a blow strong enough to kill him, he would quickly regenerate his wounds. Witnessing the enemy's persistence, Sword Saint Hijikata asked anxiously, "So, are we just going to stand here helplessly and watch?" Calem raised his finger slightly and replied calmly, "No, there's still one way." He explained further that a Lich always possesses a soul container called a phylactery. If they could find it inside his body and destroy it, his regeneration would stop immediately. Calem continued to outline the strategy. "We just need to aim for the moment he falls after being hit by a critical strike. The problem is it's very small, and the Lich has hidden it somewhere." He turned to the fox girl and said, "The only way to find it is, Sozun, you must track Judo's soul." Hearing this, Sozun's face went deathly pale with panic. She sobbed, realizing the cruel truth. "But if we do that, Judo's soul, if we destroy the Lich's phylactery, Judo's soul inside it will also vanish." Hijikata could only grit his teeth in agony. Beside them, Yin and Gazosmi also cried, calling out anxiously, "Calem." Calem closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth in bitterness, telling himself it would be painful, but there was no other way. Standing in the middle of the frozen battlefield, once again, he helplessly realized that he had truly fallen into a hellish world. Walking through the stone corridor, he sternly reminded her to brace herself, because she was the only one who could do this. Sozun bowed her head in confusion, anxiously wondering what would happen if she couldn't do it. Calem bluntly pointed out the harsh reality that even if they used another method, Judo's soul vanishing was unavoidable. Hearing that, Sozun choked up, expressing that Judo was her best friend and her greatest benefactor. She only wanted to let him rest in peace. She sobbed, begging Calem to save Judo at any cost. Yet, Calem coldly extinguished her hope by affirming that, in his current state, no one could save Judo anymore. Even the cardinals or professor-level mages were completely powerless. Sozun gritted her teeth, sobbing, and bitterly asked if there really was no other way. Looking at the pained fox girl, Calem sighed. "It's not exactly a method." Hearing a faint glimmer of hope, Sozun immediately shouted with determination, "Tell me!" Calem warned her solemnly that this was essentially an extremely dangerous gamble, with no guarantees. She could very well lose her life or be injured for nothing. But Sozun still pleaded firmly, "It doesn't matter. Please, I beg you." Calem looked at her gravely and repeated, "I'll say it again. In this world right now, no one can save Judo." He paused for a beat, and then asked a cryptic question. "But what if it's not a human?" The insane method Calem mentioned was truly a gamble that relied solely on luck, but thinking that without Judo, the group wouldn't have enough confidence to enter the dungeon anymore, Sozun secretly resolved that at any cost, she must find her old comrade. Even if he had been digested by the dungeon, as long as she could separate Judo's soul from that bastard L so he could be revived, she was willing to trade everything. Sozun gathered all her strength, her teary eyes shouting, "Fox fire!" A massive burst of purple fire erupted, carrying the tragic vow of the fox girl. "I will even sell my own soul." The powerful wave of purple fire swept straight ahead, striking Lonely directly, leaving him no time to react. The bone armor and the phylactery on his chest began to crack under the immense pressure. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sword Saint Hijikata exerted all his strength and soared into the air. He swung both swords, delivering a critical strike that sliced across the Lich's body, completely annihilating the dark entity. He stood frozen amidst the falling snow, his gaze heavy with sorrow as he looked toward his former comrade. "I'll help you find peace now, Judo." But then, Gazosmi came running up from behind in a panic, shouting frantically, thinking his comrade was just overwhelmed by the moment of parting. Hijikata sighed softly, telling him to say his final goodbyes. But Gazosmi screamed in absolute panic, "That's not it! Sozun has disappeared." Hijikata was completely shaken. What hit their eyes? All that remained now was a conical hat lying lonely on the cold snow. The Sword Saint screamed in shock, "Sozun!" The entire party of adventurers just stood paralyzed, staring at the empty space, utterly bewildered, wondering, what? Where did she go? The giant judo suddenly trembled and collapsed to the ground, mumbling weakly, "It's so cold." Gazosmi's eyes widened in horror as he realized Sozun's cold resistance charm seemed to have worn off. Witnessing their former comrade suddenly lose all her strength, Sword Saint Hijikata, along with the monk Amus and Yin, stood frozen in shock. Hijikata rushed forward, supporting Judo's massive frame and shouting, "What's wrong, Judo? Can you recognize us?" Watching the scene, Calem closed his eyes slightly, telling himself this was unbelievable. But then, he opened his glowing red eyes and flashed a confident smile. "I didn't expect this method to actually work," Calem thought to himself. Getting to witness someone being captured by the dungeon master like this is truly fascinating, because this was a detail he had never seen clearly back when he played the game. Calem immediately took charge. "First, give Judo a recovery potion. He's probably on the brink of death right now," Gazosmi quickly replied. "Oh, I understand." The young man quickly grabbed a red potion bottle and poured it straight into Judo's mouth to heal him. "Judo, here's the medicine. Drink up." Anxious about what was unfolding, Sword Saint Hijikata turned to shout at Calem. "But what on earth is happening?" Calem signaled calmly to reassure him. "Don't panic. Listen to me carefully. This time, Sozun has become the escape boss." Calem walked away quietly, continuing his explanation. "To become an escape boss, one must be the strongest adventurer on that floor. On this floor right now, even within your team, Hijikata, Sozun the three-tailed fox tribe member, is the easiest prey for the dungeon to target." He analyzed further. "Since the powerful escape boss, the Lich, is dead, I suggested Sozun make a wish to save Judo. The dungeon master chose Sozun as the new replacement because of that intense desire." Hearing this, Gazosmi was completely dumbfounded, trembling as he yelled, "Are you crazy?" Calem crossed his arms and answered firmly, "It's a risky plan, but I've calculated everything beforehand." Understanding there was no turning back, Sword Saint Hijikata gritted his teeth and asked the crucial question, "Then how are we supposed to find Sozun?" Calem confidently analyzed the situation. "There was an abandoned escape room that Judo opened and stepped out of, right? Doesn't it get a new owner? Sozun, having just been reborn, will be placed there." Hearing this, Yin's eyes lit up with excitement, as expected of Calem. "So, how do we find the holy relic?" Calem calmly explained, "If we go down the stairs to floor 3.5, it should be nearby." Stealth arrived quite quickly after harvesting the soul. At this moment, Stealth ran over from behind to report, "Boss, I'm done with the task and have returned safely." Calem smiled, satisfied. "Well done, Stealth. You arrived just in time." To prepare for the next action, Calem immediately assigned tasks to the group. "Only Yin, Gazosmi, and Stealth come with me. The rest of you keep watch in front, near Sozun's escape room." He handed the monk Amos a small jade-green wooden box and instructed, "Hold on to this. 2. The escape room is next to the treasure room. If anything happens, contact me." Amos took it and replied, "I'm on it." Witnessing Calem's masterful planning, Gazosmi was completely stunned, wondering if this was truly possible. Following Stealth through the dark corridor, Gazosmi clutched the glowing magic crystal vase, asking in confusion, "You found Sozun's holy relic in just 10 minutes? As expected, you're a master of holy relics, Calem." Stealth smiled cunningly, turning to tell Calem, "Since I had to go through hell like this, I think I should demand a generous compensation from this team." "Huh?" Calem calmly replied, "Stealth, getting something is fine, but when all this is over, you're coming to the back alley with me, right?" Stealth agreed happily without hesitation. "Of course, boss, I'm ready to follow you." Even though things were progressing very favorably, a strange sense of unease began to stir in Calem's heart. "Everything is going too smoothly. It's making me feel uneasy. Isn't everything happening exactly as I predicted? I just need to get Sozun out from inside, and that's it." Standing in front of the large wooden door of the escape room, Calem decisively ordered the Gazosmi group to stay and take care of Judo. "Stealth and I will go." Walking through the dim corridor, Calem swallowed hard, feeling tense, and told himself, "Up until now, there hasn't been a single error in my calculations." He slowly reached out and pushed the large wooden door of the escape room. Calem prayed silently, "Please, don't let any unexpected variables arise." But what greeted his eyes? And Stealth's eyes at that moment was the figure of Sozun, quietly sitting still on the stone bench in front, just like Stealth's state before. Seeing the situation was unstable, Hijikata asked Calem anxiously, "What should we do now?" Calem quickly analyzed the situation and gave instructions. "When I give the signal, you two charge in at the same time to restrain Sozun. and when Stealth opens the holy chest near Sozun, she will regain consciousness. Receiving agreement from the team, Calem decisively ordered, "Let's go." But just as they stepped forward, the monk Amos had to stop in surprise. "Huh?" Both of them rushed in, but Sozun showed absolutely no reaction. Hijikata impatiently rushed over, shaking the fox girl's shoulders hard, and shouted, "Hey Sozun, wake up!" Witnessing this scene, Calem pondered deeply. Something wasn't right. Where did I go wrong? Stealth saw this and suggested, "How about I open the holy chest from the side, boss?" The words made Calem jump, his red eyes narrowing in tension. He quickly shouted to stop him. A bad feeling rose in his heart. Could she have been driven mad? He hurriedly asked Hijikata, "Is there a mark of the dungeon master on Sozun's forehead?" Hijikata brushed her bangs aside to check and confirmed, "No, there isn't." Calem's expression changed, stunned by the realization. "Then Sozun is currently." Before he could finish his sentence, Stealth screamed in terror as his body was jerked violently backward by a terrifying force. Even Hijikata, who was holding Sozun, was dragged, sliding along the ground. The escape room door slammed shut mercilessly. Calem stood alone, left behind inside. You quickly pieced the events together in a single moment, but you noticed white threads attached to everyone's backs. Calem broke into a cold sweat, telling himself this dungeon was truly not as simple as he had thought. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the shadows, ordering him to leave. Unfazed, Calem looked up and shouted a challenge. "Spider Doctor, I know it's you." From the depths of the shadows, a giant half-human, half-spider entity emerged, wearing a sleek black suit and a top hat. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Calem," the monstrous entity spoke. "My little prank may have been a bit much, but I truly wanted to meet you." Calem bluntly demanded to know if he was the one who had restored Judo's soul. The spider doctor flashed a grotesque grin that stretched from ear to ear, admitting he was very impressed by Calem's sharpness. He adjusted his hat and introduced himself as the Spider Doctor, the master of the third floor, possessing expertise in medicine and ancient healing magic. Calem questioned why he had helped Judo and received the reply that it was a reward for successfully activating the magic of the ancient stone tablet. The Spider Doctor explained that his soul had been shattered into countless pieces scattered across the snowy mountains due to a curse, and Calem's act of activating the tablet had set him free. When Calem asked if he had ever possessed a physical body, he looked down at Calem with evil, glowing red eyes, amused yet sarcastic as he noted that Calem was the first adventurer to dare trick the dungeon master himself. By ruthlessly using a desperate person like Sozun as a sacrificial test subject to take the fall for him. Facing the spider monster's sarcasm, Calem's expression hardened, as he retorted, "Who do you take me for, Antonell? What kind of baseless accusation is that? Even if Sozun had turned into a floor boss, I already had a plan to bring her back." But the spider doctor just curled his lips into an evil smile. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not criticizing you. If anything, I'd want to applaud you. On this battlefield called a dungeon, someone must always take command. Judo, Sozun, Hijikata, and even your own teammates, aren't they all just pawns on your chessboard? I'm truly impressed by the schemes hatched by that brain of yours." Calem's red eyes narrowed sharply. He asked bluntly, "What exactly do you want to tell me?" The spider doctor pointed forward decisively, his grin widening in a disgusting manner. "Find my true body. If you can do that, I'll tell you a secret about those who possess bodies from another world. It will be an incredibly interesting story." Just then, loud, jarring thuds echoed from the hallway outside. Monk Amos used his bandaged hands to pound hard against the wooden door, locked tight, as he shouted anxiously. Den, standing nearby, also yelled impatiently, "Say something, man." Amos asked everyone, shocked, "Can he hear us?" At that moment, the fox girl Sozun, lying on the ground, groaned slightly, and slowly opened her eyes. Sword Saint Hijikata joyfully helped her up. "Sozun, are you awake?" he asked urgently. "What about Judo? What happened? Weren't you captured by the dungeon master?" Sozun clutched her head, dazed. "I don't know. I don't remember anything. But where is Calem? He said he would come to save me." Amos shouted toward the door while still pounding on it. "He's inside there." Then he turned to ask Sozun, "Can you do something with your magic?" Sozun stood up firmly and stepped forward. "I'll try." She focused her magical energy into the blue orb in her hand and began to chant, "Fire Fox Delight." Seeing a massive surge of firepower about to erupt in the narrow hallway, Den panicked, eyes wide, and shouted to stop her. "Wait!" The escape room door slowly opened. Monk Amos ran over anxiously, asking, "Calem, are you all right? What on earth happened inside?" Seeing that Sozun was safe behind him, Calem wiped away some sweat, avoided everyone's gaze, and replied, "It's nothing. If Sozun is fine, let's go." He thought to himself that this dungeon was really starting to make him sick. Meanwhile, in the academy's main hall, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Soun rushed in and asked loudly, "Didn't you say we needed to send reinforcements to the third floor immediately?" The group of adventurers, including the dwarf Dion, was also very impatient. Soun explained, "We've already sent requests for support to the temple, the academy, and the Adventurers Guild. Calem and Hijikata's group is caught in a wave of monsters. We must gather the fifth-floor adventurers right now." But a loud shout from the hallway suddenly interrupted them. Professor Malini rushed over and declared loudly, "I will go down to the third floor." Soun was extremely surprised. "Professor Malini, are you going yourself?" The old professor explained excitedly, "I just received a new revelation from Nathaniel. I must save my benefactor who is on the third floor of the dungeon." Running right behind him was the lizard knight Bernat. Soun could only look on in confusion. Bernat too? Just then, a blue light from the teleportation gate flared up, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. Steady footsteps emerged from the gate, and before everyone's eyes appeared a giant goblin wearing a rain cape and a conical hat. Bernat exclaimed in shock, "A goblin?" Soun was also deeply shaken. "Judo? Isn't that you, Judo?" Walking out right behind him, Sword Saint Hijikata smiled brightly. Professor Malini curiously pressed, "I heard from Vanan's group that Antonel had become a rogue boss. You third-floor adventurers, how did you handle 2 rogue bosses? No, more importantly, what happened to Calem's group?" Mentioning the genius student, Hijikata gave a mysterious smile. "Ah, you mean that genius mage?" He recounted Calem's shocking feats. After surviving the avalanche, the monster wave, and single-handedly defeating the rogue boss, he even revived his teammate Judo back into a normal human. Hearing this, the dwarf Dian was completely stunned and asked loudly, "No way, you mean both teams managed to do all that?" The fox girl Sozun poked her head out and modestly corrected him. "Actually, Calem did almost all of it. We only helped a little." The remark left Professor Malini frozen, his entire body trembling with shock. His eyes glowed with a mixture of excitement and confusion, and he could only manage one last question. "Calem, what on earth did you do in there?" Calem's group, after safely walking out of the teleportation gate, had returned to the Adventurers Guild. As they stepped out of the brilliant blue light into the night air, the group was immediately met by a guild staff member. This person cheered excitedly. "You're finally out. Calem, so many people were waiting for you, but it's late, so they've all gone home. I'm really curious to know what the report on this expedition will say." Feeling completely exhausted, Calem suggested softly, "Could I report it tomorrow?" The guild staff happily agreed immediately. "Of course, you must be very tired, so come to the guild tomorrow." The two said their goodbyes under the majestic castle hall. Calem answered softly, "All right, see you tomorrow." On the way back to the inn, the exhaustion from their life-or-death journey began to weigh heavily on every member. Yin stumbled as she walked, and she called out softly, "Calem, I'm so tired, I feel like I'm going to pass out." As she leaned her head against his shoulder, Calem glanced at her and replied gently, "It's only natural. After everything we've been through, we nearly died several times. Stealth missions are just as draining. I honestly feel like I'm at my limit too." "Hey there." Amos comforted her awkwardly. "Sorry, I'm sure you've all been waiting a long time." Seeing his teammates were all worn out, Calem smiled slightly and instructed, "Tomorrow, let's calculate our earnings and disband quickly. You've all worked hard." Stealth heard this and happily announced, "My recovery is complete, so I'll be sleeping at the inn tonight, big brother." Amos also waved goodbye, agreeing to meet up at the Labyrinth Guild the next day. However, just as they were about to separate, Stealth suddenly turned back and gave a cunning, teasing smile at Yin. "And hey, Elf, how long do you plan on staying in Big Brother's dormitory?" The sudden question made her face turn bright red as she stammered in shock. Huh? Calem, standing beside her, could only remain confused and silent. As Stealth walked away, he didn't forget to wave and add a cryptic remark, "Big brother, make sure to watch your doors at all times." The comment sent her into a fit of rage, and she shouted while chasing after him, "What are you talking about? Is that actually true?" Watching the elf girl bristling with embarrassment, Calem sighed and urged her to keep moving. "Let's just hurry up and go." When they returned to the dorm room, Calem immediately prepared a tub of hot, steaming water. He soaked comfortably in the warm water, letting out a sigh of relief. "Whew, I feel a little better now." While lying in the hot bath, Calem tilted his head back to reflect on the recent trip. He reminded himself that next time they went on a quest to the third floor, he absolutely had to learn from his mistakes. He realized that having to endure such a penalty was entirely due to his previous arrogance. Specifically, the spider doctor was a variable completely outside his predictions. The man had carefully laid out an intricate chessboard to lure him into a trap, and he had walked right into it. This proved that the cunning fellow had understood his entire strategy beforehand. He mused to himself that if the spider doctor had truly wanted him dead, it would have been over long ago. Even if he hadn't noticed the man's presence, he had been completely manipulated by his own shallow pride. Stepping out of the bath, Calem muttered in frustration, "I'm so annoyed. Just you wait. Next time, I'll be the one holding the upper hand, Spider Doctor." That night, while Calem was resting in bed, a soft knock echoed at the door, and a timid voice spoke up. Calem?" The door creaked open, and the elf girl in her white nightgown hesitated as she entered. "Is there something you want to say?" Yin bowed her head in confusion, hesitating as she explained. I couldn't say it inside the labyrinth. I want to apologize, Calem." Calem asked, surprised. "Apologize?" Yin stood at the door, tearfully confessing that she had made a foolish mistake in the labyrinth by using a teleportation scroll based on her own judgment, which ruined everything. While Calem already had a plan to use fire to drive the wolves away, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded pitifully. "It's not because I don't trust you. Calem, please don't kick me out of the party." Looking at the crying elf girl, Calem smiled in relief. He thought to himself, so that's what was bothering her so much. Even though the original plan was slightly off, using the ladder in the end made everything much easier. Calem looked down, lost in thought, telling himself there was still something he needed to make clear to her. Seeing him silent, Yin whimpered sadly, "If you tell me to leave the dorm, I'll go at any time." Calem immediately called out to cut her off. "Yin!" The elf girl started in surprise. "Yes?" Calem's gaze hardened. He looked directly at her and said seriously, "Never do that again." Yin bowed her head to acknowledge the mistake. "I'm sorry. I will only follow your lead and stay quiet." Seeing that she misunderstood his intent again, he explained gently, "I mean, don't throw your life away for my sake." Yin looked up, dazed. Calem placed a hand on her shoulder and confessed sincerely, "I was so worried until I saw you again. Even if we face danger again, I will definitely protect you." The sweet affirmation from their party leader made Yin's face turn bright red with embarrassment. Calem continued nonchalantly, "Always stay behind me during combat." He laid out his strategy calmly. "An archer is safer and more effective from the back line. If necessary, I will engage in melee, and then you should." But Yin's mind had already completely exploded from the embarrassment. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she stammered, unable to form words. "I can't stand this awkward atmosphere for another second." The elf girl quickly covered her face and shouted, "I'm going to sleep." Then she ran off to her room as fast as she could. Calem stood there, stumped and scratching his head, wondering, did I say something wrong? Night slowly passed over the quiet academy dormitory. The next morning, Calem headed to the Labyrinth Guild headquarters to report his mission. As he approached the gates of the imposing mansion, he was overwhelmed by an unusually lively atmosphere. A large crowd had gathered and was buzzing with discussion, including many seasoned and powerful adventurers. Calem walked quietly through the crowd, thinking, there are way more spectators here than usual today. Calem, along with Yin and Stealth, stepped inside the guild office under the guidance of a staff member. Seeing the presence of the academy professors there, Calem thought, even the professors are here? But the moment they crossed the threshold, a solemn and oppressive atmosphere immediately filled the room. Standing next to the desk of the guild representative was a woman with keen purple cat ears and an imposing military uniform. The representative smiled in welcome. "It is a pleasure to meet you." Calem looked closely at the two people in front of him, squinting in caution as he thought, they don't look like low-level staff or secretaries. He broke into a cold sweat when he realized the true identity of the cat-eared woman. "And the chief of police is here too?" The woman smirked confidently. "Surprised? I am Police Chief Nico from the Public Security Bureau. I am here to hear about the incident involving the adventurer Antonelle in the labyrinth." Upon hearing that name, Calem changed color and asked, "Didn't the nun Emma from the Vorin party already testify to everything?" Nico crossed her arms calmly and replied, "A nun of Nathaniel, the goddess of justice, would not lie. I don't just want to interrogate you. I'm curious about your story. An adventurer who has only entered the labyrinth 3 times in their life, yet every time, they are caught up in a murder case." The shocking information left Calem completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. Neko smiled and asked, "Isn't it interesting?" Calem quickly regained his composure and said in a serious tone, "Those were all unavoidable situations." "That's right, Calem. I'll only listen to what I'm curious about. Nick leisurely approached the luxurious armchair and gently rested her hand on the armrest. She sat down, crossed her legs with an air of authority, and smiled directly at Calem. Tell us the whole story, will you? Calem recalled the conversation with the spider doctor. Find my true body. If you can do that, I'll tell you a secret about the possessors from the other world. Standing face to face with this eerie entity, Calem coldly replied, Why should I be interested in that? The spider doctor smirked with a disgusting grin. I am the eye of the third floor. Every conversation here reaches my ears. For example, the fact that you killed a possessor in Windham. The shocking news left Calem completely frozen, his crimson eyes narrowing in utter astonishment. The spider doctor continued to whisper, Calem, the process of finding my true body will be very difficult, but I believe in you. So, let's make a small deal first to build some trust. He stared intently at the glowing jar in Calem's hands and proposed, If you give me the holy relic you're holding, I'll give you some information about the possessors from the other world. Looking at the monster's cunning demeanor, Calem thought to himself, You really are shameless for a monster. You could easily take it by force, yet you're pretending to be generous? Even knowing he was dealing with a devil, Calem decisively handed over the jar. The spider doctor excitedly took it. Heh. Good. Now it's my turn to provide information. He suddenly leaned close to Calem's face and whispered so creepily that it made him break into a cold sweat. Some possessors from the other world are living together in the village between the floors. Just as he was lost in the intense memory, a loud shout suddenly rang out from ahead. Calem! Calem jumped, snapping back to reality. Right, he realized he was still standing in the Public Security Bureau's interrogation room. Chief Neko looked at him intently and pressed. So, how was Judo's soul restored? Calem closed his eyes briefly, sweating as he replied, I'm not sure. Once the spider doctor's existence is discovered, it will attract high-level adventurers and become troublesome. Neko continued to question, What about Sozun's holy relic? Calem calmly explained, It fell to the ground when I was dragged away during the sneak attack, but we couldn't find it. Hearing this, Nick mused thoughtfully. Just then, the scholar Sozun, who was sitting behind them, suddenly spoke up to interrupt. Chief Neko, don't you know yet? I've figured it out. Scholar Sozun smirked, confidently explaining that the reason Judo's soul was restored was likely thanks to the memorial monument. Looking at the scale of that purification, the monument didn't side with the dungeon, but from the monument's perspective, Judo was classified as an adventurer, not a monster. Therefore, when the soul container was broken, only the evil part was purified by the purification magic. The sneak attacker excitedly whispered to his teammate, What's that? Boss, did you hear that? Scholar Sozun continued to laugh boastfully. Actually, I graduated top of my class at the Magic Academy, you know. Nick shifted her sharp gaze to the remaining members and asked, So, what did the other team members do in the dungeon? I already received the report about Yin's communication. Yin shyly scratched her head and said, that wasn't really a big deal. The sneak attacker immediately gave a thumbs up, excitedly interrupting, Could you please listen to my story? As a veteran corpse, I have a dramatic story about defeating the tattered zombies down there. However, the monk Amus calmly interjected. Compared to us, Hijikata's team contributed much more. Witnessing his teammates' overly brief report, Calem broke into a cold sweat, helplessly thinking, Too short. Did they really just come here to listen? Realizing there was no further information, Neko stood up and declared, We'll end it here. The whole group walked out of the Public Security Bureau office together. Walking along the magnificent hallway, Calem pondered. The most valuable thing he had gained in this dungeon was information. Even though the spider doctor was eavesdropping, what Sozun said had helped a lot. At the same time, the recent interrogation stirred up dark memories of High Dam, the beastkin girl he had been framed for murdering in Windham. She was a beautiful and mysterious beastkin girl with 3 foxtails. In the past, she belonged to a 3-member team of skilled adventurers exploring the dungeon, and the porter they hired for that final expedition was Calem. After everything ended, Calem was left with Hedam's fox jewel and beast skin. However, even though the authorities had conducted a massive search, Hedam's body was never found. Calem mused, perhaps that fox was still alive. What if she were in a place like the village between the floors that the spider doctor mentioned? For the possessors, that place was actually safer than the surface, because there was no one as annoying as Malini there. He suddenly stopped as a terrifying speculation flashed through his mind. If a large organization of possessors was hiding under the dungeon, they definitely had connections to the Black Dog or the Enver Club. Just as he stepped out of the interrogation room, Calem called out to his red-haired teammate, Sneak attacker, do you remember that we planned to go to the back alley? The sneak attacker immediately responded enthusiastically. Of course, let's go clear out that casino. Just then, rapid footsteps rang out from behind along with a loud call. Calem and the group turned back to see Chief Nick running towards them, panting. Everyone, you're walking too fast, Yin asked blankly. Is something wrong? Nick held up her hand seriously. Calem, can we talk in private for a moment? Leading him to a secluded corner of the hallway, she frankly revealed, the Public Security Bureau is currently planning an operation against the Black Dog. We need an agent to infiltrate and gather information. Neko looked the young mage straight in the eyes and proposed, I think Calem is the right person for that mission. The Black Dog might want to recruit you, so approaching them will be easy. Hearing the unexpected offer, a bold plan suddenly brewed in Calem's mind. He smirked craftily, thinking to himself, does this mean I'll have to walk the tightrope between the Enver Club, the Black Dog, and the Public Security Bureau? And I have to do it perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, Calem decisively turned and replied, I accept. Seeing him agree, Neko smiled with relief. As Calem turned to walk away, she worriedly called out after him, don't push yourself too hard, just tell us what you hear. As he walked, a loud call cut through his thoughts. Calem, everyone is waiting. In front of the large lobby stood a long, crowded line of his teammates and academy professors waiting for him. Calem sighed tiredly. That's such a long wait. Sensing the situation, he turned to the elf girl beside him. Yin, can you handle the sales? Yin excitedly accepted the order and dashed off. Leave it to me. Seeing her walk away, Monk Amos worriedly said to Calem, I don't feel at ease, so I'll go with you, Calem. Calem nodded in agreement and turned to instruct the redhead. Sneak attack. Let's meet at the back alley of Sohen this afternoon. Sneak attack waved goodbye happily. Oh, sure, with everything arranged for his teammates. Calem walked leisurely toward the professors who were waiting. Next came the professor. As soon as she saw him, Professor Malini excitedly cheered with a big laugh. Oh, is it finally our turn? The two academy professors immediately approached Calem. The bearded professor asked, do you have some time? The elf professor standing next to him also smiled and added, I'd like to hear about the memorial stone as well. Facing their curiosity, Calem smiled politely and replied, of course, let's head over there to talk. After a long and exhausting Q&A session, Calem trudged alone under the flickering streetlights of the academy as night had fallen. He let out a weary sigh, thinking to himself, how many questions do these professors intend to ask? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Calem turned to look and was surprised to see Yell standing under the streetlight. She walked closer and asked softly, are you free? Calem nodded and greeted her. Long time no see, Yell. Yell smiled, her eyes showing admiration. I heard that this time in the labyrinth, you were even more impressive than when you were at our manor. Calem shrugged nonchalantly and replied, haha, not really. Then and now, I just happened to meet Mai. Then he curiously asked, do you have business at the Magic Academy? She replied in a serious tone that an emergency meeting had been scheduled 2 days ago. She looked straight at him and added, and since I happened to run into you, I'll be leaving for the east in 10 minutes. Calem's crimson eyes narrowed sharply. He silently analyzed the information he had just received. So, there had been a meeting of the Enver Club 2 days ago. However, he didn't press for details and calmly wished her a safe journey. I see. Take care then. Yo. Calem turned around and walked into the academy building. He opened the door to an empty room, seeking some peace and quiet. But as soon as he closed the door, Calem's crimson eyes contracted in vigilance as he sensed an abnormal surge of magic. A white magic letter suddenly appeared and opened on its own, emitting a brilliant light right in front of him. Calem stared in amazement at the strange glowing letter in his hand. 2 days ago, at the tower of the Magic Academy, a secret meeting called the Deep Labyrinth Conference was about to take place. To attend this meeting, Yell used camouflage magic, transforming into a brocade carp, and quietly slipped through the large wooden door. Inside the conference room, which was filled with a mysterious blue light, a member wearing a panda mask immediately spoke up to welcome her. Welcome, Brocade Carp. Today's meeting is convened by Red Monkey. Sitting down, Brocade Carp thought to herself that these animal masks, while looking somewhat creepy, were the perfect tools for high-ranking members to hide their true identities. The irony was that while everyone here knew who she was completely in the dark about their identities. The only person she could recognize was Professor B, who was hiding behind the Red Monkey mask. Standing before the entire assembly, Red Monkey loudly declared that the topic of today's meeting was Calem, a promising new student at the academy. He emphasized that the boy possessed the innate talent required to find the Labyrinth Master, and the organization must recruit him before the Black Hound faction could make a move. However, this proposal was immediately met with fierce opposition from a member wearing an apple mask. This person loudly reminded everyone of Calem's history of killing the possessed at Wind, emphasizing that the victim was no ordinary person, but an eight-tailed, deep-layer adventurer. Murmurs began to rise throughout the meeting room when someone pointed out the rather close relationship between Calem and Professor Malini. However, a member wearing a green-skinned old man mask worried that if the Black Hound managed to recruit Calem first, he would certainly become a huge nuisance to their organization. But because of Calem's notorious history, the Black Hound side had not yet taken any concrete action. The situation reached a difficult stalemate. When asked about the next course of action, Professor B's eyes narrowed calculationally. Red Monkey firmly declared that he would personally recruit Calem by providing what the boy needed, while also explaining the danger posed by the Black Hound. But this declaration was immediately interrupted by the member in the panda mask, who slammed the table in anger. He shouted that smearing the Black Hound in any way was a serious violation of the treaty between the two parties. Amidst the tense atmosphere, another veteran member stood up to question whether the organization really needed to risk so much just to recruit a rookie like Calem, and demanded the real reason behind Red Monkey's bold decision. Standing before the conference, Red Monkey argued clearly. The reason I requested today's meeting is to seek approval for this plan. He presented compelling information. Calem killed Windem's nine-tailed fox, a player even more difficult than us. If we look at it from another angle, currently in all of Sohen, Calem is the person most likely to find the Labyrinth Master. Red Monkey slammed the table and stood up, shouting excitedly, "The sharper the blade, the sooner you must grab the hilt. If we hesitate and let the Black Hound get to him first, then what?" Amidst the murmurs of the members around the round table, the conference room door suddenly opened. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." The appearance of a powerful figure made Brocade Carp think to herself, "It seems the apex predator of the group has arrived." He was the only one here who knew everyone's identity, while no one knew anything about him. Seeing the silent atmosphere, the member wearing the dog mask spoke up to break the silence. "Why don't we try proceeding once?" But immediately, the dog mask shouted in alarm, "And what if that leads to total war with the Black Hound?" Realizing the risk was too high, a member of the conference coldly proposed a responsible course of action. Then, if there is a problem, we will conclude that it was Red Monkey's own reckless action. The lion mask stared at Red Monkey with sharp, pressuring eyes and questioned, "So Red Monkey, can you take responsibility?" Facing the suffocating pressure of the conference, Red Monkey could only grit his teeth and remain silent. Back in reality, inside the dormitory room, Calem quietly read the contents of the glowing secret letter in his hand. You say he is confident. Calem still had no contact with the Black Hound, and because he was a student at the Magic Academy, he said he could be persuaded. Calem curled his lip in a sneer of pure contempt. He channeled his mana, summoning flames that reduced the letter to ash. "You really think I'm that naive? That's the sloppy plan you came up with. And you didn't even dare to summon me to the meeting yourself. How disappointing. I suppose you intended to use some cheap tricks to drive a wedge between the Black Dog and me?" He paced leisurely down the Academy's dark hallway, his crimson eyes gleaming with absolute confidence. Behind him, the Ba-Ti family and the very professors themselves were watching. "And since my information advantage is overwhelming, I don't need to listen to a word you say." Professor B suddenly appeared from behind and called out loudly, "Calem, are you heading back?" He stepped forward quickly, a faint, probing smile on his face. "Are you free for a moment?" Calem's crimson eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, "What is this? Couldn't wait. So you came running?" Without showing any respect, Calem walked past him coldly and replied, "Unfortunately, I'm quite busy." His blunt refusal left Professor B stunned. He hurriedly called out after him, "What could you possibly be in such a rush for at this hour?" Calem turned back nonchalantly and answered, "I need to get to the back alleys of Sohen." Upon hearing the name, Professor B's face instantly went pale. He panicked and shouted in shock, No. Why are you going there?" Calem suddenly stopped in his tracks, turned halfway, and flashed a sinister smile. "Then let me ask you a question first, Professor. Do you know anything about the Black Dog? I have some interest in them." The question hit the nail on the head, leaving Professor B completely stunned, his face darkening with tension. She tried to regain her composure. Professor B panicked and warned, "Calem, that organization is basically a criminal syndicate. They look decent on the outside, but in reality, they're the type of people who will do anything. There are even rumors they are involved in the disappearance of the precinct captains." Hearing this, Calem thought to himself, "It matches perfectly with what Neko said." He recalled the instructions from Police Chief Nico. She said she needed information about an agent who went missing while infiltrating the Black Dog. To prepare for the plan of entering the tiger's den, Calem told himself he had already prepared a very logical reason to approach the upper echelons of the Black Dog. First, the Black Dog organization is currently constantly recruiting new leaders because they suffered heavy losses from previous labyrinth outbreaks. Second, as a criminal wanted for murdering adventurers from Windham, Calem is the perfect pawn, easily disposable if something goes wrong, making them more likely to trust him. Third, he is a highly skilled adventurer, extremely useful for their underground operations through the labyrinths. And finally, the Black Dog side would certainly never want his extensive dungeon knowledge to fall into the hands of their rival, the club. With all his trump cards firmly in hand, Calem turned to look straight at the professor, who was standing there trembling. "Professor B, there is one thing I'm curious about. How about we stop this useless talk and play a more interesting game? There are people who have been possessed in the Black Dog, right? What kind of people are they? Are they a threat to Sohen?" Calem's direct question left Professor B frozen, panic rising in his heart. Is this kid really asking me that straight to my face? I have to answer carefully, but I don't know how much he already knows. If I play dumb here, the whole plan will collapse. And if that happens, who knows what will happen within the guild? I have to come up with an answer that keeps him interested. Seeing the other party remain silent for too long with a contemplative look, Calem called out softly, "Professor B." Burr swallowed hard, breaking into a cold sweat as he replied, "Yes, I have heard that there are people who have been possessed there." Calem immediately probed further. "So, they must be in the leadership tier, right?" Burr hesitated. "Perhaps so, and that is precisely why that place is dangerous." Before he could finish his sentence, Calem firmly cut him off. "So it's true." Seeing the professor's changing expression, Calem curled his lips into a sinister smile. "Wow, that really is a surprise. I didn't expect Professor B to confirm the rumor for me personally." Burr's eyes widened in shock at his student's cunning. Calem walked away nonchalantly, waving goodbye. Truly worthy of being Professor B. "Thank you." Professor B panicked and called out after him, "What are you talking about? Didn't you already know?" Calem turned back with a smile. "It was just information I happened to overhear, so I needed to confirm it. Thank you very much. Oh, and of course, I will keep it a secret that you told me. After all, the possessed will be coming after you." Then he walked away firmly. "I have things to do, so I must excuse myself." Professor B gritted his teeth in frustration, cold sweat pouring down. Ridiculous. Did he trap me that easily? If this information gets out, the Black Dog will deal with me immediately. At the very least, they live by their own rules. But Calem suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, and asked one more question. "So, can you tell me who the possessed are? I believe dangerous individuals should be investigated and monitored." His pressure made Professor B freeze. He replied tremblingly, "I cannot say that. That is an absolute secret I must keep." Calem narrowed his eyes at him. "Professor, I'm not the type to hand over important tasks to others recklessly. If you don't provide the information," Calem's crimson eyes flashed. He flashed a confident, challenging smile. "Then I'll just have to verify it myself." Calem strode into the back alley district of Sohen. Even though it was still daytime, the place was bustling and packed with people. However, compared to his last visit, the atmosphere today felt incredibly different. Everywhere he went, Calem keenly noticed sneaky figures standing behind corners, constantly using transmission magic to send signals everywhere. Calem's crimson eyes glanced around as he analyzed. This high-alert reaction, like a disturbed beehive, is definitely aimed at Professor B walking next to me. If he had come alone, there is no way the Black Dog's guards would have reacted so violently. It seems these guards already know his true identity. Calem knew that he had realized the danger too. Perhaps because the Black Dog had recruited Yell, the club used him as a figurehead to infiltrate. Him following him today was clearly to block every point of contact between him and the Black Dog. Thinking of this, Calem curled his lips into a sinister smile, telling himself that surely many interesting things would happen today. Their destination was a large casino at the end of the alley. The red-haired guy, Da Len, saw Calem and immediately turned around, calling out loudly, "Boss, you're here." He excitedly bragged about his recent big win, believing that life is meant to be enjoyed and the winnings were enough for him to party for the next few days. Delenn rushed over to hug Calem, smiling radiantly. Calem smiled awkwardly in response, but his eyes were silently scanning the ceiling, discovering that the enemy was monitoring the entire area using a magic tool called a surveillance eye. He quickly deduced that this device was currently only being used to monitor the first floor of the casino. As for the second floor, it was completely clear. Calem had quietly handed him a container holding a stealthy magic eye and whispered, "Like I said, handle this for me." The eye immediately activated its invisibility effect, vanishing completely to begin its covert surveillance mission. Right after, a brilliant flash of magical light erupted as the familiar system notification triggered the hourglass. Your turn. Calem gave a quiet command, then secretly launched the magic device to monitor the casino from above. As time resumed, Backstab waved a cheerful goodbye. Well, I'll be heading out. Having won big, he quickly made his exit. Just then, a casino servant approached and called out softly, Professor B. He bowed respectfully and gestured, Please, go upstairs with your companion. Mr. Chrome is waiting. Sensing the tension, Professor B leaned in close and whispered a warning to Calem. This place is dangerous, so keep your talking to a minimum. I'll investigate whatever you're curious about. Even if you hear something strange, just listen in silence. Calem broke into a cold sweat, glancing sideways at the professor, whose crimson eyes were filled with calculated intent. So, he's that kind of professor, huh? Entering the opulent guest room on the upper floor, a massive, green-skinned man covered in scars stood waiting to greet them. The man introduced himself loudly. I'm Chrome. Chrome took the initiative, stepping forward to shake Calem's hand in a friendly manner. I heard a professor and a student were coming. Could this be the famous Calem? He let out a booming, amused laugh. I didn't expect this. What a surprise. Turning to the professor, Chrome asked, How much am I allowed to say? Professor B smirked maliciously and replied, Go ahead and speak freely. After all, he is one of our new recruits. Chrome nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the boy knew the Black Dogs were an organization of the possessed. Watching the theatrical performance of the two men in front of him, Calem quietly observed and inwardly sneered. B. I didn't realize you were a gambler. You're lying to the Black Dogs as if I were a member of your club, and you're trying to drag me into the club while you're at it. I wonder if this lie of yours will actually work. Just then, Chrome suddenly turned to look straight at Calem and said, You've joined a truly rotten place, kid. He leaned in close and asked the decisive question. Do you know who the White Lion is? Calem froze instantly, his mind racing to piece the information together. The White Lion was the founder of the club mentioned in Yell's message. But how did this guy know? No one was supposed to know his true identity. Right then, Chrome's voice trembled with rage as he revealed a terrifying truth. That thing isn't human. The White Lion is a monster. Chrome's harrowing memories from 12 years ago resurfaced as he spoke. That was when the dungeon outbreak erupted with unprecedented violence. The destructive force was so great that nothing in the city remained intact, especially the back alley area where the Black Dogs operated. It was leveled completely. Because all main military forces were prioritized to defend the city center, the people in the slums had no choice but to fend for themselves. Yet, despite the desperate resistance of the key adventurers, they were utterly helpless against the tide of crazed monsters pouring out from the abyss. When he regained consciousness amidst the ruins, he was awakened by chilling, bone-rattling chewing sounds. He squinted toward the flickering fire and watched in horror as a tall silhouette brutally tore an adventurer apart. The creature muttered disgustingly as it chewed. They say adventurers are a delicacy, but they aren't as good as I thought. Witnessing such brutality, Chrome trembled in fear, wondering, a monster that can speak? The lion monster licked the blood from its lips and coldly continued. Maybe fresh meat would taste better. Immediately after, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded right before his eyes. The monster's body began to shrink, transforming perfectly into that of a human. Donning a black cloak, the entity walked silently through the burning wreckage. That thing was practically a walking natural disaster that appeared with that year's dungeon outbreak. Back in the present, Chrome sighed with fearful hesitation before concluding. The White Lion never returned to the dungeon after that, because a secret organization appeared within the Magic Academy. Chrome spoke in a grave tone. The giant looked straight at Professor B and loudly exposed them. It was you, the Dungeon Abyss Conference. This direct accusation left Professor B completely silent. Chrome gritted his teeth in anger, and the one leading that group is the White Lion. I know the identity of that bastard. He pretends that his face is a mask, but that's his real face. According to Chrome, that evil entity changes its appearance depending on the situation and location, just like how the members wear masks at the conference. Veins bulged on the giant's face, his eyes burning with intense orange rage. Sensing that the situation was turning against him, Professor B closed his eyes and managed a sarcastic smirk to brush it off. Ha ha, Calem. Seriously, we traveled all this way just to hear such nonsense? I'm starting to regret this. Logically, how could a monster with high-level intelligence capable of speech even exist? Yet, Chrome's revelations plunged Calem into a deep, tense train of thought. He whispered to himself, If entities like the Spider Doctor can truly exist on the surface, then things have gone far beyond the control of the adventurers. He had encountered the Spider Doctor himself, and it had even mentioned the blade-toothed dragon and the gourmet whale. This meant those two were surely monsters with intelligence ruling over other floors of the dungeon. Could the White Lion be an exit boss from a floor even deeper than the third? Honestly, no one could know which floor he came from. Professor D-Stream once stated that the dungeon was a brutal battlefield between those possessed by other worlds, and the Dungeon Master, and a turn-based mage, was the only natural enemy of the Dungeon Master. From those clues, Calem formed a bold hypothesis. What if the Dungeon Master had actively sent bosses up to investigate the surface? That would explain why a terrifying entity like the White Lion could appear and walk freely on land. But Calem quickly reassured himself. He knew this wasn't a confirmed fact, and he needed to keep his cool to handle the situation at hand. Seeing him stand in silence for so long, Professor B nervously called out to Calem. Snapped out of his thoughts, Calem saw Chrome looking at him with a probing gaze. Chrome said coldly, "Well, I didn't expect you to believe me." Then he turned to ask Professor B, "Why are you really here? It's not just to tell me you've recruited a talented rookie, is it?" At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted the conversation. A dignified, middle-aged man stepped into the room. With a clear and booming voice, he declared, "Crom, there is no way they would come all the way here just for a trivial matter like this." The person who just appeared was their leader. The Black Dog leader fixed his cold, sharp gaze on Calem and offered a cryptic smile. "Right, Calem? Is the mission Nico assigned to you progressing well?" The direct question left Calem completely frozen in shock. So, his cover as an undercover agent had been blown from the very start. Going back in time, when Police Chief Neko and her red-haired agent were struggling to track down the agent kidnapped by the Black Dogs, they were stunned to discover a magical device that had been recording the inspector from the Security Bureau. "Wait, isn't that the inspector from the Security Bureau? Why is he there?" the red-haired agent reported, feeling tense. "Something isn't right. Leader Nico, he appears far too confident, almost like he's a member of the Black Dogs themselves." Nico couldn't help but feel anxious as she watched the footage. While trying to find the missing agent, the Security Bureau seemed to have accidentally uncovered a secret much larger than they had ever anticipated. Returning to reality inside the living room, the Black Dog leader laughed mockingly. "That Nico is way too enthusiastic, to the point of being a nuisance. She keeps submitting reports that are basically hymns of praise for Calem, and she even ends up sending a college student as an agent." The Black Dog leader smirked cruelly and threatened coldly. "People disappearing from the Black Dogs isn't a rare occurrence, so don't feel aggrieved. Whether it's a recently famous student or a professor from the Magic Academy." The murderous warning left Professor Enver completely panicked. He broke out in a cold sweat, frantically waving his hands to deny it. "Wait, a mission? I don't know anything about that. Do I?" Calem, standing right behind him, remained calm and softly interjected. "That's right, the professor isn't involved in my mission." However, the man named Okram immediately growled with suspicion. "And you think I'll believe that? Enver, you know the laws of this world well, so why did you come here?" Enver turned pale and stammered. I came to announce that Calem has become a member of the guild." The man's rage exploded instantly. Crom lunged forward, brutally grabbing Enver by the throat, lifting him into the air, and shouting, "So now you're saying the youngest member of your guild is acting on his own? If you're one of them, you must know about the pact with the Black Dogs. Yet, you plan to take us down without consulting anyone? You bastard? Do you think I'm asleep?" Being choked, Enver's eyes bulged, and he could only tremble and gasp in desperation. "Calem hasn't officially joined our guild yet." Crom squeezed tighter, his voice dripping with contempt. "Your story keeps changing, Enver. Right, you used Calem to curry favor with the White Lion by striking a blow against the Black Dogs. In the end, you just wanted to be the only one chosen by the Abyss, didn't you?" Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Enver pleaded weakly. "It's not like that. Please believe me. You were the ones who attacked first." At that life-or-death moment, a cold voice suddenly cut through the tension. Calem immediately pulled out his wand. He pointed it straight at Akram and commanded coldly, "Don't move." With the wand pointed directly at him, Akram turned around and barked, "Who are you?" But standing right behind him, the Black Dog leader just smirked smugly. "Heh, just stand still, kid." He assumed Calem was just making a futile gesture. Calem thought to himself, "This place is currently being recorded by a magical eye." Seeing the leader's triumphant expression, Calem poured a bucket of cold water on him as he pointed and said, "The man holding the glass vial is hiding, and he is observing everything while invisible." Hearing this, The leader suddenly froze in confusion. What? Calem declared clearly. The task force must be ready to storm in by now. The black dog leader immediately let out a mocking laugh to hide his panic. Ha ha, that sounds ridiculous. Say something more reasonable, kid. He confidently boasted about his defense system. Do you know how I became a high-ranking member of the Black Dogs? The monitors I deploy never miss something like a magical eye. Facing his arrogance, Calem just replied calmly. Is that so? He firmly raised his wand to the ceiling and began to cast a spell. Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. Okram roared in anger. You bastard! The leader was also completely panicked when he saw his entire system being disabled. Damn it! All of this has been recorded, Calem declared clearly. That's right. The officers are monitoring every development from now on. Surrender, don't be a fool, and add murder to your list of crimes. His firmness made the leader tremble. He hurriedly shouted to stop Okram. Krom, stop! If the officers storm in now, we're all finished. Okram's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. He looked at Calem coldly. Kid, I don't know how you did it, but you've got some ability. However, he still had no intention of giving up. Krom pointed at Professor Enver, who was trembling nearby, and threatened, but the Security Bureau doesn't protect those who have been possessed. A possessor from another world like Enver. If I kill him right here, do you think they'd even care? Thinking he could use this secret to blackmail Calem, Krom never expected his reaction. Calem remained completely calm, pointed his wand at Enver, and replied, I know Professor Enver is a possessor too. His casual reveal made Professor Enver's eyes widen, and he shouted in astonishment, Calem, what are you saying? Ignoring Enver's panic, Calem looked straight at the black dog leader and calmly called out, Inspector N, do you intend to just stand there and watch? The direct question left the disguised leader completely shocked. What? Calem smirked menacingly, continuing to back his opponent into a corner. The Security Bureau doesn't know yet that you've exposed Neko's plan. The magical eye only transmits images, not sound. You came here to protect me and Professor Enver. Looking at N's cold, sweating face, Calem made a decisive offer. This situation will depend on our 3 testimonies, so choose wisely. Realizing he had been cornered, Inspector An immediately changed his attitude and turned to Okram. Krom, let's pull back for today. Seeing this, Krom suddenly laughed with amusement. Haha, you've set up a pretty convincing stage. You really are an interesting one. Krom slowly turned his back and walked away, murmuring to himself. Indeed, someone with the abilities of an inspector would be a great asset to the Black Dogs, but humans aren't creatures that act solely on logic. As he spoke, his hand suddenly grabbed the handle of the large battle axe strapped to his back, especially not someone like me. Without a second of warning, Krom roared with brutality, his cold, decisive swing aimed directly at Professor Enver, right before Calem's stunned eyes. While Krom still wore that cruel smile, his glowing red eyes cold and detached, he concluded that he sometimes acted on impulse. The commander screamed in rage, Krom, you lunatic! What the hell are you doing? Enver had been slashed and critically wounded. Just then, reinforcements surrounded the building. A booming voice echoed, Security Bureau, stand still, no one move. Krom nonchalantly rested his axe on his shoulder and clicked his tongue with regret. Tisk, uninvited guests are here. Let's stop here. I'll spare you for now. Glancing at Calem, Krom continued casually. As Calem said, I can't kill someone in front of these officers, but executing a transmigrator like Enver on the spot shouldn't be a problem, right? Faced with Krom's ruthlessness, Calem could only endure the suffocating pressure in silence. Sensing the situation turning complicated, the commander hurriedly warned, Calem, don't perjure yourself. Enver died only because he was a transmigrator. Then he quickly urged, Krom, come with me, and shut that door to retreat. At this moment, Enver lay gasping in a pool of blood, struggling to whisper, Calem, how long have you known I was a transmigrator? He choked out. Thanks for trying to help. Is this really how it ends for me? He used his last bit of strength for his final words. My name is Kim Min-young. The shocking revelation left Calem frozen, his heart surging with waves of emotion. Was he also a fellow Korean like him? Kim Min-young bitterly recounted that after being discharged from the military, he just played games aimlessly until he was dragged into this world. He wheezed. The system said if I get a high enough rank, I could return. I just wanted to go home. Then he took his final breath, his hand slipping from Calem's grasp. Calem stood still, his eyes darkened as he looked down at the fallen compatriot, his hand gripping his wand, trembling with rage and sorrow at his death. Just then, the commander's furious shout echoed from outside the hall, shattering the silence. Krom, you bastard! Stepping into the casino's main hall, the commander was screaming crazily in front of the guards and adventurers. Everything that guy said was a lie. Below, the red-haired youth said anxiously to Nico, "I didn't expect your captain to be a spy." Nico could only bow her head helplessly and reply, "I have no excuse." The commander aggressively swung his spiked mace, pointed directly at the room, and roared, "Surrender." Seeing the commander spiraling out of control, Nico panicked and shouted a warning, "No, it's over." But the frantic commander glared and cut her off. "Shut up, I won't be captured like this." Before he could finish, a terrifying blast of firepower erupted violently. From within the thick smoke, Calem stepped out, his eyes emitting a cold, murderous blue light. He calmly chanted to activate his special skill. Time stop. A familiar system chime rang out, freezing time itself. Hourglass activated. Your turn. Everything fell into a state of total stillness. High above the banquet hall, massive black clouds swirled in and poured down a torrential rain. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, the cat-eared girl, Nico, gasped in amazement. "What is that huge black cloud?" She was shocked, realizing, "Is this the legendary super-speed spell?" Standing amidst the electrified rainstorm, Calem coldly pointed his wand forward, his eyes glowing with power as he issued a decisive command. Lightning strike. A massive bolt of lightning from the spell descended like a storm, striking the commander directly and making him howl in agony. Seeing the rainwater spreading under their feet, Calem quickly warned his allies, "Everyone, stay back. We're all getting soaked." Hit by the powerful current surging through his body, the commander's eyes rolled back in pain. Not giving his opponent a chance to recover, Calem walked forward coldly, pointed his wand at him, and decisively activated a superconducting spell. Blue electricity erupted violently, locking onto and paralyzing the commander's entire body. The commander was knocked out completely, foaming at the mouth. Seeing the ringleader restrained and unable to move, Calem said, "Take him away for interrogation." Witnessing the whole scene, Chief Nico sighed and noted, "As everyone can see, there's a close connection to Crom of the Black Dog. He even exposed my infiltration, so he definitely knows about the missing officers." Nico glanced at Calem with hesitation and gently advised, "You didn't have to go this far. We could have caught him ourselves. Regardless, please leave the rest to us. We'll need your cooperation as a witness." As the officers led the criminal away, a curious adventurer walked up to Calem and asked, "Hey, what on earth happened back there? Were you close to that professor? Why were you so angry?" Calem didn't answer. He just silently squeezed the wand in his hand, a persistent torment rising in his heart. He didn't know why he felt this bad. Was it because he hadn't used the hourglass before Enver was slashed? If he had used it then, could he have saved him? Calem wondered if his relationship with Enver was close enough to justify risking his card to save him. He admitted to himself that it wasn't that he couldn't activate the hourglass to reverse the situation, but that he had subconsciously held that ability back. Truth be told, from the moment he entered the room and started speaking, Calem had keenly sensed the situation turning for the worse. That hesitation had led to the tragic end when Crom, without a moment's doubt, swung his axe and struck Enver down. Everything had ended in that moment of his hesitation. For Calem, the hourglass was the only tool that allowed him to reverse time to avoid the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he had no choice but to save this trump card for life-or-death situations, for himself and his allies. Even though he justified it to himself, the reason why the death of Enver kept haunting him was that when his disguise was completely stripped away, it revealed his true identity as a young Korean man named Kim Min-young. Looking at the cold body of his compatriot, Calem couldn't help but feel sorrow, wondering how much he must have longed to return home. Witnessing Min-young's sudden death, Calem gritted his teeth bitterly, realizing that this was not some distant story about someone else. An invisible fear weighed on his mind, making him shudder as he told himself, "It's very possible that in the future, I might also end up dying. Tragically, in this cruel dungeon world, without ever having the chance to escape." After finishing the tense interrogation with Chief Neko, Calem returned to his dorm room to rest. Yin excitedly entered the room and reported happily, "I finished everything you asked me to do today, Calem. I've sold all the magic stones and miscellaneous loot from the dungeon, and I've already visited the Magic Academy to have our gear appraised," Calem asked with a faint smile. "Great job, Yin. How much did we get in total?" "They said it's nearly 170,000 gold coins. We're rich." Looking at the massive windfall, Calem thought to himself that normally, a third-floor expedition only brings in about 100,000 gold coins. This haul was way beyond what the team expected. And when you add in the value of the items still being appraised at the academy, watching her ecstatic expression, Calem could only break into a cold sweat. wondering who turned a once innocent girl into such a money-obsessed person. Calem, when are we heading back to the dungeon? Calem's red eyes narrowed, deep in thought. He dodged the question, saying, for now, let's just go shopping tomorrow. At the same time, on the streets of Sohen, Rinnik, the wife of the monk Amos, was carrying a fabric bag, heading back home. Noticing the stares fixed on her, she secretly thought the public's recent reaction to her husband was a bit overboard. A vegetable vendor laughed heartily, holding up a bunch of carrots and shouting, Rinnik, I heard Amos performed a great feat on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, didn't he? Here, take half price for these. The surrounding townspeople also excitedly gathered around, cheering. Tell us the story of how Amos held the torch. A monk in Calem's adventurer party, glory to the greatest adventurers of Sohen. Rinnik broke into a cold sweat, feeling awkward and wondering why everyone was making such a big deal out of it. She pushed open the door to her small wooden house, sighing to herself that they were exaggerating. To her, the whole group coming back alive was already a huge stroke of luck. She called out softly, Honey, I'm home. Wife, you're finally back. Rinnik stared at her husband in shock. What? Why are you acting like this again? Without a word, Amos firmly dropped a large sack of gold coins onto the floor. This is for the oldest one's tuition. To his wife's amazement, he continued to dump 2 more heavy sacks of gold onto the floor. This is to pay off the rest of our family's debt, and this part is for our savings. Amos scratched his head and chuckled, thinking, we worked hard in that dungeon, but being able to fulfill my role as the breadwinner like this is a huge relief. But immediately after, Rinnik teared up, looked at her husband, and whispered, Amos, honey, I think now is the time. Amos asked, confused. Now? What do you mean? It's time to have our 4th child. The shocking news caused the burly monk to freeze instantly. To escape this impossible mission, Amos hurriedly made excuses to his teammates. So, I used the excuse that I had an appointment with Calem and ran off. Witnessing the pathetic sight of the middle-aged man, the assassin laughed and teased him. Married men really do act fast when they need to escape, huh? He turned to Calem and said, now that I think about it, your nickname is actually pretty terrifying. Calem. Calem looked blank. Me? The assassin smirked and replied, the one who brings disaster wherever he goes. Calem, the god of destruction. The teasing made Calem sweat, his face darkening as he thought, well, I do seem to encounter disaster every time I enter the dungeon, so it's not exactly wrong. Back to the hidden unrest in the city, the Black Dog Casino's financial management office was now taped off and completely shut down. Calem thought to himself that perhaps to protect him, his name had been kept completely secret and not leaked. According to the message EEL sent to the Abyss Dungeon Conference, the Black Dog side had lodged an extremely strong protest. They claimed that 2 conference members, backed by the Security Bureau, had brazenly attacked their territory. Because of this, they had taken out Enver but decided to keep Calem alive to maintain the secret agreement between the 2 parties. However, the Black Dog would certainly remember this blood debt. A warning letter was sent out with the message, remember that the Abyss Conference could pay the price at any time. Facing the tense situation, the conference immediately called an emergency meeting and reached a completely unexpected conclusion. They believed Calem had now been completely recruited by the Black Dog, as he was the only one who didn't seem to face any pressure after the incident. They reasoned that it was completely absurd for a coward like Enver to suddenly go to a casino and die while trying to recruit Calem. Therefore, the conference concluded that the Black Dog had successfully recruited Calem and that both sides had colluded to eliminate Enver. Calem's red eyes narrowed thoughtfully, as he realized he had now become a target for both factions. Now, both the Black Dog and the conference are targeting me, Yin excitedly said to Calem. So, Calem, when are we going shopping? Following behind, the assassin asked curiously, Hey, are we going shopping? The monk Amos explained. Calem said we have to go shopping before entering the dungeon. Calem turned around. There's a reason we need to prepare for the expedition. We're heading down to the 4th floor. This bold decision caused all 3 teammates to stand frozen in surprise. Yin and the assassin shouted in a panic. The 4th floor? The elf girl whimpered. We almost died on the 3rd floor. It's still too soon. Amos also broke into a cold sweat, nervously asking Calem, Can you tell me the reason you made that decision? Calem smiled confidently to reassure them. With our current strength, the 4th floor won't be a problem. Amos, naturally, knew the income would be on an entirely different level compared to the 3rd floor. Hearing the word income, both Amos and Yin immediately lit up with excitement. Calem smirked and continued, As long as we set up our magic gear correctly, there won't be any issues. So, today's gathering is to buy equipment. The assassin immediately changed his attitude. excitedly, raising his fist and cheering. Oh, I trust all of your decisions. Boss, above all else, you're my lifesaver. Yin smiled gently. Not just the assassin, but both myself and Amos, we all survived because you saved us. Even though we're heading to a higher level, I'm still a bit worried. But if I'm going with Calem, I'm sure we'll make it through. The monk Amos behind them also smiled brightly in agreement. I agree. Plus, I'll earn more tuition for the second and third ones too. Seeing his teammates so fired up, Calem looked a bit bewildered. But deep down, Calem felt a heavy weight in his heart. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking of a truth he often forgot. He told himself, this place is a dungeon game, and I'm just an outsider. So, all my actions might just be me playing a game, like those possessed beings from another world, betting my life on it. Memories of the warm camaraderie of the Hijikata group from judo or the sacred family love of the Bitenka family kept flashing through Kalem's mind. He wondered if these things were any different from reality in the real world. Perhaps until now, he had always treated this world as a virtual game and deliberately avoided facing it. But looking back at everything he had been through, he realized this was the true new life he had been granted. Just as he was deep in thought, a loud call suddenly interrupted Calem's train of thought. Calem, hurry up! Calem jumped. Looking back, I saw my 3 companions walking happily ahead. One of them turned around and urged me, hurry up! If you don't catch up, we're leaving you behind. Yin waved her hand excitedly, calling out, come on over. Seeing the elf girl rush over, Calem couldn't help but tease her with a sly grin. Oh, are you trying to make sure you get to stand next to him? That comment made Yin's face turn bright red, and she retorted shyly, so what if I am? Seeing his loud but warm-hearted companions, Calem smiled, feeling a sense of relief. That's right, nothing is set in stone yet. Enver once said that if you're chosen by the master of the labyrinth, you might be able to return to reality. But could he really just walk away and turn his back on all these feelings and all these people? Calem made a silent vow. Even though he didn't know what lay ahead, he stepped forward firmly with his friends. He told himself he had to see the final abyss of this cursed labyrinth with his own eyes. That's the end of the video. Don't forget to hit the like button so I have more motivation to keep bringing you great stories. Thanks for watching, and see you all next time.